Good evening and morning to ya. CitizenCon, the thing we've been waiting on for a hot minute. We about to take a look at some of the things that's being worked on, some of the things to come. And I hope you hang out with us for a while. Probably the one place you can take a look at some Star Citizen content. And when you type in your comments into the chat, they're not going to sliggity split disappear in 2 seconds flat or even less. So welcome everybody. Welcome. I'm here with my man Cooper in the box. Say what's up, Coop. Oh Lord, did I lose Coop? Coop.
All right.
Oh, there go Jules.
Yeah, baby, right on time as usual.
All right, yeah, we Cooper in the box with my man Jules. We're gonna be back in right in a sec.
Dumpers Depot's having a galaxy-wide fire sale. Forget about that Olympus Principal Health Insurance when you can get this Basilisk Rampart Shield, Jenny, for only $25,999. You'll feel so safe you could go for a family vacation in the Pyro system. And who needs jump points when you can get these WaitTech XL1 quantum drives for only $49,999? Only at Dumpers Depot. Hell, these deals are so good, the Nine Tails will stop blockading stations and start some honest trading. So get on over to your nearest Dumpers Depot.
All right, gentlemen, say hi to the stream.
Yo, what's
Hi,
going on,
stream.
Hello. Hello, stream.
All nobody on there yet.
What do you call people who watch this? Streamies? Because we're the streamers, right?
Yeah, we're the
Hello,
streamers.
You
The
were
streamies.
That's kind of weird to keep cutting in and out. Cut to a video, then to cut back to the clock. Cut to the video, back to the clock. But yeah, oh yeah. So Cooper in the box, she was gone. I was trying to intro you, man. Tell everybody who you is.
Well, I am Cooper in a box. I stream on Twitch and stream mostly Star Citizen. Some action, some fun. Try to keep it loose.
Keep it loose. And Jules, you got cut off when I was trying to intro you, man. Tell them who you is.
Oh man, I'm the best of the rest, you know. This is Jules Verde, aka the Couch Citizen himself. I do the old school streaming, aka just putting up videos.
Starship Gemini on a humanitarian mission.
Come to my channel. And, if you choose to play Star Citizen with a gamepad, I'm the person to talk to. That's the place to go. Get your fix. Go ahead and check that out. Especially if you have Xbox. Yeah.
Captain, we have support inbound.
Pick your ear on some things. Pick your brain. It's gross about picking your ear.
Hello, Gemini.
Yeah,
Looks
not
like you
really
could
into
use a
that
little
stuff.
help.
We'll handle these pirates. Scum.
Some people are.
Locked on. Last one.
Are they not rolling yet on their?
No,
channel?
they still showing trailers and videos and stuff.
Yeah. Some of y'all
Some
probably
on their
missed that. Jules,
Twitch channel.
if you like to use a controller, Jules is the man. He makes a lot of videos on how to use your Xbox controller with the game to do everything with it. So, you know, check out my man Jules Verde.
Yeah, very you know, it's basically as if you're playing Star Citizen on console. No kind of tricks and backflips, no you know, no headaches. You know, you get access to everything, you do everything, and you can compete with everybody. Guaranteed. Or you'll get your money back. Which you won't be getting money from me. You ain't paying nothing to get it.
All right, yeah. We about to start up now. We got 7 seconds to go.
Woo!
Let's see what Big C are. Let's get it.
Let's go.
Hello everyone. So welcome.
What's the magic word, y'all? Pyro. If I hear pyro, I'm taking a sip.
So it's really, really good to be back in front of the camera and talking to all of you out there. I wish it was in person, as you know.
Okay, I obviously have the wrong URL in for this.
For a long time. And
I'm on the
last
Star
year was the
Citizen
last year
Twitch
we didn't do it because
stream, but nothing's
of the
happening to it.
pandemic. And we didn't want to go another year without having a CitizenCon, but we felt like this year it was a bit too close to get back.
2951. Okay, there we go.
With all the issues with travel, and we're doing it virtually and digital this year. And I'm hoping next year we'll get to do it in person. So it's been very challenging for all of us. There's about 720 of us have all been working from home. But you know, a silver lining to that cloud, which is a lot more of you have had more time to play Star Citizen and give us feedback and get engaged. I mean, we, compared to where we were in the last time we had a physical CitizenCon in 2019, the number of daily players that we have in Star Citizen is on average 2 to 3 times more than we had back in 2019, which is fantastic. 2020 was a big year of expansion for us. 21 is also been incredibly great. And we're hoping with some of the features that we're working on, like server meshing, we're working on a bunch of optimizations, quality of life, and maturing, you know, some of the gameplay loops that you're starting to see happen. I mean, we've got some stuff coming up like Death of a Spaceman, where the first part of it, the medical gameplay, is going to be there, and also the beginning of physical inventory with the personal inventory. It's not fully finished yet. Those are 2 major game changers that are coming very shortly. In fact, they're coming with 3.15, and there's a lot of other things that are just beyond that. We're going to continue that momentum, and you know, more and more people will be discovering Star Citizen, more and more of you will be spending more hours playing it and having fun, giving us great feedback, and we're inevitably inching towards the finish line of having something that we can say, yep, this is the definitive experience for you guys. And so I'm really excited by that. But let's get back to today. And today is about Digital CitizenCon, and we've got some really great stuff to show you. The first of that is going to be led off by Todd Pappy with Ian Leland and David Haddock. And I don't want to spoil it. There's some really great stuff. It's going to use a combination of some features that are coming very soon and some features and content that is a little further down the road. But it's going to give you a taste of life to come in the Star Citizen universe. So without further ado, let me pass it to them.
Okay, all right. Christ Roberts.
Are y'all streaming this full screen on your stream?
Yes, sir.
Pyro.
Baby.
Oh, I can't wait.
Hi, I'm Todd Pappy, Star Citizen Live Game Director.
Hi, I'm Ian. I'm the art director for Star Citizen.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm the narrative director at Star Citizen.
So finally, we're saying goodbye to Stanton. It's quite quite precious to us. We've been talking about it, we've been looking at it, we've been living there for quite a long time. Now it's time to, move the conversation on, start to look at something new. Now it's changed slightly, the jump point side, is from what we saw a little while ago. One of the things that was quite important for Chris is he wanted that feeling of something that was quite wondrous, something that was quite amazing. It's not dark, it's not mysterious, it's not hostile, but it's more, like I said, wondrous.
So when we started looking at Pyro, and we had to start looking at how the jump points work when we're traveling from Stanton to Pyro or Pyro to Stanton, and thinking about border security, the infrastructure that's needed there. What's the lore? Just because on one side it's very lawless versus the other side is dealing with the UEE. So we needed to go through and really think about how this was working, and then also with the jump points, how smugglers would work with the secondary and tertiary routes that would lead into the main jump point and then funnel out.
Yeah, we kind of call it, internally, we kind of call it the Swiss cheese approach of there's sort of the main entrance that you would go through on Stanton, which would be the sort of guarded, have the infrastructure that you had mentioned, the security and stuff like that, but the possibility that there would be alternate ways to kind of get in to bypass that, so which would be beneficial knowledge for smugglers or criminals who are trying to get in under the radar. And also it was if there's a lot of infrastructure around it, it sort of created this impression that that infrastructure was responsible for the jump point. In reality, it's a naturally occurring thing. An interesting balance of make it seem like this is a checkpoint, but at the same time it's something that the ships are creating, not the structures.
So before we go too much further into the Pyro system, let's take a deep dive into the op process with Jake Dunlap, and he's going to be taking us through the authoring process for the Stanton and Pyro jump points.
Bringing jump points to the verse has been an interesting journey as we've been designing a new element in our game. We've put a lot of time into creating 2 solid examples of different types of jump points you'll eventually see all around the verse, one in Stanton and one in Pyro. We've been continuing to use Houdini as the tool to create these gas clouds. The setup we have for them is a parent gas cloud and a child gas cloud. The parent is mainly used as an establishing shot when you arrive in your ship from quantum travel, while the child is used as the main gameplay environment and is placed inside the parent. The child also has a reasonable scale, which keeps your average ship speed in mind. These things aren't nearly the size of real nebula, if you're curious. But by no means are the jump points small. Here's an example of a Pyro jump point next to Microtech. To explain the process a bit more, we create the parent at a large scale, then cut out a small box in the center of it. Inside the small box, we'll gather the volume data from the parent, upres that, and then add details. The details will be different depending on what type of gas cloud you want, and if you want to easily fly through it or not. We usually spend time investigating different designs for the gas clouds, but with the Stanton jump point, the work had already been started and used in the 2019 CitizenCon demo. We just had to go through, clean up the Houdini file and get it game ready, with a couple of extra tweaks along the way. Some of the tweaks we made to the parent were making it feel like more of a structurally sound rotating disk. This was to make it feel like a safe and well-used jump point. The child gas cloud here was changed more dramatically. It used to have a bunch of dark clouds around it. We felt that it was feeling a little bit too closed in, so we spent time morphing the magnetic lines in the center to create a really interesting horizontal, flowing, relaxing composition to visually show you that Stanton itself is generally a safe place at first glance. The parent gas cloud for Pyro was created with the same process as the Stanton parent, but we changed the shape of the cloud into something more menacing and violent. We wanted the reveal of Pyro to be a clear warning of what you should be expecting throughout the entire system, so we made it very closed in, dense, and very active. We did make it a small challenge to traverse the child, something that won't take too long but should be something to consider when traveling through. Something that helped really quickly create a fun traversal route was creating a white box play area in engine out of solid geometry and flying around it right away. After we were happy with the route, we exported the geometry to use in Houdini, where we converted it to a volume and combined it with the upresed area of the parent to export that out as the child cloud. We wanted to make sure that these systems feel very different from each other. Some ways in which we did this was by the shape of the jump points. As I had mentioned before, Stanton feels very clean, put together, and generally safe with the disc-like form that it has, but Pyro feels like it's more violent, distressed, and this shows in its form. The comparison is shown well in both of the child clouds. In the Stanton child cloud, we have nice long strands of the magnetic waves that encapsulate the jump point that feel harmonious, beautiful, and free, whereas in the Pyro cloud, it shows almost the opposite. The walls feel like they're closing in on you, moving in unpredictable ways, completely unstable. Your ship could enter into a wall and disappear within a second. Lighting also plays a big role in how we feel about these spaces. You can see these are dramatically different areas in the mood and tone, and lighting is the key to that. So that's a brief look at jump points. They've evolved quite a bit since last time you saw them. Enjoy the rest of the show.
I wonder if
Jake.
the clouds are going
So one of the things that
scanning
players
at
will
all.
first probably come across when they come into the Pyro system is the space station. You know, it was discovered a long time ago. It was sort of deemed uninhabitable because it was just too dangerous with that variable flare star going on. So they kind of utilized the system for resources, and then when they kind of tapped out, they just sort of left, and that's when all the sort of squatters came in. So there's sort of older infrastructure built to sustain kind of the mining activities and the gas harvesting and stuff like that, but you know, they just basically left, and then other populations started to slowly move into the system, criminals, squatters, survivors, and whatever, and start to kind of take over what was left behind.
Which gives us some unique gameplay comparatively to Stanton and the space stations there. So with Pyro, since they're in such disrepair, some of them are inhabited, some of them are completely abandoned, and then so players can go and explore, they can go and see what's happened there, whether it's been hit by an asteroid, or if it's there was some sort of conflict there before. But you'll be able to go and explore the different decks and be able to go and meet new people, meet the frontier lifestyle, enjoy it.
Okay, so before we go to the inside of the stations, we're going to jump now to Eric, and he's going to go in a bit more detail, the concept development process taken when looking at the exteriors.
Hi, I'm Eric Gagnon, Principal Concept Artist on Star Citizen. The goal of that initial step of sketch development is to create something not invited, dangerous, damaged by asteroids, and surrounded by floating debris. Hiding place for outlaw, looks old, decrepit. Lawless, no security force here, approach at your own risk. Industrial look, messy, but not abandoned. Some parts are wrecked, but under repair and raw looking. I like to use the black and white sketches to start. It allows us to go very quickly and focus on the shape only. We then try to play with a touch of color to define more of the commercial port platform. We try different schemes to remind us of the whole look with a rusty vibe and brown tones. Adding a touch of light and some context around the sketch allows to see the scale of things and properly view the silhouette. We expand on the idea to play with the mechanism and functionality. This is the color sketches of the asteroid Hunter Harpoon and the different angles. In this sketch, we can clearly feel the arrival of the asteroids and the dismantling or destruction zone. We also need some top angles to properly showcase the size and scale of it. With all those elements in place, we can now build a nice plate of the entire concept for the asteroids, harpoon with all the pieces together. The shantytown module habitation is a nice idea to add a kind of small city on the outskirts of the space station. So here I sketched those shapes to create something very modular. From the grayscale, it's pretty easy to do a color pass. I played with a color palette that reflects the vibe of Shantytown. In this sketch, here we can easily see how cool the area is going to be.
I got the graffiti.
Another angle shot here is really nice too. Playing with warm and cold color contrast is interesting. All those different angles help define and expose the different elements of the concept to properly illustrate it. Now we have a nice board of this sketch phase. We apply the same process here for the commercial port platform. The black and white sketches are a good way to go. In this image, we see the silhouette shape sketches for the front of the port platform structure. A quick side view plan here is necessary to well build this design. We fill the form and the ratio and the size of what we want to achieve. And of course, we create a color sketch to see what it could be. We see the industrial look and some potential details to better define and deep dive into. For those, we have a deeper design exploration of this industrial area. Pipes, tanks, angular shapes, and a color touch. Combining 2D and 3D sketches really help properly communicate the design intent. It's a common technique now, but it's really efficient to highlight areas of
I like
the
the color touches. Hopefully
Using 3D is
all
also very useful for level designers to validate the size and shape of things when creating the environment in-game. Let's talk about the big repair machinery idea. This machine could be used to repair surfaces damaged by asteroids.
Oh, that's high.
Inspired from the heavy machinery that we see in mining. Nice to see the overall add-on ideas brought together on a single board. It gives a great look and makes you want to see the next design step. The mood looks. We also create a mood board from our different shots. This shows how lighting is used to set the tone of the environment by giving different options and color palettes. Finally, we provide some options for paint of the exterior surfaces. We work from a list of brands and factions that we need to incorporate to the design. We started from the narrative things, worked to build the visual identity of the different brands, exploring different ways to represent them in the environment, stickers, flat surfaces, graffiti, or official paint job. This really brings the sketches alive and set in the universe of Star Citizen. The Outlaw Station are a staple of the Pyro system, and we hope this first exterior concept phase excites you as much as we had fun to create it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Looks great.
That's the exterior. So right now we're going to go from the outside and we're going to jump to the interior.
Oh my God.
Before we really started exploring anything, one of the core concepts that was discussing as a group was the idea of power and the idea of heat. Now, we've got like this big interior layout of this, maybe this old mining station. How would they have adapted the space? You know, they would have, like, okay, we need power here. Okay, that will create heat. So we started thinking about, okay, where would the heat lamps be? And then where would light come from? So just the principal concept of power, creating heat, creating light, that was pretty much the core of the start of the visual development process.
So when we started talking about it from a design side, we needed to make sure that we were covering certain shops just basic needs for the player. Everything's bare bones. It could be that it used to be a clothing store, now it's a food shop, and so they've converted it. The gangs moved in. You know, it's not what it used to be, and but you see that old skeleton there.
One of the things that definitely we've been talking about with Pyro that we didn't really get to see in Stanton is the idea of the sort of the gang presence. So, you know, that idea that they're the sort of local law in the area. So, you know, you might see gang members coming and shaking down some of these shopkeepers for protection money or rent, you know, type thing.
Or even shaking down the player.
Yeah, which would be very fun. not for me, but.
So when we started to explore some of the side areas, there were other factors that we had to cover. Habitation, clinics, you know, players need a place to sleep, to log out, as well as players need a way to get themselves healed. And then we started taking the same treatment or similar treatment that we were doing with the main market area and started to take it into the hubs and how they were possibly repurposed, or the clinics and how those were possibly repurposed. So, and just make sure that everything felt cohesive in its raw, natural form. In the way that we have the station structured, we haven't let players go into like living quarters of where the people that lived at the station would be, or even into the lower decks where the power, where the gravity generators are. And this is where we're going to start introducing these areas, and it opens up new opportunities for the players to go explore and do new things. But it's also areas that the gang might want to protect.
Yeah, it offers a lot of possibilities for mission content, you know, whether it's actually maybe working for the gang itself or other kind of little small things you could do inside there to really kind of, drive you deep into the bowels of this thing. Okay, so that's a little look at the insides of the stations, but now we'll jump to Christian, and Christian's going to take us on a little bit of a deeper dive into the concept development process of the inside of the stations.
Hi, my name is Christian Doretz. I'm a senior concept artist on the environment team, and we're going to look at the concept development for the space station a little bit. So first off, we looked at the heat map. So there is a lot of what I said, the electricity is gone, the heating is gone, and the breathable air, the oxygen is gone. So there is pretty much all of those connected areas. They are lifeless in a way, right? So you wouldn't settle down somewhere in between those empty corridors. We were trying to sort our thoughts and get them on paper, right? So we were exploring different ideas that we on the concept team had in mind. So we were thinking about pathways that the player and the NPC could take. So what would happen? We were thinking about what would happen if all of a sudden one pathway is blocked off, or another one will open up, right? So we were thinking about verticality and how the players or the NPCs can traverse all of those interesting areas that are, in the end, pretty ominous, right? So think about, there are some people just screwing off side panels on the wall, or they're screwing off ceiling panels, and you would see all of the maintenance areas behind it. So we'd see a lot of struts, a lot of working areas. There's cables hanging. So those were the very first sketches where we could see what those eventually could evolve into. And we also started then slowly with some loose 3D sketches. So getting everything into 3D, and it's pretty much evolved over time where we could talk to the environment guys, and we were asking for some of the current rest stops geo and some of the textures, and then getting them into 3D, and we were just changing up all of the props, all of the side panels, or all of the whole the environment. So we could, looking back at the references, then convey this feeling. We could introduce more dirt, we could introduce some damaged panels, side panels, and pretty much explore this side area, right? And the big advantage of this is that we can make the environment how we like. So one thing that we did is like kill all the lights because we don't need lighting. We want to create our own lighting, and this is what I said earlier. The current rest stops are super bright, they're family friendly, but now we want to make it ominous, we want to make it dark mood, we want to make it super dark with the players like always feeling kind of in danger, and especially with the gang members in mind, right? So this would allow us to create one of the very early, or one of the earlier 3D explorations, which then lead to one of the final concept arts, or the final implementation of this. So when we were at the point where we were kind of okay, or where we thought like, okay, this is an environment that we want to see, then we took care about the last 20%. So the last 20% in this case means having a final render and painting over. So we were just painting over in Photoshop and doing some more refinements for the mood and the lighting. We were painting in some of the decaling and some of the graffitis, because it is ultimately easier to do all these things in 2D than in 3D and caring about the materials. So we were able to just refine the final concept in this regard. And this wasn't a straight process from A to B. It was an iterating process. So in between, if you're looking at some of the other concepts, for example, the barriers, we were at one point thinking about what would happen if we introduce barriers that the gang members then would set up on one point. So what does that mean for you as a player? What is the player doing, or what is the player doing at this point? So will he encounter these gang members? Will he try to find a way around? Is he going to use some of the ladders or the underground vents, for example? So we were changing the concepts here and there, more or less. And this leads to, in the end, having a nice variety of concepts, or different types of concepts that we then could cherry pick the best parts of it, or in other teams, the environment team, the design team could cherry pick the best ideas from those concepts. And this was pretty much a rundown of the concept development for the Pyro space station's interior.
Thanks, Cristiano. Looked appropriately scummy.
So we've been talking a lot about the insides of the stations, we've been looking at a lot of the concept art, but now we can jump to Josh, and Josh is going to talk about one of my favorite parts of the process, and it's when we take some concepts and we start to do some ideation, some visual development in the engine.
Hi, my name's Josh Van Zorlen. I'm the principal environment artist here at Cloud Imperium Games. Today, we're going to be going through the Pyro space station's visual target and pre-production sort of things that we're going to be doing for these rundown / outlaw space stations. So what I have here right in front of me now is obviously the food court from our Stanton space stations. We've just dragged the wear up on all of them. So now we're getting all of this really nice grime on all of these surfaces, right? So if I turn off my working lights, which hopefully are gonna, produce that mood that we're after. So I'll turn on that right now. So a number of things have happened right in front of us, right? You can instantly see we've got lots of heavy fog coming in. Don't pay too much attention to the particles now. I'll go into them a little bit later. We've got some light panels up here shooting through the rafters, and we've got another one over here as well, right? So we're gonna do a quick little thing here. It's adding in some cables, right? And now this is really important, not only to achieve the art direction, but it gives us a really nice level of parallax within the scene, right? We have a couple of design constraints within this space as well. One of those being we have a gang and then a general civilian population, right? Now, one of the things that we wanted to do in terms of that design.
No! Really? They're gonna throw me right into an ad?
That, like I mentioned before, you can't get up here unless you're in favor with the gang. So we need to put in the instruments that are going to help portray that.
Mine didn't go
and
to
that is
an
a
ad.
checkpoint, right?
Sweet.
So, and just a side note, all of this stuff is super work in progress and nothing is final. So don't read too much into it. So from here, we're missing a few bits and pieces, right? But one of the ways that we're gonna solve that is with graffiti. All right, so I'm gonna turn on those decals now. And you can start to see that the walls here are starting to disappear a little bit. It's a very subtle effect in this particular area, but you'll start to see how much more it comes through in others, right? So moving on from here, we need to start putting the stuff in the environment. So bear with me for a sec when I turn this on. All right, so we've got here is a lot of stalls, right? We really want to get that cramp vibe in, like that was kind of similar in the concept, and start seeing how far we can push the limitations of what we can do in the engine, but also what we can do with our technical systems as well, right? One of the things that was immediately apparent to us is that AI is really tricky to deal with when in tight and enclosed spaces, right? So we need to look at areas like this here and this here to make sure that it's wide enough that a few AI can pass each other or a player and not, you know, look completely gross, right? Now, I mentioned lighting
He
before.
said gross.
So I'm gonna turn off the working lights that we've got so far.
Ew.
And you'll start to see what I mean. So we've got a whole bunch of stalls here at the moment. The entire scene is being lit by the stalls itself. This has already come a long way, and the stalls themselves have had a bit of a lighting pass. So
purple, blue, red, green.
This is really starting to look quite nice, but we're not getting, you know, that thickness that we were getting up on the top level, right? We're not getting that little bit of life to a certain extent. And we're also getting these areas here where they just fall completely into darkness, which is not fun. So obviously, like I said before, we'd be doing lighting as we go through this process, but just to see how much of an impact that pass can do on an environment like this, we'll just turn it on for you. So you start to instantly see we've now got a lot more thickness within the environment. And if I just double check just to make sure that our lights are generating correctly, cool. So we're getting a lot more voluminous lighting now. We're getting all of these heaters coming in now, the heat shimmering off them. We've got these little portable ones lighting up the place. We've got some ones that are hanging from the roof, ones that are over in the corners.
The laws are made by the people who live there.
So we're starting to get a lot more mood in this. This is starting to feel really nice now. Now, what I was mentioning in terms of the rain, right? So yes, we're talking about the rain now. Why is there rain inside, right? So this is generally a really cold station. And when people are in this area that's in the center, because there's so much stuff happening here, it's starting to get warmer, right? You've got the heaters here, you've got the gang that is kind of maintaining a lot of this stuff and producing a lot of the heat themselves. Everyone, this is prime real estate for where everyone wants to be, right? So what happens when you have this many people cooking food in this one small area, you know, breathing hot air, that sort of thing, it all starts to rise in this environment, and it starts to get that massive cavern, right, that we've got up here, all the way up to the roof there. As it goes up, it starts to cool down, right? And we start to get precipitation inside, where it starts to rain.
That's crazy.
And even in many instances, we start to get a little bit of ice coming through as well. So that means once it's all fallen down here, it's actually quite wet and damp. It's still cold and a little bit warm around heaters, but it's generally quite damp because of that weird kind of event. Now, the rain as it currently sits is just a placeholder asset that we're borrowing from Squadron, and that will have to obviously be remade to suit the amount of rain that we want to have within this environment, which won't be, you know, crazy, but it serves as a proof of concept for what we're trying to achieve, right? So that is pretty much Pyro Stations. I hope you really enjoyed seeing the breakdown that we've done here today, learning a little bit about the process of going in and doing a visual target, and you know, just a little bit more of that earlier process and problem solving that we go through. So yeah, I hope you really enjoyed the rest of CitizenCon here today, and I'll catch you later.
Cool, thanks Josh. That was looking really good. All right, so as we continue our process of exploring the Pyro system, now I think it'd be good to look a little bit at the planets and moons that populate the system. Now, one of the things we thought would be interesting to talk about is how do we design a system from the ground up? As with all of this, we always start from narrative, you know, before we put any pen to paper or we have any discussions about player experience. We always start from, you know, the world that, you know, Dave and others have kind of built.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and again, it's also the thing of, you know, the Pyro, I think, was first initially conceived very early on in the process, but once we finally are tackling it from a realistic, practical, how we're going to build this, what is each planet going to look like, you know, it's important, you know, to ask more questions about to flesh it out more, because we kept it intentionally kind of vague because we want the art team to, you guys to do what you do and the designers to do what they do.
So when we started that exploration process, we knew we had like a ballpark that we needed to stay in. So we literally thought, okay, how do we design a system? And fundamentally, it kind of comes into maybe 3 key areas. So because we're a space game, the establishing shot of that planet is very, very important, because it describes everything from, you know, continent breakup, fundamental palette. So right from the get-go, we started to sketch in ideas of what the key establishing shots were going to be like. And then from there, then we jump into key art. So key art is basically on the surface, what is the mood, what's the tone that we're expecting to see. And as you're saying, like the first one we wanted to tackle was Pyro 1, because, you know, David described this wonderful picture, and it was already clear in our minds about what it wanted to look like. So we hit that first, and you know, we wanted something hostile, we wanted something hazardous.
That lightning.
Also, as part of this process is we knew our current tech limitations,
Pyro
but we
1
also knew
reminds me of that planet
what we
from the
wanted to
movie,
do in terms of our future tech, you
what
know,
was that movie
future planet tech, weather, you know, so we kind of went crazy.
Reminds me of the asteroid they landed on
with
in,
ideas as we was exploring. So
Armageddon.
we went
Armageddon,
through
thank
the
you.
various
That's the movie I'm
planets,
thinking of,
did
yeah.
some key art, and again put them
The
up on the
spires
board,
and all
and
the
just to
spiky
validate
shit.
Yep.
we are
Yep.
keeping within that palette, but we're getting that diversity. We're getting that diversity of color, hue, value structure, silhouettes, composition, because even within something like Stanton, there's variety. You know, that was very important for me and the team, where you want to feel like you're on a space opera. You can travel around, but now we're going to a completely other system. So we continued that ideation process there. So we had the establishing shots, we had some key art, and then from there is we create like what we call like breakout packs. This is where, when we're talking through with design about, you know, what are the interactables that the player maybe will come across, what are the minables, what are the harvestables, and then from there we start to build out literal breakouts or almost asset packs that will go to the team. Now from there, like, we did a first pass exploration, and what we did is we put it all together on a single board for Chris to have almost like a commander's view of a new system. You know, we showed it to yourself, Dave, we showed it to Chris, we showed it to Todd, and right, you know, on one sheet, you've got the establishing shots, you've got the key art, you've got the breakout. And for me personally, that's how I like to work. I like to see that, like I said, a commander's view of an entire system. And then from there, you can kind of tweak, adjust, and, you know, mold things into what play experience we want to put forward.
This is good.
So that was a
Finish the
snapshot
concepts.
of the visual exploration process we use when designing a system from the ground up. Now we can take a break from us talking and go to an art video, a sizzle video created by the art team. And what this will show is, it will show a kaleidoscope of planets and moons from Pyro, and it will also showcase some of the latest and greatest art techniques and processes and tools that the art team have.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute the audio on the sizzle reel, because it's got a bunch of
So far, it's Star Citizen.
That's what it is. When they emailed me, it said it'd be some copyrighted music, but so far so good.
I think they said there would be some in the beginning before the stream started.
Oh, they didn't email me?
That's because you said they was. They said you was ugly and couldn't read good.
Damn, it's true. I can't read good. I'm dyslexic. I'm playing Star Citizen on top of the stream. Like a little window where my ship is. I'll shut up. This is good.
Oh, look at the herald! clouds.
My favorite, my character. Ice is home.
He loves it.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, that was a cold shot right there. Yo, look at that. Look at the clouds. Yo, CIG, can we get some of them sound effects in the fan kit?
That's how I be
Awesome.
landing every time.
I'm fully in love
Sure,
with Pyro,
sure it
and
is.
hopefully from seeing that video, hopefully you guys are too. So as a continuation now, we can jump to Sebastian, and Sebastian will talk to you a little bit more about the cloud authoring process and some of our latest cloud tech. Then we can jump to Maximilian. Maximilian will talk a little bit about geology creation, how we create that type of biome. And then lastly, we can go to Özlem, and Özlem will go into a lot more detail about how we take some of the concept art that we've been showing of the botanicals and how we interpret that to in-game artwork.
We could just get them dots out of it.
My name is Sebastian, and I'm a principal environment artist on the Planet content team. I'll be talking a bit about the data that's defining the visuals of the volumetric clouds and how we create it. Crusader was our first astronomical object that made use of the volumetric cloud tech that's being built by Carsten Wenzel and others. While working on Crusader, we learned a lot on what kind of data gives us which results, and what is better to be avoided. With the tech being new, we also needed all new workflows for it. We are currently building more tools for producing the data, so we expect to get better, more complex results in less time in the future. We are evaluating everything from a very manual process that involves painting every pixel to a fully procedural one with little to no artist input, and we will probably end up somewhere between the two. This essentially means that what you are about to see is very likely subject to change. Due to the way the shader works, we can either throw random data at it and hope for happy accidents, or we can be very specific with the data and what kind of cloud formations come out of it in certain areas of the planet. For most use cases, there are two types of textures that need to be created. The first of which is the global property map, which determines what type of cloud is being used at any point on the planet's surface. It is also used for controlling the color placement of non-water-based clouds, but I'll get to that later. The other map is for defining the types of clouds and is named accordingly. The cloud type map allows us to control the cloud density and the impact of the two separately tiling 3D noises, which add detail and definition to what would otherwise be fairly low resolution shapes. The way the two textures interact is maybe best compared to forming a vase out of clay on a pottery wheel, and that's kind of what we're going to do now. In this video, we are revolving half the silhouette of a vase around a circular pattern, which gives us a vase-like shape in 3D space. The big difference to a pottery wheel though is that we can not only feed it data in the shape of a circle, but ultimately whatever shape we want. With the density channel, we can control how thick the clouds appear. White pixels represent very dense clouds, black pixels produce no clouds at all, and then we also have everything in between. There's always a tiny bit of impact from the tiling noises, which you can see to have an effect on the lower density regions. The shaping noise and its control texture are the most impactful in terms of turning a nicely shaded volume into something we can clearly identify as clouds. How much it gets to affect the shape of the clouds depends on the brightness in the corresponding channel of the cloud type map. By combining density and shaping noise, we can model everything from dense clouds to soft, more ethereal shapes, and everything in between. The last of the cloud type map channels controls the erosion noise. It is lower resolution than the shaping noise, since its main purpose is to add an extra layer of small detail. We usually just add it everywhere, unless we specifically want soft clouds with less definition. Black values add details in the way the tiling noise is authored, while white values invert the noise and medium gray values mean that the noise has no impact. Maybe you can already get a feeling for the complexity of the system and how every pixel in every channel can have a dramatic effect on the end result. Another thing we can change are the tiling 3D noises themselves. By default, a cauliflower-like noise is used for the shaping to model those fluffy sheep-like cumulus clouds. But by changing it to a different 3D noise, we can produce some more abstract cloud shapes that wouldn't normally occur on Earth. This is an area, in combination with different global data, we keep investigating to produce more alien cloud formations in the future. We've been advancing this approach with Pyro 5, another gas giant, which brings me to the other use of the global property map. It has a second channel, which, in combination with a color gradient, is used to control the global color of the clouds for not so physically correct coloring of the gas giants. We sometimes have to restrain ourselves to not make brightly colored balls of cotton candy. There are a lot more settings that allow us to tweak everything from how the clouds are shaded and shadowed, over the global impact and frequency of the detail noises, to parameters that drastically change what results the textures I've shown you today produce. You'll have to bear with us as we'll figure out if there's a best combination of settings and how those might change once all the features that are still planned eventually get added. By now you've probably seen a fair amount of volumetric clouds as part of this year's CitizenCon, and are quite likely to see a bunch more. Because of that, and since I'm still an artist at heart, I leave you with this bad drawing of a cat instead of more epic cloudscapes. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Max, and I'm a senior environment artist at CIG.
What would I do without that
I am
cat?
part of the Planet team, where my focus is on planet and asset creation. I want to give you some insight into how we transform simple terrain shapes to a final biome, plus a little preview of what you can expect in the future. When creating a new biome, we start by assigning ground textures to the terrain geometry. For this research and development desert biome, we chose a selection of different types of sand and soil. For additional depth and detail, we have the option to use displacement mapping. The next step is adding our first layer of ground cover assets. In our game, ground cover is any low-cost asset up to knee height, which does not require collision and allows us to use a lot of these assets to create a nice level of density. Here we use a mix of gravel, patches of moss, and dry grass. After that, we add slightly bigger assets in the form of clusters of desert bushes to give context to the smaller assets and add variety. We finish the object scattering pass by adding individual larger rocks and arrangements of small rocks, which give the player a better understanding of how far away something is when walking, driving, or flying over a planet. For performance reasons, we use a range of settings like randomized rotation and scale values to get as much variety as possible out of the number of assets we created, to mimic a level of complexity that feels organic and comparable to what you find on Earth. Something that we have been missing on our current planets and moons are massive rock formations due to tech limitations. Some of these limitations have since been solved. For example, we are now able to render assets much further. Because of that, we recently kicked off a research and development phase during the production of the Pyro system to find workflows for the creation and distribution of cliffs. Full disclosure though, this is early in development and heavily work in progress, but we still wanted to give you a little glimpse of what to expect in the future. The challenge for us will be to figure out how we can make these assets look as good as possible from all angles. If a player walks up to them on foot, they must look just as good as when a player decides to land his ship on the highest point of a cliff. But we are excited to add an even more epic level of scale to our game. That's it for me. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of CitizenCon.
Hello, my name is Özlem and I'm part of the Organics team. Today I want to talk a bit about how we build the different biomes on Pyro 3. Pyro 3 is a planet with very distinct biomes. For example, we got the yellow moss biome that is a strong contrast to the dark volcanic regions. We have some icy areas, boulder fields, acidic fields, different coastlines, and a lot more. When working on a biome, the first thing we do is to have a look at the concept art. We do an asset breakdown for all the elements we need to recreate the scene. By doing so, we get more information about what kinds of rocks and vegetation assets we need, the proportions of the assets in relation to the character, the distribution and frequency of those assets on the planet, but also the amount of coverage per biome on the planet. We can also get information about the color palette, the terrain colors, and what to scatter on the coastlines. The last thing we can see from the concepts is the asset and ground materials. We also try to reduce the amount of the asset packs because of performance and time constraints. Instead of doing 50 unique rocks, we can achieve the same result by using just 3 with our procedural scattering system since the assets will be scaled and rotated randomly. After figuring out all the necessary elements, we start with the whiteboxing phase. This means doing a very quick mock-up of the scene by using very simple assets. The white boxes should just represent the shape and color of the final object. We do that to see if the asset breakdown we did beforehand is working in the 3D space as well. At this stage of the process, we can still change the whole look of the scene if we don't like the outcome yet. We can say, let's make the rocks 5 times bigger, or blue instead of red, and so on. Or we realize we need to do some research on a specific asset to solve it visually, which was the case for the moss, for example. When doing R&D on the moss, we were trying different shapes and sizes, and we also had to figure out how to do the moss strands that are covering the whole mesh. To make the workflow for the moss strands a bit easier, we used Houdini to procedurally scatter them. Otherwise, it would have been too time-consuming to place every single moss strand by hand, since there are several thousands of them. After figuring out how to do the moss strand, we still didn't like the overall shape of the moss, as it was a bit too blobby and yellow. We wanted something that looked a bit more natural and integrates better into the terrain, so we created some rocks with a moss blend on top instead. We broke up the moss shape even further because it looked a little bit too molten, and we added different kinds of moss strands to get a little bit more variety. In the end, all these things got us to a result that we were satisfied with. The usual approach to setting up a biome is to start with the largest elements first and work your way to the smallest one. If we take the moss preset as an example, we would start by adding the largest elements first, then adding some smaller moss patches around it to create a nice fall off. We continued with adding some flatter grass to make it sit nicer on the terrain. But then we realized we needed something bigger to bring the elements closer together, so we decided to add some high grass as well. The final steps are adding some ground cover like small rocks or tiny moss. As you can see, while building a biome, we need to do several iterations to get the best visuals. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. I mean, just that shocking yellow and that white.
Thanks to Seb, Maxie, and Oslo for showing us their work. So when we started looking at Outposts and started really from a ground up on how to make it so that there's more diverse gameplay in there, the player can approach it in multiple different routes. There can be combat encounters, there can be social encounters. So we needed to kind of rebuild and rethink the way that we were doing this. We started honing in on what was working, what wasn't working, and then did a lot of adjustments.
Yeah.
Colonizer!
We've had Outposts in our game for some time. You know, when we started to hear from an art side for what the design requirements are going to be, fundamentally thinking about these as modules, thinking about them as thematic modules and, you know, very specific, then, you know, already like the mind was going of like, okay, we're going to need a kind of like a paradigm shift in terms of how we visually present these. You know, what could these settlements kind of feel like? And, you know, as with everything with Outposts, it's you know, it's a gameplay or it's a location archetype. It's the smallest, probably one of the smallest location archetypes that we have. And then in time that will lead to like, you know, villages and towns and
yeah. Thinking about how we wanted to push this forward. I mean, Chris has always talked about putting Outposts into players' hands.
Absolutely.
So we needed to think about how would this expand? How would the players be able to make these homes feel, you know, homes or outposts or even businesses feel unique for the way that they want to play? And then there were even tools that we had to create in order to actually be able to embed these into the ground and make sure that it worked much better than what we did in Stanton, because with those we had to have them kind of on stilts and you know, just the points of contact were very limited for the ground.
Right. If I connect these modules together, how do we get something that doesn't feel like?
Well, I know that design, we came up, in particular Andreas and Dan came up with a long list of things, okay, well, here's what we'll need in HABs, here's what we'll need for utilitarian, here's what we'll need for defenses, here's what we'll need for power and some oxygen, life support, so on and so forth. So there was a very long list, and then it's how can we take those and make them feel unified and visually unified together.
Yeah. Fundamentally, the thing that probably got us the most excited is finally we're starting to think about these as like unified settlements, base building. So as you can see on some of the concepts, we deliberately presented early exploration shots in this kind of like semi-isometric view to see, how does it feel if I'm laying out my base? How would these modules kind of, tie together? And it kind of got the team excited. And finally, we were thinking, all right, these settlements are going to be more than just, like a single outpost, but more like a collection of modules. So just to continue on with the module building and the module creation, we can jump to Christian. And Christian can talk in a bit more detail about the visual development process we did for creating the exteriors of these new outposts.
Okay, so we've talked a little bit about the colonialism, and now I'm going to show you a little bit more about the modules. So the very first thing that we did was creating all the primitives and all the primitive shapes into 3D. So as you can see here, we have a lot of variety, right? There's the cubic coming in, there's the cylinder coming in, the spheres coming in. For example, if I take this building over here and I duplicate it and move it around, I could just simply grab some of the other ones and combine them together. And you will see later on that this is one of our archetypes, or one that we pretty much liked, right? So you can see here already there's a lot of variety of entrances, maybe some garages, maybe some smaller entrances for those NPCs or for the players, right? And if I zoom in, all of a sudden you can already see like how they react to the environment or the overall scale, right? So if I pan over here, and you see these buildings on the back in the background, so you're always having a first-person standpoint or a first-person view. So we were not only creating those entrances, but also smaller details, and very briefly looking into the modules. So what you can see here is the very first concepts for the solar panels, for example, or the top-mounted, the roof-mounted solar panels. In the background, you see some other nice details that we can then just pick and put on our buildings, right? And some of the very last that we did is then pretty much those. So those were one of the archetypes. And you see there are small buildings for housing or housing buildings. There are some building types that are more communal. We have some secondary and tertiary buildings like those radio towers. If you imagine you're a colonist on a planet, right? There are multiple settlements on a planet. How would they communicate with each other? So we have kind of a radio tower, or some of those cooling devices. So if you imagine maybe there's something underground, there's an even bigger facility underground because you're on a very hostile planet environment. So you want to store your very sensitive data underground, and we were looking at those hints of life. Maybe you're a kind of a farmer. So you see already this is the first archetype. This is more cylindrical. There are some storage spaces coming in here and there. So where would you store your oxygen or your water, gases, for example? All of this is just a consideration from our side. Going over to the next one, this is more pyramidical. So we were looking at also again the same materials, or changing up the materials. So now it is again more concrete, and the color palette is changing. There are some of the storage coming in, and going then over to the next one, it is again looking at different materials. There's some storage buildings that are not in one big storage facility, but it's divided into smaller parts. So you have to walk around your settlement and see like, okay, I can put some stuff in here, but if I need something else, then I need to walk over there. And there is some playing around with some more entrances and windows. How do they react to the environment, right? So this was just one of the very many files that we created. So those are mostly buildings, but we have different files for assets and props and how they would fit inside this main architectural style that we wanted to see more involved, right? So just a very early version of the refinery, for example. But all of this in the end was given us the opportunity to just cherry pick the best ideas that we felt appropriate for this specific colonialism style, right? And where other people were able then to just grab the best parts and then use it in the actual game engine. Yeah, this was pretty much the concept development for the colonialism modules. I hope you have a great time and wish you all the best for the next panels that are coming up.
Awesome, thanks Cristiano. So that pretty much covers the work we've been doing on the exteriors. So now let's jump to the interiors. So we pretty much had to follow that same ideation process that we did for the exterior, but now for the interior. Now, slightly more simple, we knew there was a few key areas that we needed to design. First, it was the social space. You know, this is basically these kind of communal hubs. We knew we wanted like that open kitchen, seating areas, windows, an area where people could kind of hang out and, you know, relax. And then second to that was habitation. You know, we knew these are going to need to be abodes. We knew we needed bathrooms, hab units. But again, nothing in here would be, you know, pre-manufactured. So we wanted actual beds, not racks of beds. So everything about this process was about, you know, creating a design which would look and relate to.
Yep.
I could see myself living there. I could see someone living there for quite a long period of time. So in habitation, you know, it's soft surfaces, soft shapes, but again, something which felt fairly integrated into the core architecture. In contrast to that, we knew we needed technical spaces. You know, these could be used in the future to be, I don't know, soil processing rooms or anything really within a technical bracket. So this one was quite a tricky one because, again, we needed to describe a feeling of age and, you know, a type of historical depth in this. So we tried a few you know, visual cues like, you know, there's the physical tape deck, you know, the clicky buttons, you know, again, to give you that feeling of like, all right, this isn't necessarily like a modern technology level, you know. And then the last major visual archetype was engineering. So these are the type of spaces that could be a power room or an engine room, or some areas if your armor got beat up, you could, you know, repair your armor in there. Basically, it's a language which will enable us to create a variety of like engineering type spaces. And then once we'd established a spread of visual archetypes, we knew that they were all working well together. We could take that as a format and then start to think more about actual themes that we wanted in these outposts.
Yeah, kind of looking at who would be the people that would be inhabiting it, what are the circumstances that would drive them to be there. And so we sort of came up with like, I call it the triangle of kind of the edge points of the sort of the independent, the outlaw, and the corporate. And you know, where the inhabitants would fall somewhere in that spectrum of 3 points. And it's also important to note too, you know, that this stuff would be applicable for the stuff we've done in Stanton. Like if we wanted to add these backwards in Stanton as well, that it wasn't just exclusively Pyro based.
Basically, when we was doing the design process, we pretty much focused on independent, mainly because that was our baseline. It was very easy to kind of design these and visually design these spaces to, is it like an independent farmer or is it an independent miner? And then with that, we wanted to really create an experience where you walked into one of these outposts and it feels old. It feels relatable, but it doesn't feel recognizable, kind of similar to if you went to like a historic ruin or a historic pot that you'd never really been to before.
Or, yeah, somebody's old farm.
Exactly. So we did a lot of exploration process of like what type of artifacts.
They should have a screen to where we can go in-game and watch this.
How did people used to decorate the house in this time period? You know, you'd still see patterns, surfaces, shapes in these independent outposts.
Yeah, even early versions of modern technology. So you could see that, you know, oh, this is like the mobiGlas I have, but it's an older mobiGlas, or just as an example.
But also when we were, even just to back up a little bit, when we're talking about the planets, we have a certain style, or we have certain amounts of points of interest that we want to go to, how we pull the player around the universe. And so Dave and I and Will and others sit down and talk and say, all right, what do we need here? And all right, well, we need mining facilities. And then that helps to inform Ian and the other design teams and our teams of, all right, is that an independent theme? Is it a corporate theme? Is it an outlaw theme? So these are all kind of layers, but the first and foremost, it's, oh, this is farming, or this is mining, or this is, you know, cargo.
Because looking at something like Pyro 2, which, you know, again, starting from that sort of original Précis sentence of the planet, was the idea, was like that was a heavily mined out planet that had been kind of stripped of a lot of resources. So there would be remaining infrastructure that would have been corporate back in the day, but is now independent, or now even an outlaw setting. So, and then there would be the ones that would just be a straight independent one and stuff like that. But yeah, exactly like you said, you know, we'd start with that sort of the base and then apply the theming to it to kind of.
When we're thinking about the theming, we kind of wanted like a space catalog, like a furniture catalog. So I know this is quite big for Chris, is we kind of went down that process of, okay, let's design this one independent outpost in a few different ways. Like, how could people have decorated it in many different ways? And it's quite a fun process because you basically create space furniture catalogs, which again are going to be ways for the developers to be able to dress and world build, but you know, eventually maybe it's a way for people to decorate their own spaces, you know.
Trying to get a beaded curtain.
When we're thinking about the outlaw versions of these outposts, again, the process is very similar. You think about the visual rule sets which would turn this into an outlaw outpost, namely, you know, has it been taken over by hostile intent? You know, is the signs of combat, is the signs of destruction still present? The actual physical act of occupying one of these outposts, have they defended it, have they boarded it up?
Yeah, it could be any number of situations. Yeah, it could be outlaws are squatting here and they're operating it as a base, which makes it a potential combat space. Or is it, you know, was it potentially an independent refinery that outlaws attacked and killed everybody there, and now...
Is it a drug facility, so on and so forth?
Exactly.
And then lastly, on with the corporate, you know, it's something that we really want to advance out into in the future, but that feeling that this location is owned by a corporate umbrella, you know, that would tie into the branding. You know, maybe it ties into the costumes that you'd expect the NPCs to be in there. You know, so there's a huge amount of visual world building that we can do to, you know, present these outposts in a few different ways.
And even potentially reputation as well. Like we talked before about that idea that you know, if you do missions for a corporate outpost, that it, you know, reflects in your general relationship with that corporation.
I mean, that ties into the clan tags. Like, maybe you've just come from one of the space stations that, you know, was occupied by a certain gang type, and then they sent you to a settlement on one of the surfaces of Pyro, and clearly it's been, you know, tagged by a different gang. So you basically want that read and that consistency throughout. Now, one of the outpost themes that I was quite excited about getting into was the idea of a trading outpost. You know, we've been talking about, you know, buying and selling for a while, but thinking about it in a frontier context, you know, it's almost like the money's kind of worthless, you know, but it's more about the ability to barter or you know, trade. So fundamentally, I thought it'd be cool that if we kind of design a module which focuses around one of these trading posts. So within a planet, you know, it's where, you know, people would kind of, you know, trek to and, you know, barter or trade components and then go back. You know, we was talking about the idea of if I had a farm in the middle of nowhere, like, would I want a load of credits, or would I want that one component that, you know, kept my farm going, you know? So so we did, you know, we took that idea and we ran with it, and we did some visual exploration into what would a trading post be like on one of these frontier outposts. So as you can see on the images, we wanted that feeling of the majority of the stuff around this outpost is pretty much junk. You know, spaces isn't at a premium, so they just keep it outside. You know, maybe it's rusting, maybe it's rotting, maybe it's, you know, getting overgrown. But I love that idea is that you're approaching one of these settlements, it's very easy to understand, all right, this is a trading post, because, you know, there's just all of that stuff like hodgepodge around the outside.
Well, and it opens up another aspect to it, which is the characters who inhabit it, because the sort of general shop experience that you have with the storekeeper is very conventional. This is a, you know, what we've done so far has been a lot of franchise stores, actual companies that own, you know, that are selling wares, you know, who have customer service and stuff like that. And the idea being that out here, the experience is going to be much more different. It's not going to be that polished.
Exactly.
It's going to be much more of a personal interaction with somebody. So it's been really fun talking with, you know, the AI and behavior guys to try and work out exactly like how is that dynamic supposed to work and you know, and feel like for the player.
All right, cool. So that was a little bit about the interiors of these outposts. So let's throw it over to Eric now, and he can go into a lot more detail into the visual design process we did for the interiors.
Hello, I'm Eric Gagnon, Principal Concept Artist on Star Citizen. Today I will present the interior colonialism outpost concept and explain a bit how the pre-production process works. The goal is to create an interior design for the homestead colonialism outpost. It was the first time we had to create a timeless design look. We have the objective to create something warm and with a cozy feeling interior. At the beginning, we started from this concept art made by Christian Dorwitz. We have a lot of information in there to inspire the interior design. In those interior, we have a specific zones. Social area, place to eat together, play game, leisure, the bedroom, place to relax, have a proper personal space, and of course, sleeping. The engineering room, the place for the building machine who maintains the possibility to survive there. The technical room, the appropriate space to analyze minerals, some elements of the planet entrance, used for storage material and stuff to go outside. At the beginning, we had an overview of the plant that's helped to organize the zone. To create all of those areas, we need to do a lot of exploration and design. Social area. For those sketches, we want a centerpiece on the ceiling. Could be a light, fan, or whatever that could be cool. We feel the curvy shape of that space. Here on this sketch, I play with a very contrast values and a greenish color palette. That one is the best. Long vertical windows from the side, let the light inside a lot. After validation of the most relevant sketch, we do a 3D blackout. As you see, this 3D blackout follows very closely to the last sketches. From the screenshot of the 3D blackout, I did a sketch over in a gray tone value. That helps to better organize the coloring phase to make sure all the elements fit and will live together. After this, I like to do a 2D elevation concept. It's a good way to make sure all elements fit together and the ratio proportions between each of them. The final key shot of the social area brings it alive. Nice lighting comes from the windows. Cozy mood gives a soul to this social area. Now my concept art co-workers extract the elements from this key shot and break down the props to define more accurately. First, the homestead radial contour done by Danny Chan from the UK. That concept is the perfect blueprint to start the production. The color lighting people food is there on this one. More close-up version on specific zones of the radial kitchen contour. Some explanation are had to properly convey the intent of each one. All the details are there to define a fully functional stove. For the bedroom
That's
area,
trademarked.
the
Do you want to get
process
sued?
is the same as the social area. The sketch phase is essential. As you see here is an example of grayscale sketch. From one of those shots, we get a validation from art directors and CR. And boom, this is the final one. To detail the engineering room, we again go back to the painting technique. This process again is key to send us in the right direction. The detail of the machinery, cabling, metal grates really help convey the ambience of the room, and also informs what players will have to do when they go to this place. For the technical room, we wanted to make sure the technology came true. Again, it's the same process where we start from manual painting to set the tone and then deep dive into color, elevation, and then the final key piece. To make the homestead a living space, the bathroom props are important to define the functionality of futuristic hygiene. Finally, let's exit by the entrance. This is the first sketch exploration I did for Star Citizen. The goal of the homestead entrance is to show what the player has access to and set the overall ambience of the place. A huge thanks to all for helping to make the final result in the game match the amazing work that is produced during pre-production. I sincerely hope you will enjoy living in those homesteads in Star Citizen. Thanks everybody.
Thanks, Eric. Awesome stuff.
Now that we've shown a lot of art and talked a lot of theory, we want to get into game and show off what we've been working on. We're going to be showing you multiple playthroughs and how it changes based off of what you do and how you have faction with the certain game. So here we are waking up in 400i that will be released in 3.15. This is the competitor to the Constellation. Doesn't compromise cargo for vehicle storage. It's faster, more agile than the Connie, and it can run with a smaller crew. So this is the captain's quarters, and then we'll go out and see a little bit more of the habitation deck, and then make our way to the cockpit.
Well, hallelujah. 400.
So this would be the social area that you can meet and eat and basically plan your next mission.
That's nice. Another origin monster to covet.
And then from here we'll go to the cockpit.
That was leather.
I wonder if this one's going to be like where you can fully customize.
So here we're over Pyro 3.
Stitching.
We've come here for a mission to acquire an artifact. And you'll be making your way down to a trading post. So wanted to just give you a quick overview, and then we can start talking about the planet.
Yeah, Pyro 3 is just a terrestrial planet. It has a very thin, breathable atmosphere, but it's still pretty inhospitable, very cold. As you can see, some of those lightning strikes in the clouds, but yeah,
that's cool.
Very pretty looking.
They got plenty of coverage on
So
the
this
rear.
is the first time we're actually seeing clouds
like
above
that ship
a
is
terrestrial
badass.
planet.
That looks like
we
a
went through
mist
quite a
ship.
few iterations
That doesn't
of
even look like
forms.
Origin.
It
What we
doesn't.
ultimately ended upon was something that felt quite dramatic, still
It looks a little
believable
bit
in terms
like
of
a flattened
how the
carrack.
wind would have shaped them. But yeah, it's
little winglets on the
showcasing a
side.
lot of the more recent tech that came online. Also, what we're seeing here is like some kind of distant thunder strikes. And what this is kind of like a prelude to, future weather features that will come on board, and how this will tie into,
I'm sitting here trying to hit F4 to go to the exterior.
ship handling, due to the turbulence. And it's great seeing the, the rain hit the canopy glass here, when you go through these cloud banks. Also, as part of the process of shaping, one of the things we really wanted to do is create these kind of like these pockets in between the clouds. So you're in these cavities. So as you're flying through, you get glimpses of the terrain beneath you.
Oh man, that's crazy.
But it feels really quite exhilarating, to fly through. Also, as well, it's showcasing a lot of the more recent tech coming on board as well. So, it's a lot of optimizations been going on. So it's way more performant than previously it was. Also, like the level of artifacting that we're seeing here is substantially reduced, certainly on higher spec machines.
It also gives you a great sense of parallax when you fly through these cloud sandwiches.
A cloud sandwich.
That's what it feels like. It feels like you're the meat or the cheese of a cloud sandwich.
The cheese of a cloud sandwich. So as we get out of the cheese, another really big feature that was important for me was, terrain shadowing and terrain occlusion from the cloud. So you're actually seeing, these large areas of occlusion cast onto the terrain. And it just adds that depth. It just adds that believability to what we're seeing in the frame. And when you see like these dark overcast clouds in the hovering above the mountains, it finally completes the frame.
Why they gotta make me want this ship?
Distant rumbles of thunder in the distance.
So James Cameron, who's doing the
start grinding for UEC.
Yes, that is his name. He will be taking us down to the outpost. The goal for us is to basically make 50 of these, whether they're inhabited or derelicts or even basically inhabited by a farmer or inhabited by a gang. So the goal is to have these act as different factions, and so that you can develop different rep associated with them, and you can start seeing how big these outposts stretch to with the comms tower that's behind us, and then even some of the AA turrets that you'll actually see up close and personal.
Wait a minute.
You see the people walking around outside?
People walking.
Yep.
I see people walking.
Yep.
That was a really good approach from James there. Good landing. That was a good solid 3 out of 10.
3 out of 10.
That was a big strategy.
Ian's a tough grader.
He was going pretty fast.
I go 6.
They said it was thin, but
no one's ever got a 6.
Well, it was probably
gotta watch me land, man.
Thin in terms of density, but
so here we'll go down to the technical deck.
It was large,
Show off the cargo area as well as the climate-controlled component areas, and then onto the gravity generator room and the stairway out.
Looks like it was big enough for a cyclone. That's kind of creepy. Looks like
it does.
That's kind of
man, it does. There you go, walking outside. NPCs
so you'll be able to learn
outside.
more about the ship in one of the later panels that we have with Ben, Paul, and John. I think the team did a great job on this.
Walking around outside.
How about that? A panel.
I think this is one of my favorite skins. Yeah.
Yeah, they did a new skin, just something that felt a lot more, suitable for Pyro. But you can see how it feels suitably worn and weathered, to fit into these climates. And what we're seeing here is first boots on the ground, on Pyro. I think it looks great, especially in contrast to what we're seeing here is like actual AI on the terrain, walking about, going about their business. And is that an AA turret there?
It is. And radio comms towers and all these other elements that we want to make sure that are interactive for the player and allows them to go and explore or use to their advantage. We want them to be able to interact with
look at
these
that
different items.
Wind effect, and
here you
brings a
can
little
see
bit of life to it.
Various outpost modules, to the right there we've got the garage unit. You can see the infrastructure on the roof. But this large, beautiful, archway here kind of signifies, the main entrance, the primary entrance to the main social module.
They go dig the door, man.
I think the airlocks look great. Fits in with the art style.
Good evening and good morning to you. Since you come in.
The team did a great job on this.
Oh man, how cool is this?
And then we've seen the concept art previously in the day, and then here you can see it translated in game, and I think it absolutely looks fantastic.
Is it a bar or not?
The radial forms, is quite special to this art style, and you can see how that complements these archways that lead into other areas of the outpost.
So with the AI, we want to make sure that it's living, it's breathing. If you look back a little bit, there was a chef actually cooking. There's security guards here to make sure that they're actually protecting their investments, protecting their home from strangers. And then, but you have good rep with them, and so they allow you to kind of enter into certain areas that the other players wouldn't be able to enter into.
We also got a quick shot at the loadout that James is playing. So it's a female loadout, but it's also showing the backpack, which is new. Also, some of the new hair as well, which is rendering much nicer.
This Pyro.
So here, the player will make their way out to the trading post.
So they said this was Pyro 1 within atmosphere.
The artifact.
Oh, this is Pyro 1. Okay.
And for the trading post, we wanted to get all of the junk on the outside as well. So the player can see it as they're approaching. We wanted, as many tops as we could, and you can see it's using the new soft deck shader. So these are reacting to the planetary wind. The same force that the tall grass and the moss on the ground is reacting to as well.
Skyrim 3049.
The other thing with the trading post is, like Ian spoke about before, the inventory and what they'll be able to actually sell here will vary depending on where they're at in the solar system.
Not as tan,
Are they
though,
close
like
to a jump point where they might be coming down and using this as a chop shop, or
people found flowers and made
are
pigments
they in a very rural area that's they care more about the frontier lifestyle and being able to survive versus money.
We passed the kitchen as well on the way back there. That's the local diner for this outpost. Tough crowd. Also, so in the inside as well, we wanted this
round doorways,
kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. Like it's just literally the dealers displaying all the wares, everything they'll have outside in the open.
Where's the pillow room with the harem?
Peace be unto you, Cooper.
Well, welcome. Take a look. I'm sure I have what you want, and if not, I'll have something just as good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, very good choice. Very good.
So after 5 million credits of disposable income, we get our first look at the Hadian artifact, which is obviously going to be what is sort of a super rare thing that you'll hopefully be able to start finding in the galaxy, which is sort of, if you're familiar with the lore of Hades, was an old civilization that destroyed itself. So somehow this trader has gotten their hands on this artifact.
Spicy.
So here we're showing one way of actually playing through this area. It really depends on your standings within the gang and how they want to deal with you, and then what's the dealer going to do, what's the dealer going to charge you, and from there we have different ways of actually showing this, and we can look at option 2 now. So here we're going to run it back a little bit and show off a different way of entering into the trading post. This is a little bit more straightforward versus in demo 1 we took a side route through the social area.
So yeah, this is just some additional warehouse space that the trading post would have, and you can see it will lead directly onto this courtyard.
Is that a what?
For the keen-eyed people, you'd see that the barbecue's still not being eaten yet.
The grill master would be fired.
Yeah. Still full of wieners.
Still full of wieners.
So with this area again, we just want to make sure that it's filled out with items, filled out with different things that you can interact with and possibly buy. It's like Dave said in the beginning, we want the stores to feel different here, but it's still making it feel believable.
Quick reference to some additional traversal areas there on the right when we came in.
Well, welcome. Take a look. I'm sure I have what you want, and if not, I'll have something just as good.
Yeah. The guys had a lot of fun dressing these areas. There's a lot of storytelling going into it.
So here we decide not to pay the price.
Oh, you can rob the joint.
Let's get it.
We don't mind losing reputation with the faction, and decide that we're going to take the artifacts through
So
betrayal.
a law-abiding citizen in one system is a criminal in another.
Straight into the backpack.
So here we've got different routes for the players to enjoy and to use to flank and also navigate around. So each area will have different secondary and tertiary routes of navigation. James was really just trying to scare him there versus actually kill him.
That was intentional. Good shot, James.
You could also, if you notice real quick, there was the civilians are actually cowering as opposed to fighting, which is kind of, you'll see another coming up. But it's super cool.
So again, here the player will have the choice, do they actually want to interact with the civilians? Or, does their conscience get better at them?
We know that doesn't work.
I think James made the right choice there.
He was nice, yeah.
One of the things when we was playtesting this a lot is when you see the enemy AI kind of fanning out across the terrain like that, it's fantastic to see. It feels really great. Just seeing the base start to wake up to you and actually trying to exfiltrate. Also, I know it's under combat stress, but that yellow grass just looks fantastic.
Yeah, it does.
That's how I play.
So here, James just wants to get out real quick.
Want to escape.
So you can fly with your backpack on.
2 extra seats in the bridge. I like that. How come the turrets aren't blasting there already?
So as we slightly hinted to in the first walkthrough, this is where the AA turrets will come alive, and basically, if you're not fast enough, as James isn't, with your countermeasures, then they'll take you down.
Boom, go to dynamite.
Oh.
So what we saw there was the player went in, and based off their actions, the faction changed against them, and then basically became very aggressive. So in this last playthrough, what we'll show you is if the faction is already against you from the very beginning, and what are different ways that you can go about it. So here we are in our last walkthrough. Since you're all by yourself, we wanted to show the player take a stealthy route versus if you were with friends, you could go in guns blazing. But this allows the player to come in, access the outpost from a different side than what we've shown. It also allows them to clock all the AI and see how they want to approach the problem and see what other secondary or tertiary routes would be open to them, either via the ladder or maybe a possible door.
Good night. That was a great shot. Also, one thing we did as well, as Todd said, we changed the time of day The wind is slightly stronger, so you'll see the gorgeous yellow grass blowing just a little bit more intense than before. Also, what we're seeing here is like something to imply at the frontier living. You know, maybe the growing
Grow
crops and
houses.
vegetables out here, but it also gives a kind of like a soft cover approach to the perimeter of the base. Nice.
They're supposed to take out the people on the rooftops first.
Also, with it being a different time of day, this allows us to show
Going with
the
a coda.
AI having their 24-hour schedules so that they can be in different areas when you approach it. So if you approach it at night or you approach it during the morning, you know, they'll be doing different things, whatever is valid for their schedule.
They'll be in the bathroom drinking their coffee in the morning.
Drinking coffee in the
bathroom.
evening.
Yeah,
Those logs.
in the evening they'll be in the
There's
bar.
no going through that
drunk.
way.
They're always drinking something, no matter where they're at.
But what James does actually see here as he's scouting out the next AI is, you know, just checking the roofline. But as I said previously, we wanted as many kind of like views in to the base as possible. You know, just so the player can continue to keep context of what's inside.
But also when you're inside, it allows the player to have context of where they're at within the actual outpost. And that was a great shot.
The AI fell beautifully on the already called out beautiful yellow grass and moss. Also, as James is looking back, what he's doing is actually making a mental map of, you know, possible routes, possible advanced traversal routes on top of the outpost.
Get a drink every time they mention the grass.
Yeah, I sent you a message about every time they say the word settings.
And we saw the dealer there in the bedroom, just end of the day.
So with each outpost, there'll be different routes that will be open to the player or closed to the player. So some of them might have ladders on the outside, some of them might not. Some of them might have basically ways to get in through the floorboards, other ones won't. But this is just one version of, you know, many possibilities.
They use the head tracking.
So here, the player will take a secondary route of navigation all the way up to the roof, and then from here, this allows them to be able to check out any of the AI, also be able to look at any of the interactables in the future. You know, if you got a good reputation, maybe you need to go and fix different items on the roof, or if you are there for nefarious means, then maybe you want to take out the power, and which will then kill the AA turrets, or will turn off the lights in the outpost. So it allows the player to interact with different items and then basically create a nice little sandbox for them to play in.
I'm glad they're concerned with the sandbox.
So here you can see one of those interactables as well as the AI.
And just behind these interactables, like we're seeing these kind of archways. Like right now, these are just kind of empty, and to just illustrate like a guard point. In the future, you know, these could be maybe customizable, or you know, they could contain like an AA turret like we saw on demo 1, or it could contain like cargo storage. Basically, we tried to design something that was as flexible as possible.
So here we're showing off the looting system as well as the inventory system. So this will be shipping in 315. This allows bodies to be able to be interacted with and take off the items associated with it. Also, with this change, you will no longer have global inventory, so you can't be pulling off weapons that you didn't take with you to this location. Everything will be regarding what you carry is what you have, and so it really makes the players think about how they want to approach the problem, and then also encourages them to look around and see if the designers and have placed different things that they can interact with or use to help get past a certain route or a certain way that they maybe didn't bring with them.
And we'll also be including the, I believe in 315, the Knickknacks app for your Mobiglass. So now that you aren't carrying everything on your body and it's not sort of universal inventory, you'll be able to consult this app to see kind of where stuff is being stored and keep it better organized and stuff like that.
So here, this allows the player to have a
nice.
quick little puzzle, but just gives them a little bit more interaction, and then allows them to go on to what I would consider a tertiary route, versus climbing up the ladder and possibly having to deal with the AI or them being spotted by them.
Boy, got molly.
Also, I think the team did a great job on the planet, as well as the Outpost. These are really fun to play and sneak around in, and you know, allows for many possible, you know, ways of attacking the same problem.
What we're seeing here is like James is actually getting up onto through one of these like rooftop storage modules, and it's given like the highest point in the base. So from here, you can actually, you know, make probably the most informed decisions on, you know, how to approach the next problem. You know, we're seeing this guard routine here, and then ultimately, you know, throwing an item to distract the guard.
I would.
Allows them to go and access new areas. It's a behavior that we're still working out, but at least we're seeing like the first iterations and be able to continue to optimize it, as well as make sure that the behavior is working properly.
So we just saw that for the first time. It's like the first rooftop airlock hatch. So previously, route in and out, if the outside wasn't pressurized, like we wouldn't have this option. But now through that rooftop airlock, you can cycle and then, you know, infiltrate through the roof. And also what we're seeing here is, you know, potentially scouting out an advanced traversal up into the rafters. You know, getting on top of some infrastructure and getting like this overview as we go into the garage module.
Let's do the solid snake.
So here, this is placeholder, but it gives you an idea of, you know, we want to have different interactables, different loot boxes laid out around the location. So if the players explore, they'll be rewarded. You know, we want to encourage them looking in every nook and cranny and enjoying, you know, what the outpost has for them.
And one of the things that's interesting is these garages won't be vehicle spawn points, so it's not like a big kind of like pad in the middle, but it's more like, you know, if you want to have your vehicle there, you got to drive it in and park it. So here you can see a variety of vehicles just laid out how the player would have just parked them. Just gives a much more believable and realistic design.
So again, we're just encouraging different navigation, different routes for the player to go and see. Over to the left, back there, there was a possible way of going into the floorboards or going underneath the outpost. Again, those will be opened up or closed off based off of, you know, just how we want to build the outpost. Not every one will be built the same. Our philosophy for these are to make sure that each one of them feels unique, and this is just one way of us us customizing it and making each one feel different, and so the player won't always be used to the same routes. So here, again, we're using the inventory system. We allow the players to go in and if you take out a certain AI, they might have different tools or different notes or different items that you'll need in order to solve your mission.
Interestingly, when we was designing these spaces, we knew we wanted these internal airlocks, but we knew we needed some sort of like new like porthole on them, just so before you commit through, before you cycle, you know, you can just double check to see if there's any bad guys on the other side.
So we got some ragdoll bugs. I guess it wouldn't be a CitizenCon without any sort of issues
finally
or bugs.
So,
Oh my gosh, can it be? They are using the cutter tool.
So here, like previously the players being, you know, on the roof, they've come down through the main section of the outpost. But here, what the players doing is they're going to the underfloor section. So these aren't vents, but they're more like subfloors. So they're meant to feel very dark, very minimal, but you're actually seeing the foundations of these outposts. So inside here, it's the player will need to kind of work out how to navigate through them. It's very much like a torch-based experience, you know. And then within here, what the player can actually do is work out roughly where they are in relation to the to what's upstairs. And what you're seeing here, like this light bleeding down through, you know, you can kind of make informed decisions. Or okay, that's where that AI was, or right now the player is just underneath that main social space. So if you think back, like that was that guard in the beginning, just next to the kitchen counter. But you know, we've intentionally made these spaces not necessarily like very easy to navigate, because you know there wouldn't be a lot of light down here. You know, the player would have to, you know, follow, for example, like James is following the blue wire here. You know, making a decision to like, hey, if I follow that blue wire, I'm probably going to get to something interesting, or a point where I can actually, you know, exit this subfloor space and get back up above.
And what I like about them is basically just the claustrophobic feel of it, and then obviously the addition of possible secondary or more advanced navigation, so either going into prone or just going full crouch.
So here we come out in the bathroom space. It's on the other side of the garage, so we're on the opposite side of the outpost from where we just were.
It's good ragdoll.
Now the body drag. In the shower.
So here, this is just a different wrapper on a loot box. In this case, it's a hamper. And so the player will be able to really change outfits and adjust the way that they look, so that they can walk around the outpost and not be noticed. There will be kind of a certain time limit associated with it. We still need to work out the details on how all that will work, but the goal is to give them a little bit of leeway, and so if you look the part, maybe you're not scrutinized as much, and the AI won't notice you as quickly.
So here we can see back into the social space, but this time on the other side. And then this door will lead directly into the habitation room that we saw previously on the outside.
Speaking of fun ragdoll
That's
physics.
going to be cool.
That was a great one.
So here, the player decided to take the dealer out instead of actually figuring out how they could open up the safe. So they're going to have to look around the room. They're going to have to interact with the body and possibly see is there a way for them to actually open it? In other cases, maybe the safe will be hackable in the future, and in some cases it won't be, and then you'll need to figure out a different way of actually opening it.
So here we spot a little clue, a little note, and you'll notice the what's fun is like the name on here. If you look back and see the some of the AI we've been taken out, you may notice some names. So here's the clue for the player.
It's just Cooper in a box on there.
One of the coolest things for me here is
I made it into the game.
The player is holding an item with the clue, and while holding the item, they can seamlessly interact with another item to solve a puzzle. That's awesome.
And then here we got a little bug. The player was able to acquire the artifact, and then we'll be able to do whatever they want with it, either sell it or be able to use it somehow in a future mission.
One of the things that was really exciting about watching this kind of back to back is finally getting to see that freedom of choice. And it's really, really, I mean, again, our locations are always spectacular and beautiful, but now like having that sort of striking that balance between, this sort of well thought out social space and construction of these locations, but also an equally effective stealth and combat thing. It's super cool to see. So after seeing the demo played through, 3 different ways, it was a huge team effort. So everyone that worked on the project, on this part of what we wanted to show, we want to say a big thank you, a big shout out, because we're just presenting it. It's the people that did a lot of the hard work that should be represented. And speaking of people doing hard work, now is a good chance to throw it over to Eddie and Joel, and they're going to tell you a little bit more about the how we built that outpost that we just saw.
I'm Eddie Hilditch. I'm a senior lead, and myself and my team have been working on the new Colonialism outposts.
My name's Joel Azapati, and I'm senior environment artist too for the EU Sandbox team.
So after the initial concept is done and rounds of feedback have been iterated on, we move into pre-production. This phase allows us to spend some time testing the concepts for in-game viability. Translation from concept to game isn't always one-to-one, and during pre-production we'll get rough versions of the concept meshes into game and spend time making sure that they'll work practically. The art direction can also change at this stage, so we use this phase to kind of explore creatively as well, and concept art is a fantastic jumping off point for sparking ideas.
One of the first steps when starting a new location is to start look development. A hyper-focused small section of the location where we can hone in the tools and methods needed to execute the concept in-game. Some things translate well, some things don't. It's important to figure all this out before going full steam ahead with the entire team. One of the great assets on the Sandbox team is we have a lot of people who are passionate about concept and design, which means when translating from concept to production environment, it's very easy to expand on the concept art. With the art styles of the Colonial Outpost, we decided to change up the way we typically author content. Our hard surface locations are meant to feel prefabricated, like there's a manufacturing plant out there on ArtCorp that churns out these flat pack space station kits, so stations can be mass produced. Colonial Outposts are more personal, more handcrafted by the people who live there, based on their needs, not wants. They're on the frontier world, so they can't always choose luxury over practicality. Materials were one of the first things we tackled, and we started off by developing the idea of how the inhabitants would have built these structures and what materials they would use. We wanted to show not only the age of the outpost, but also wanted to hint at all those different layers of the structure and give you an idea how, functionally, they constructed them.
One of the biggest challenges with the new outposts is how we introduce variation between each location the player will visit. Building each as a bespoke set of buildings is impossible, as we want hundreds, if not thousands, of outposts in the game eventually. The modular approach we've developed really evolved out of our previous work on space station interiors, but with a few key improvements. This starts at the macro level, where on the planet's outposts are placed, how the local conditions affect your time there, then what kind of buildings an outpost has and how they're laid out, all the way down to the ability to independently swap out an underfloor layout in a single building of that outpost. We'll have various types of modules, from large standalone modules like warehouses or ore extractors, which have a singular function, all the way down to smaller room modules that can be connected together in different ways to form a complete headquarters building. After pre-production was finished, we had a list of the room module types that we wanted to tackle first. For the headquarters building, everything hinges around a hub module with different room modules that can be attached to extend the structure. The room modules will serve different functions in the base, with various gameplay systems linking one to another for an interconnected web of sandbox gameplay opportunities. As content creators for the Outpost, we needed a new system to build, edit, and manage the library of modules we're creating. Rastar is the tool we'll use to do this. It allows us to intuitively create a location template directly on the surface of the planet. Not only this, but headquarter buildings can be snapped together directly within the tool, or with an intuitive user interface. One of the other major innovations with the Planet Tech has been the ability to modify the terrain mesh and flatten areas of terrain. Previously, we were at the mercy of the terrain when it came to designing our buildings, which is why our outposts had to be built with stilts and placed in naturally flat areas of the planet. Now, we can build much more natural buildings with walls and entrances connected directly to the planet's surface. And also, we can place these buildings in a much wider range of locations. We believe our new outposts inject a refreshing new location experience into Star Citizen. They're organic, warm, personal spaces that really convey the age and history of humanity's expansion into the verse. The new art style, the focus from design on gameplay, and the flexible modular approach to their construction will allow us as developers and you as players be part of creating a wider variety of rich and satisfying experiences for every outpost the player comes across.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Joel. That was awesome. And moving on, we're actually going to talk to Corey now, who is going to give us kind of a deep dive into the creation of the artifact, which was actually kind of our first little glimpse of the Hadian culture from Hades system.
Thanks, guys. I'm Corey Bamford, lead props artist at Planetary Imperium Games. I'm here today specifically to talk about the Hadian artifact that you'll see in the walkthrough. So we knew early on we wanted some sort of MacGuffin for the walkthrough. We originally had a few ideas of what that could be. Originally, it was either going to be a tablet fragment, a sculpture, or a Hadian artifact. So initially, the concept team explored a variety of ideas. We used a lot of reference for existing alien artifacts in the game, as well as reference from the real world. You know, lots of tomes and ancient kind of Egyptian stuff as well. Just all sorts of really reference just to get a general idea. We knew we wanted to integrate some form of ancient power or technology into the asset. We also knew we wanted it to have some sort of symbolism and text. So once the concept team iterated further on these ideas, they then presented those back to Chris, and we narrowed down the selection of assets until we had a candidate that everyone was happy with. So once we had this asset in mind, it then came down to turning that from a concept into a production asset, and that's where the props team comes in. When a prop artist gets a concept like this, immediately the wheels in their head start turning, and they're trying to figure out the best way to implement it in our game engine. They need to find solutions within the engine to achieve the visual target of the concept. Obviously, it's not as simple as just taking the concept and replicating it. We have to think about the shaders, we have to think about performance. Our job really is to find a solution within the game engine to achieve the visual target of the concept. Once we've figured out a strategy for achieving the look, we begin to actually make the content. So for the artifact, for example, we knew that it needed to be split into 3 segments and they needed to fit together. The first thing we do is get a placeholder into the game for the design team to actually implement as an entity. We also then figure out how the scale actually works in the player's hand and when they inspect it. For the artifact, there was a bit of back and forth between the size because we wanted to get a balance between it having prominence and also being easily carryable. After we figured out the size of the asset, we then need to actually break down how we're going to make it. So the first thing we really get into is the materials. We know that this asset is made of a few different materials. Firstly, we have the stone with the complicated glowing pattern. We also have these large copper structures and some smaller, thinner metal structures as well. For this asset, we knew we'd need to use unique textures just because of the amount of detail we wanted to achieve. One of the biggest challenges we had was making sure that the stone looked really good. To create the stone, we started with some scan data of rocks and concrete, as well as some mesh data like curvature. We also used a lot of procedural noises from Substance Designer just to add some variety. Using the height map as a jumping off point for the rest of the texture maps is quite a nice logical and physicalized way of doing things. It took quite a lot of iteration to get the final look. It was definitely a group effort. The glow was probably the trickiest part of this asset. We ended up actually using a shader some of you might remember from the Vandal Driller trailer. We created the iconography using a bespoke texture mask, and then the circles were derived from some cells within Substance Designer. We took these cells, quantized them, and then got the edges of that quantization to create rings. And then we used a procedural mask as well as some hand-painted textures to mask out that glow. Once we were happy with this texture, we multiplied that onto the height map, which is used to drive the glow threshold. The glow effect has 3 texture inputs that we need to create. There's an animated glow map, which is sort of used to drive the background effect of the glow. There's also a gradient, which colors that map. Finally, we have the actual pulse itself, which is the texture map that pulses across the asset. Next up is the bronze. This was actually pretty straightforward to achieve. We didn't need any fancy shader effects for this one, just a standard set of unique textures. We wanted to get lots of nice scratches and aging on the bronze. And in the concept, there was also this nice effect on the edges where the metal got darker.
Warbond only.
So we wanted to add that in as well, just to give it a more distinctive feel. Once we were happy with the visual look of the asset and engine, it then was just a case of wrapping it up. We needed to create LOD meshes for the object.
So I'm on mute, of course. So yeah, 400i, 315 on sale now, $220. Warbond only.
And enjoy the rest of the show.
So does that mean you getting it, man?
We wanted to thank you for your time. We wanted to
Jules?
Introduce Pyro and show.
Cool.
Thinking about it, but probably gonna buy it in game.
The team is available. A lot of
That's what's up. 220 is not bad for for an origin ship.
Yeah, you get an exclusive skin with it too, so you get 2 paint jobs. LTI.
When server meshing is, and it will be coming out with Star Citizen Alpha 4.0. So on behalf of myself, I want to thank Dave and Ian and yourselves for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the panel.
I have to check
and
it
I
out.
hope you enjoy the rest of Digital CitizenCon.
Pathfinder.
See you in the verse.
All right, let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that. Because I was loving that 400i, man. I didn't think I was going to be that impressed. It was looking kind of hot.
It was looking hot. It was looking hot.
I'm not sure about this music.
Yeah, I killed the music on this. Watch my wallpaper.
This is the same one they showed earlier. Jeez. Yeah, this is the same one. I shot with the Drake. The Herald? Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, this is one we saw already. Yeah, it is. Yo, where'd it go? Where did it go? Origin.
All right, y'all. So what's the verdict? What y'all thought? Dig, what you thought, man?
Bruh, there's a lot to unpack on that joint. Cause we had everything from the pyro jump points. Dude, first of all, that blue nebula was looking hot, man. They was talking about how friendly it looked. And it did until you see that little spider-looking thing in the middle of it.
yeah, they showed that too much, but I think that's gonna be like, I think that was what they said. They had the parent, right? The parent cloud point, and then the child. So I think that was kind of like a little visual landmark for the parent one.
Yeah.
Maybe y'all can help me. I have it muted on their stream right now, but I'm still hearing everything.
Just mute the player. Mute the Twitch player. So
yeah, that's what I have done.
220.
All right, mute, because I think this is a user commercial.
Oh, because I have it linked in through the. Okay.
Not gonna lie, man. I kind of want to get. I might trade in the melt down the retaliator to get this, because that 400i was looking hotness. I love the texture on it. It didn't look like that just stark white texture.
Yeah, exactly. That's what really got me interested, honestly, because I get tired of that. Every origin ship is white.
Yeah.
And I dig that misc metal, as I call it.
Misc metal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing was looking hotness.
They're showing user made trailers now.
User made trailers?
Yeah. These are the submissions.
I'm definitely gonna have some music on that.
Oh yeah, that's right. Whoever's asking about the wallpaper, that's wallpaper engine.
Which one you rocking now?
You probably seen this astronaut like swimming in some liquid.
Oh, the floating astronaut. Yeah, that one. That one.
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
But,
so yeah, man. So all right. So this is what I'm going to say. First of all, the environments, conceptually speaking, I was very pleased. Like, I must admit, I like the diversity and the variety in the environments and the visuals. You know, it looks like Star Citizen is getting a little bit more color vibrancy injected into the game, and I think that's good, especially when the designs look so good. Like, honestly, conceptually speaking, a lot of that stuff looked like it rivaled Star Wars. You know?
Yeah, I gotta agree with that.
And like, that's one of the things that I must admit, I kind of get tired of in the sci-fi tropes of, okay, you got the winter planet, you got the jungle planet, you got the desert planet. It's like
the single biome planets.
Exactly. I like that diversity and that mixture, man. So conceptually speaking, I think that presentation was like a 9.5. Especially since I just love concept art, man. I'm a sucker for concept art. So yeah, I will say that. What did y'all think about that stuff?
Cool.
Well, I thought, as far as look and feel goes, they've kind of like added a little bit to the cliche. When they were doing the space station, especially when they were looking at the space station designs, I was like, okay, you got the circular space station, and they showed you what they were considering, and then what they ended up with, that long platform on one end. I was like, that's pretty unique. I haven't seen anything very much that looks like that, So you can have this massive circular space station with a big flat platform on one end of it. Kind of intrigues you, like makes you think, okay, it's not just a circular design that spins for gravity. Now what's that all about? I don't know. They just kind of they push it a little bit beyond what you expect. I really appreciate that.
I'm gonna have to give Todd Pappy's glasses a 9.5. I was kind of digging his glasses, man.
It looks better. He got glasses and a smile on his face, man.
Yeah, he actually cracked a smile, man. You know what? If John Crew cracks a smile, man.
Come to Kelto. Hey, welcome to CitizenCon 2951, our yearly celebration of everything Star Citizen is, and showcase of what Star Citizen is on its way to become. As usual, I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. So, what is CitizenCon? When it started in 2013, it may have had its humble roots in Sandy just wanting some place to bring folks together, and a solid excuse for Ben and Pete to watch the Wing Commander movie in a theater in Austin, Texas. But as with all things Star Citizen, it grew each year to become a full day of activities, most recently held in Manchester, England in 2019. Now, with a hiatus in 2020 due to the pandemic, and our desire to remain diligent and responsible in 2021, CitizenCon is back as something slightly different this year. Now, while it won't be the same without seeing all of you in person,
okay, I finally
worrying if your plastic bag helmet is safe or not, we hope this year's event brings with it a similar sense of community and interaction, as our developers present to you their continuing efforts in bringing Star Citizen's future to the present. And let's talk about some of that future we just saw with a look we just took at the Pyro system. Now, I've always said it, and I'll continue to always say it, we get better with every one of these things we do, whether that's planets, spaceships, or anything else in between. And with the Pyro presentation, we got our first true look at some of the new planets and moons, the process of converting our existing space stations into new outlaw variants, taking those colonial outposts that we've been seeing before from concept to amazingly detailed reality, and perhaps most excitedly, planetary AI nav mesh in action with a 24-hour day-night cycle that will truly bring these worlds to life and provide that universe of gameplay possibilities seen in those multiple different ways you can go about achieving your objectives. And for those of you who were wondering, Yes, that was really Pyro 3, that was a real outpost, and a real mission. No sandworms here.
Yeah, okay.
That's what's coming to Star Citizen, and a whole lot more. Now, because I'm the patron saint of bad ideas, let's take a look at some of the comments that came in on Twitch while we were all watching. This should be good. Engion says, using talent from across the globe, that's a good thing. I agree. Adderdoth says, this guy is talking like it's been made. DFX2KX says, they probably have the gameplay, but they want to force folks to stick around and watch the whole thing before they show it. Annoying, but typical for them. We are who we are. We showcase every part of the Star Citizen. Rolana says, someone needs to hand out some meds in chat.
What does that mean?
Underfern says, I wouldn't buy a melty dog from that man. I don't know if they're talking about Todd Pappy or Ian Leyland, but agreed. Lots of people said, 420 Space Weed, Vape Nation, damp, dank. Gaming Fortis says, just remember, he's more scared of you than you are of him. That's the truth. And then everyone went on a claim spree for a while. James Cameron, yes, the real James Cameron, he does exist. And then finally, Shorty Max said, number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus, but as it turns out, that might be what you get. Wise words, always. You can always rely on the Twitch community. And speaking of community, you may have noticed a selection of community-created videos throughout the day, ranging from commercials to skits to a variety of things in between. Those are all here as part of an effort by our fantastic community team that started months ago to include as many of you in today's festivities as possible. And while we can't show every single one that was sent in, the team did expand their original idea of just 15 videos to a whopping 42 for today's show. So you're going to see a few more as the day progresses. Now, of course, CitizenCon wouldn't be CitizenCon without the swag. Check that out, huh? Yeah. And this year, we've got it coming in two shapes and sizes. First up is the digital goodies pack seen here, which comes with the newly minted Arden SL Balefire suit you may have seen recently on Inside Star Citizen with that slick Theta Geo helmet. It's got the matching Balefire combat knife because accessorizing is always important, and the classic CitizenCon 2951 trophy, which I'm still trying to convince Active Feature Team to turn into a bludgeoning weapon. Just say Red 1 more time, people. Now, these will all be distributed Monday to all backers. So if you've been on the fence so far and decide to back the project today, you'll get it along with everybody else on Monday. Now, over in Meat Space, since we can't do the traditional swag bag that's included for attendees with their ticket, we're doing a swag box that you can purchase on the RSI store. For the collectors out there, it's got 3 brand new Star Citizen pins to add to the collection, as well as an individually numbered challenge coin that says there are many like it, but this one is yours. Now, both collector's items come in a neat box and bundled with stickers that you can place all over the place, like Steve Bender's desk. I know, because I did.
Microtech, remember?
Now, the swag bag made box is available now on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. And we've also got some contests and giveaways going throughout the day.
And then they actually, that led them to go to Pyro.
Headset contest,
like we didn't even
folks
get that.
Hosting their own CitizenCon watch parties have an opportunity to submit images on Twitter or Instagram with the hashtag SCWatchParty to win a custom painted Xenothreat headset seen here. Whether your party is at home or at work, or if you're Captain Richard in his car. And for those of you who don't do social media, we're also giving away some Tobii eye trackers on Spectrum today in a short story contest. So tell us about some incredible moments you've had in person with your fellow citizens and win a Tobii eye tracker. Check that out on Spectrum for your chance to win. And no, I don't have one of those to show you because, as somebody said, I don't give things back.
I want an eye tractor.
Now, let's talk about the day's activities. We just completed our Life in the Verse or Life in Pyro presentation. Up next, we've got Ship Talk.
Just called somebody
We're gonna learn
out.
about the latest and greatest in spacecraft coming to Star Citizen. Then we got Gen 12 and the multi-core of Vulcan, where we'll take you through some of the new technologies that will unlock Star Citizen's ultimate performance potential. Crafting Worlds, which offers a brief look at some of the new tools that make up those wonderful Pyro planets we just saw. Server meshing and the state of persistence, which will give you an inside look at the process of expanding Star Citizen out to the breadth and scope we all want it to reach. The Sounds of Space, which for my money is the sleeper presentation of the day. Don't miss out. It looks at the new tools that will unleash our sound designers from the constraints of yesterday's outdated processes. And then finally, Systemic Gameplay and the Stream of Thought. An entirely silent presentation where Tony beams his brainwaves directly into your skull through the TV, provided of course you have your SGS brainwave amplitude receiver. You all have your SGS brainwave amplitude receiver, don't you? We'll figure it out later. Basically, it's a big, long day of Star Citizen presentations and infos. That Pyro presentation alone was like an entire season of ISC just crammed into a single day.
Yeah, it was.
Which makes me think, can I take the rest of this quarter off?
Are they just going to have Jared talking in between?
I cannot. All right. Well, if you end up missing any part of the show or just want to watch it again, each presentation will be going up on YouTube later today in glorious 4K. But fair warning, do not look directly into Todd Pappy's eyes in 4K. Or Corey Bamford's. They're mesmerizing. And that about does it for the housekeeping. It's time to throw it to our next presentation of the day, Ship Talk with Paul Jones, John Crew, and Ben Curtis, where they'll be discussing a ship you know, a ship you don't know, and a ship you weren't supposed to know, but you ended up did knowing. It's not invisible any longer. Here's Ship Talk.
Here we go.
Oh, here go the trailer.
Through unforgiving lands, across the impossible expanse, a mirage calls.
You know, screw it. If they want to mark my channel
oasis.
this one day, that's fine. I'm leaving the sound up.
Yeah, it's all Star Citizen.
We chase what most consider myth. Pursue an obsession. That's what pushes us to greatness. The Oasis. It's real.
400i.
The 400i by Origin Jumpworks.
Artistry in motion.
What was that ship they loaded up on it?
That was that Origin bike, that hover bike.
Yeah.
Oh, a new hover bike. Oh. You have 3 hover bikes to contend with.
Oh, that's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, it's awesome.
So we made the 404.
If John Cruz smiles, drink.
Take a sip.
I like it. Those trailers are always super cool to see the artwork from both your teams.
Yeah, really good job of kind of showing off what I think everyone's kind of done.
Yeah. Right. So we should probably get on with the show. This is Ship Talk, where we are going to talk about a variety of things today. My name's John Crew. I'm the Vehicle Director here at CIG.
I'm Ben Curtis, and I'm the Vehicle Art Director at CIG.
And I'm Paul Jones, Art Director.
Paul Jones, Art Director. I need to get in touch with Paul Jones. I want to design some ships for these guys. Concept art only.
So the 400i, it's a Constellation competitor. And we've got a few of these ships in this category across the board. We have the Constellation, we have the Corsair, and now we have the 400i. And the 400i has a few interesting features that makes it a compelling choice over.
I love how they say now we have.
Being an Origin
None
ship,
of those ships are in.
very visually sleek
the first
and fast. but also it can carry cargo and a vehicle at the same time. Size-wise, there's obviously a big gap in the range. We have the 100 series at the start, it jumps up to the 300 series, then there's the big jump to the 600 series, and then another jump to the 890, so finding a space for this was fairly easy size-wise.
I think it fills the gap quite nicely. So in terms of the process, normally what happens is we assign it to one concept artist and we start the ball rolling, so it's really just a game of sort of exploration at this point. It's fast and loose. We always have a timeline for each concept, and so it's the pressure is always on, basically. It doesn't matter how many ships we've done, there's always that pressure to get it done.
Love somebody's
and hit the sort of
some
key
of these
points.
is hot.
And so at this point of exploration, it's really sort of loosey-goosey in terms of figuring out ideas, looking at shapes, looking at silhouettes, and sort of not locking yourself into
like that big
a line of
glass.
thinking. It's basically, we'll look at different ships. So some
That
of
one
them
looked like
will
an
influence
organ
by the 600i,
on an animal
some
somewhere.
more by the 100i, and then we'll sort of do a mix and match. And so, like I said, sometimes you don't quite hit it on that sort of,
I think
like right at the beginning.
Yeah, when you've got like a well-established manufacturer, it's really beneficial because you kind of you have that to pull from, but you also don't want to get into the point where it's just a scaled down 600 or a scaled up. Do you know what I mean? You kind of like, you don't want them all just to look like they're the same ship, just slightly different variants.
Yeah.
So I think the 400 is
Looks similar in
it
size
certainly
to the
stands
Banu.
out within the lineup, but it's clearly an Origin ship.
And I think it's, because we sort of follow the sort of car manufacturers, don't we, in terms of the brand. It's sort of expanding the brand. Sort of the brand also develops over time, so we have like a double. Since the start of the project, Origin has sort of slightly changed its style a little bit, and then like say, you don't want just a mini 600.
Yeah.
Even though there's a part of me that would just be like, right, let's do a mini 600.
I do really like the
and it's
600. Yeah, the 600.
And even at this point, I kept sort of coming back to one original sketch that had been done for what was it? I think it was 100i.
Yeah.
There was a little thumbnail. It's literally in my head. It's about that big.
I don't see why they don't make them to where all the ships can connect.
I was like, I kind of want a version like this. This looks kind of cool. And so basically, in the end, I just went in and kick-bashed some ideas together.
So this was before my time on the ship team, so it's quite interesting to learn a bit more about the process.
Yeah.
It's a great ship. It's my favourite one, Paul, in that case.
A lot of the little concept thumbnails.
With an Origin centipede.
If you see one, because we often show them in Jump Point magazines afterwards, after a ship's being released.
Plug in the living room to the kitchen
and
ship.
People probably noticed
eventually
that
get it all.
100i thumbnail that we did that was rejected for the 100, but then has come around for this, and you never know what might happen with ones that we didn't choose for this.
Got people
one.
in the chat hitting concierge buying the 400
ships. So ultimately, this is what this is like a visual that I did. So it's throwing together a bunch of shapes, what we call kit bashing from different models, because it's quick. As an art director, you've always got. It feels like you've got zero time to get a result. So it's how do you provide a visual that people can understand in the shortest time possible. And so my understanding of the ship was it was a luxury explorer.
Dude, did they throw that retractable roof out? Because that's dope.
There's a swimming pool in there and a deck. The part of the process is that we show it to Chris Roberts to get sort of direction and feedback.
And Chris was quite adamant that this was going to be an explorer. It wasn't.
Oh, I like
just
the cover for that retractable.
A small scale
That's
party
not
ship.
just a flat surface.
It needed to have a function.
Looks like a
It
whole
needed to
other
be
level
competitive
deck.
to that scale and
back.
kind of role of ship.
Yeah.
We did quite a lot of interior investigations and just sort of looking at ways of arranging space within that ship, because like we said earlier, even though the ship looks big, it's actually really tight. It's a lot harder than you think to achieve everything that now Star Citizens expect to have in their ships, and all the components and all the functionality.
A very streamlined sort of 2 decks, or really like 1 deck that stretches most of the lower section and the upper bit, which had the pool in it.
Yes.
Maybe one day you'll get.
Maybe we get the pool.
You'll get your pool one day.
So in terms of this process, what happens is we finish the concept, or what we think is finished, and then get Chris sign off, do a couple of paint schemes, and then it passes over to your department.
Yeah. So from the concept, normally we'll kind of take it as quickly as possible into the editor, and that just allows us to kind of really get a good sense of the space from the player, and making sure that everything that we think we need is actually going to fit, making sure the components go through, and like we were saying earlier, a lot of the time is what a ship starts off with its kind of paper design, its official design document, to the point where we're actually kind of working on the ship. The requirements can change. That might, that's not just because we're like, oh, we'll add this and add that to it. It's sometimes a balance pass has been done in the game, and we've realised that a certain ship item, a certain size shield might not be suitable for it anymore, or it might be just that we think, well, actually it'd be great if we could fit the X1 in it because it's kind of the perfect ship for it, but that wasn't on the original plans. So I mean, like you were saying, the ship is kind of a hard split with its two floors. So we've kept sort of all of engineering and cargo and storage and everything downstairs still, and then the kind of the habs and the crew space is all upstairs with the bridge, obviously. Once we kind of get that white box in game, we then start just making sure that we can fit everything in we need. We also, that's the point that we kind of really start internally showing that ship to everyone that is invested in it, and including Chris and everyone that needs to kind of have a say. And one of the kind of things that Chris was really keen for, although he didn't want this ship to be a kind of luxury party ship, he did want it to feel Origin. I think originally we had like the lift entrance.
There was a smaller, trying not to do hand movements too much.
Yeah.
There was just a
I hate that.
Small platform just for the crew that went straight up into.
Yeah.
I mean, that whole area was quite.
My character's shaking his head no.
There was the docking ring, the docking collar, the lift.
Ain't that bad.
Yeah.
And then there
Stairs
was
plus
an
that
entrance
lift.
to the front.
Yeah, stair lift.
Originally,
either pick one or the other.
You walked in through the docking collar,
like
and like I say, the floor was a lift. You had the collar on the side, and then
it looked like you got caught up in there,
to like a little antechamber
or shot
that
while
had
trying to
the
enter.
suit lockers in. I think it
suit
was.
lockers at the front,
And the first bit of feedback from Chris was the entrance doesn't really feel very grand for an Origin ship, and that's when we kind of introduced the stairs and the kind of like the big, not marble staircase, but that sort of idea that you were kind of like, walking into the ship felt a little bit more grand. That had some knock-ons to the kind of interior space as well, because obviously making a one-person or two-person.
That kind of looked like the Banu entrance.
Relatively small, it fits in a nice tight space.
Yeah, a little bit.
When you've got a set of stairs that need to fit or need to have a decent height change, that requires a lot more space. So what we ended up doing was kind of opening up this first chamber you walk into,
or your eyeball,
rather than being divided into separate rooms. That kind of whole space kind of acts as the airlock, and that's got everything that you need when you first enter the ship.
What's the Lord of the Rings eye? Eye of Sauron. Was it?
Eye of Sauron.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of ships like that anymore that have go up the front of it and inside it.
Yeah, I mean we've got another one that we'll show after this.
But most of them, if they've got a ramp, it's like cargo, isn't it? It's pure function. And
Who called it a baby smasher?
You guys have done a great job on this because it was tricky. You know, I remember it at the time, and you feel the time pressure.
And then it was when I was just starting on the team as well, so I was like coming in and be like, oh, what do we do? Like, where do we go?
But it also, I mean, it's also nice because it sort of dovetails with that original sketch, which there's an element there in that thumbnail.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think at the time I sort of binned it off because it was just I'm sure I had some thoughts about it. I mean, everybody knows we've got a sort of 64 kilobit memory, so stuff kind of like gets lost after a short amount of time. But I think we did discuss it, but then it was just like, no, let's go simple. But, yeah, you guys did good stuff.
Yeah, and then the next thing to tackle, like Paul was saying, was the kind of like the addition of the bike garage. It was a bit of a headache trying to kind of fit that in, and the original plan that you can see is originally we were going to have it at the back of the ship next to the cargo, or within
the back of the cargo.
Yeah, within the cargo room. It did fit, but it kind of brought up a few quirks with it.
Oh,
I think
they have a different
there's
package for
different quirks from
250
different departments.
where
so
you can get
from a design point of view,
that you
I
can
think we
use
could only
store
make
credit.
it fit if you sent the bike up on its own, which was
And
fine. But
one
because the
paint,
main
and it does
entrance
come
to
with
the
the white
ship was
paint.
at the front, it meant that you'd get off.
Yeah, to
But that only
drive your
has
bike
6
onto
months
this
insurance.
platform, get off your bike, send the bike up, run around to the front of the ship, run up the stairs.
Yeah, and the stairs.
No, not again, huh? I reload my play
His calculations
and get hit with a commercial.
The Empire is dying.
You can't save yourselves,
Really?
but you can save
Or at least for
humanity's
Doom.
story.
Foundation. Now streaming on Apple TV Plus.
Issue was it started eating into the cargo space, so it meant that you couldn't, once you had the cargo fully loaded, there was very little space for you to kind of traverse around the cargo hold. Basically, we had a number of kind of ideas we played with, and then if you click on, we ended up basically putting it at the opposite end of the ship. Now the nose, should we call it the nose? Yeah, the nose now opens up, and it's got like a nice little kind of dedicated X1 garage in there. It's a nice use of that kind of spine that was there originally.
Yeah, there was nothing really.
The gravity drive was there, but we kind of nudged that back a bit. And I guess the mounts were done, but they kind of still tucked out to the side a little bit. So
it was a better use of space because it was like you say, it had the gravity generator there, and it had the suit lockers, but it was weird that you had to go through the airlock to get your suit and then back out.
I love that, the dedicated space for the X1.
And the other really good thing is all the controls for getting a new ship and doing this, they're all right next to you. So you go, open this, and put your bike away, and go up.
And I think that's one of the kind of like the nice things of it is you can, I guess, ride up to your ship, and it's just there. You send it up straight up, and there's no messing around. So that was one of the other challenges. And then, to be honest, most of the rest of the ship kind of went pretty much to plan in terms of what was on concept. I don't think there was any kind of real surprises. So now as you enter the ship and you come into the kind of like the main body, you're into engineering. This ship does have large shields.
Yes. Yeah. So that was another thing to make it different. Obviously, we've made changes during development to other ships, and shields have changed. So it's not quite as unique as it was, but it's still very well shielded for its size. And the other cool thing about engineering is those rooms at the edge are cool. They're climate controlled, so it's another nice little thing to play with. Gives all the teams something extra.
Full dry ice and everything.
Full dry ice, you can get the
come in and
the light sticks out.
Hey, what's the origin?
A little bit of party mode in there. But I think that's it. That was one of the things.
G12.
G12. Concept was this kind of like cool chamber in engineering.
Yeah, because we needed that space. I mean, you need space to put all the components somewhere.
I don't think it will.
Let's just turn it into a feature.
Yeah. So and it kind of fits with the Origin kind of family as well. I think.
That's good. That's good.
And then kind of from engineering, you kind of go straight to the back, and that's where you've got your storage. I don't know if you know the SDU size offhand, but
not off the top of my head now.
No.
Should probably put that in the notes.
Correct. Sorry. So you can fit a decent amount of storage in there. You've also got the escape pods. One of the other things we were doing when we were looking at this space with the bike is originally we were kind of, if we put the bike in this area, it meant that the storage reduced. So we were looking at kind of other ways of moving the storage around. At one point we thought, we could put it out in the wings, but then that didn't really make sense because, ideally in the wings where you store your fuel and that sort of stuff, and it just felt really awkward, whereas this kind of gives us the kind of classic, traditional...
Big block of cargo.
Yeah, big block of cargo.
You can have the vehicle, can't you?
Yes, yeah.
So look like you can get a G12 in there.
Yes. Other smallish vehicles.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's
can't
different
get
from the
anything
first
today.
lift.
So it's not...
That space was different from the first lift in the front.
Yeah, that is.
And then we kind of make our way upstairs. 3-man, 3-crew bridge. And
I love that bridge.
The bridge is high.
To me, anyway, the bridge is very Origin.
I'm loving that.
Very, very sleek.
But can you see well enough for missile operator mode?
The ship out in front of you, it's
seats were kind of far back, but
classic kind of Origin, kind of hardened, and we haven't got any low-tech screens. It's all kind of projected and feels fancy. Yeah.
Does that mean you can see there's a lot of 600i influence, like from the original concept image that was done for the 600i.
Yeah.
So I was keen to get those. That sort of, it's almost like the black louvers.
Yeah.
And then get everything sort of.
To be honest, they were one of the things that we kind of kept referencing back during the production. Was like, let's just go back and have a look at this.
The 2004s.
Again, one of those kind of shapes that really sells Origin to me. And yeah, so I think it was good kind of keeping them.
And that, yeah, it was also, what's the Origin buggy called?
G12.
Thank you, yeah. So, again, we've got the louvers in
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
The 890 as well. It's like all the bigger Origin ships have this sort of arrangement of a single center seat and two crew ones, whether they're at the front or at the back. They're all sort of that style. So it all plays together.
And then Habs wise, you kind of got the captain suite and you've got the crew suite, and within those they've got their own kind of lockers, they've got their own kind of
like turn the light off.
I'm not sure if it's exact, but they're very similar in their kind of scale. But obviously the captain gets the slightly more space, a little bit more kind of luxury because he's the boss.
So, at one point it was a 4-person ship, and then we reduced it down to 3. So we've got that.
Okay, so it's a 3-person ship.
Loads of stuff.
But where's the bidet?
Lots of things changed in the concept. Like changing it from 4 to 3 might sound like a quick thing on paper, but then it's like you're losing a seat out the bridge somewhere.
Somebody said 42 SCU, is that right?
Seat in that bridge, though.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
You would have had to have kind of had them 2 banks, so it would have been a bit, just purely visual sort of. It feels a little bit nicer weighted if it's.
I mean, the whole shape has essentially a triangle.
It looks fast. Yeah.
Looks fast.
And then as you kind of progress through to the rear of the ship, this is where, like I say, originally it was
party time.
Yeah, it was the party room. Yeah, we've kept some of the elements, I guess. There's still a kitchen, a decent sized kitchen.
It's still a nice space, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's like a luxury. It's still that sort of
was
luxury.
Was a turret
yacht
mounted on the glass?
Kind of
so
feel, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
you've got everything you need back
No,
there.
I think it's just in front.
Food making facility.
Question is this the front of the ship or the back?
I think this is the rear.
Table at the back.
Yeah, and that was sort of like
the back.
It's the rear.
I guess like the operations area, and we tried to make that place feel like it was a little bit more focused with the holo table than the sort of
that background
that's just in front of it. And I think because we tried quite a few different ideas there as well. Actually, I remember at one point we had like a war table with seating and stuff, but that was a bit tight for kind of maneuverability, and also I think we ended up going with like the standing kind of hollow table rather than a seating one, because when you first kind of like look at it, it felt like an extension of the relaxation area rather than like a kind of planning, what we're going to do in our operation type area. And then basically that kind of covers most of the 400, I guess, as a whole.
Oh, what this is? What is this?
Liberator. Something a bit bigger, and something entirely new, which is the Anvil Liberator, which is Anvil's latest design spaceship, which is purely for transporting ships. So we had to do something properly and sort of
transporting ships.
Entry-level spaceship for that career. If you want to be a ship hauler, then this is the ship for you. It provides that good foundational base for it.
See, that's better than having them fly your ship, banging it up, scratching up the paint.
Jared and I chatted before. These ships are often described as.
So it's just a carrier? Is it a battle deployment carrier, or is it just a transport carrier?
Transport.
I think this one was a fast berth. It's been a while since we worked on some Anvil stuff. So in terms of the lineup, we have the Ballista, the Terrapin, the Hurricane, the Valkyrie. Is probably more sort of. It's one of those larger ships. Then we've got the Carrack.
Yeah.
So a lot of work has already been done for those ships, and we've got, we've got modular kits. So in terms of a concept process, theoretically, it's.
Did he say they have a bucket of tits? He didn't say that.
And in terms of our process again, it's that investigation, and each manufacturer has sort of a loose set of rules. I'll say it's loose because there's always space for us to sort of slightly veer and slightly tweak the manufacturer.
Well, I think, like you were saying earlier, like
someone in chat said so ugly.
As well as it's not like every ship came out with the exact same date with the exact same manufacturing processes. It kind of all
Yes, yeah. And I think, I mean, that's kind of what I like about Star Citizen, is we've got this sort of, it's this sort of rolling kind of like design, you know, it's sort of,
Design
everything is
timeline.
being updated, yeah. And it, you know, it's nice that, you know, when we work with narrative and they're like, oh, well, actually it's based on this old design,
yeah,
or whether it's a new stuff. So, you know, one of the early requirements from John, which you can see here in this fabulous designer art,
top quality design block.
Yeah, I'm liking it. I'm not sure about that shade of green, but not quite Anvil. But basically, this is super easy for us, and also, you know, because we're working with a contractor, about sort of laying out the limits of, you know, because we always, you know, we like to make ships big, you know, so it's always, okay, we've got our metrics, it has to fit within this, like, whatever you do, make it cool, but it has to fit within these bounds.
Yeah, it was quite strict on the landing pad size, but you need to fit a number of ships in it, but also make sure that it really kind of stayed within its, otherwise John will give us big slap wrists.
I'll come after you.
Yeah.
Because on that image there, you can see there's the red box, which is the maximum bounds that the ship can be. If you go outside that, it literally won't fit through the hangar doors and ceiling. So obviously it has to be in there, and that's a max, not a goal.
2 sides 5 turrets,
because
2
we've
sides
ended up
2
in parts
turrets.
with ships that have a centimetre or two's clearance right at the edge. So when you're coming in and out of the hangar, you just clip as soon as you clip one side of it, then it throws it into the other one.
$500.
It makes it difficult.
And you can see there for the extra small landing pads, the green size.
Right,
so once you've got 3 of them, so at this point in the design brief, it was just 3 extra small ships. By the time you've got these 3 green, and they have some Z height to them, which I didn't put in here. By the time you've got these green blocks, so like you've got to have space for these, and also got to fit in this. Then you sort of start funneling yourself into.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, you provided a reference image right at the start, which is of military hovercraft.
Yeah, the American. I can't remember if it's the Navy or the Army.
Yeah, and so that was like, I mean, people will see straight away the correlation between the two and the sort of influence. But it also makes sense, right?
It's
a lot bigger than I thought.
It's a very functional ship, isn't it? So, and it feels like say, obviously, the real life version has been made for that function, and this kind of follows suit.
Yeah, definitely. And so, we'll basically be looking at
mobile base,
some of our exterior options, and again, it's always, it's quite difficult when you have something like that reference image of the military hovercraft, because instantly it sits in your mind, and you sort of get sort of stuck in that thinking. And so, part of my job is also to sort of push the concept artists and say, right, okay, well, what about this? What about that? I think, it's always it's always a sort of dual role. We sort of you work together, and kind of 2 minds is always better than one, right? So in this case, we're sort of looking at, this is a sort of first stab at it. So there's a lot of similarity with the Valkyrie. So there's the Valkyrie engines. It's
is that the bridge on the left?
Pretty standard. It's just one floor plate, and it's symmetrical.
I think so.
Then we look at some cleaner stuff. It's not, it's a nice design, but it doesn't really speak of.
These are just concepts they've rejected.
But it's cool. I like it. There's some interesting
Certainly
things.
very hovercrafty.
Yeah. I think just too simple for.
Too wedgy.
Yeah. This one was asymmetrical version. We've got that massive tank on the side. What it does, I'm not quite sure at this point, but it's it's just visual exploration. We've got the asymmetrical wings. Again, sort of interesting stuff. At this point, we're starting to push into like terrapin territory. So we've got sort of essentially like.
They could tell us some liked the tank, some didn't. So they kind of covered it up. They couldn't fully lose the tank because they couldn't get it by consensus.
From terrapin.
Creative meetings.
Sort of mixing and matching, and so it's kind of interesting. Again,
they lost the tank.
We're doing these things rapidly, so.
There's some on the right now.
Pros and cons.
2 little ones.
Design-wise, well, because obviously we have the XY metric, but you also have the Z. So a lot of
look at that cockpit. That cockpit is very Anvil.
So the problem with this one was
On the
it was
side,
just to the
right?
height
Yeah,
of
it is.
the ship. The
Yeah.
actual height it would have needed to be would have been double that. So
Looks
then
like some sort of radar
it's really
behind it
tall,
too. That's cool.
gangly thing because we've also shortened it by a third. So
Hey, he cracked a smile. Drink.
Oh,
shit.
Oh,
And here
okay.
we
That's it.
we'll sort of start hitting upon something that I don't know where the decision was made, but you know it made sense to have the garages on that lower deck. Here, you know, you've got 2 tanks lying side by side, which
I like that.
is cool. It looks good.
A double decker.
An official
4
feature.
tanks.
Yeah,
it
that
was
is
around
pretty
this
sweet.
point where we were looking at the double layer thing.
They're getting
and
kind
trying
of
to
closer
get
to what I want now.
2 layers to work, or 2 floors to work with the 3 larger ships. So we changed it from the 3 extra small pads to.
If
2
they hit it,
extra
I'll go
small
ahead and
pads,
email them
which
my
basically
approval.
Take any single
Is that right?
Somewhere outside the
They
prospect
green
line.
lighted.
Cooper in a box said it's
And then we
okay. Let's go
scaled
ahead.
The front one down.
Coop gave us
to
the green light.
An extra small. So that's things like the.
Is it okay now, Chris?
uh,
Well, if Coop said it's okay, then.
and smaller flying ships like that. But also, interestingly, that extra small metric is sort of the same as the medium vehicle metric. There's like a meter difference in height, which is the ballista and Nova. So we went from these 3 extra smalls to 2 extra smalls on top, 1 extra small at the front, and then these 2 garage slots, which you can also, if you're willing to try and fly your small ship in there.
Yeah, you were playing around. You could fit quite a few combinations of
Yeah, I
ships
mean,
in there.
I
couldn't
had a
you?
shot. I treated it like I was a fan and basically filled that whole carriage.
There's no sort of like door opening space at all. It was.
It was cyclones and
we know what the
rock
players are like.
DSs. Yeah, I mean, it looked good.
He cracked
I mean,
another
it looked
smile.
like
Drink.
Oh man, dude. What you doing to me?
It's like the risk value of flying it, doesn't it? Like if you've got 3 ships on it, all right, got 15.
You need a big insurance payout. So you know, once we have the an exterior that we were happy with, then it's then we move on to the interior, and it's only 2 crew.
Yep. So it's 2 crew. You have obviously the person
crew.
flying the thing, and then the second person who can either sort of a flexible role. There is a turret that they can control. They can go sit in it and shoot anything that comes at you, but it's not really a ship that's a combat ship. It's a transporter ship. If you want
I'm leaving
protection,
this
you
for
need
the
to bring
wheels.
protection with you.
I don't think I'm
or
interested
rely
in
on
this.
the ships that you're carrying to provide.
Well, this would be an event ship,
Another
man.
benefit of this open-topped ship is
Yeah, definitely.
you come under
But
attack,
had to
you
buy
have
that
a
in
launch
game.
factory where you're not having to fly your ships out one
I
by
guess,
one. Have a tube,
Yeah, we could do that. I'll
get
pitch
off
in
really
and stuff.
quickly.
We've done launch tubes yet, haven't we?
One day we do launch tubes.
Yeah.
He cracked a half a smile. There's a full smile. Drink.
Oh man.
Drink.
Oh man.
Again, it's just investigation of we've got our function and what it needs to achieve, but in the last 2-4 years, definitely the last 2 years, like our process
Commander
has
Dr.
been a
Digital
lot,
Citizen Party ship.
lot stronger in terms of player flow. So there's no more of the Starfarer, higgledy-piggledy
mystery tour.
I mean, that was our first multi-crew ship, so the pipeline wasn't in place. I mean, spaceships interiors was like, I don't know. So I mean, there's been a lot of learning going on, and so now it's like, okay, if I'm a player, what
575 standalone.
Yeah,
Wow, the sleeping bunks
I
exposed.
don't want to do A to G to H to get to B.
Yeah.
None of that business. So as we look at
It's
these
for convenience.
interiors, we just sort of looked at sort of different
You, like,
flow,
dump the sleeping area.
basically, different ideas.
Go to warp.
So it feels quite good, and we sort of worked on
This
again
looks-
the flow. So if you're in the garage, you can easily get
Like confusing for no
garage
reason.
into the living quarters.
There's a lot more in there than I would have thought.
The elevators. just
Yeah,
run the full
armory
height,
and then jump
full
room.
crew
Oh look, they got
passengers
seats 16.
under the ship.
Wow.
just to easily get
Okay, that is
down.
definitely an
And
event ship.
so, the whole process is a lot more streamlined, and there's even if you're in those top rooms, and it's there's a call to action. You've all got to get out. We've even put a nice little set of stairs that just run down the side of the ramp, and so you can just run down, get in your whatever it is,
Whatever vehicle.
and then off you go. So I feel like a lot of thought was given to just like improve.
And I think it's really nice as well the fact that you've got, like say, that passenger section kind of sectioned off, and they're always ready. But then, like say, you were saying about like the bows of the ship and how that's sort of, all that technical stuff's like hidden at the bottom, and that feels nice that that's crew only, and because you don't want passengers just just
definitely
milling around.
And then moving on to, you can see here the garage space and where the cargo is stored. So originally the cargo was going to essentially take up one of the garage spaces.
It was going to be a compromise choice that players could make of that the cargo is stacked down, either down the middle of the lower garage or across like one of the pads, so you could choose. But then decided to.
Well, we had a bit of space. Well, basically, the concept guy, when I went rogue, was like, "Oh, what about this? This is cool." And we were like,
yeah, it does look cool. Yeah,
yeah. I was like,
"All right, John, can we have this?"
Coming to a meeting. Oh, I've just gone away and done this thing that we're not going to talk about, but it's turned into the cargo storage room. So
yes,
it's a good sort of save.
Well, we want. I mean, for me as an art director, I want my team to feel like they can take those little forays off if they want, if they've got a good idea. And luckily this time it's panned out and makes good use of the space. I mean, because like I said, the ship is quite big. So then we get to the fun part, which is when we get onto promo. I think it's everyone's favourite part involved with this sort of stuff.
So weird. It doesn't look like it has all that interior space.
So it's
exactly. From the outside, right?
Yeah.
With those are hurricanes on the top.
Yep.
And I love doing this sort of stuff as well. So here we've got.
Where's those gladiators?
I always get them two mixed up. It's one or the other. Either way, that ship isn't that big.
These smaller carrier-borne ships is what Chris likes to call them. Like they're not deep space fighters. They can't go long distances by themselves. They need to be from a parent ship. So the Liberator is, unless you suddenly got an Idris to carry things with, this is what you're going to see going through these wide and long star systems like Pyro.
I'd rather have a
incredibly large
Kraken
compared to Stanton, and Stanton's already quite big to go from one side to the other. So we really need these ships to help you lug all your stuff from point A to point B. Because if you do it in your Hornet, that's going to be, I don't know, 50, 100 little stops. Whereas you cram it in one of these and send it on its way, it's going to be a much better experience for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I think this is going to be a fun one to kind of get onto.
Yeah, I think the team's going to.
Every time John Crew touches his glass,
pretty much it for the Anvil Liberator.
It pushes it forward. Drink.
Ship transporter, it's called. 2-meter crew, designed for hauling three spaceships, and some ground vehicles, long distance.
Y'all are not gonna make it all day.
The Banu Merchantman, baby!
Here we go. My friend already has one of these. He says if he doesn't like the game when it comes out, he's gonna give it to me.
For a long time.
And I'm hoping he hates the game.
Yeah, he's gonna give it to you for the low price of.
Yeah, we haven't really
No, he's gonna give me all of his ships. He said if he's not more impressed next time.
No, and I think.
Like, why did you spend 250 on a ship?
My second round.
Now you have to
this,
get him to absolutely hate the game.
Like 3 years ago.
Oh, it's terrible now.
It shouldn't be too hard.
Around the time of the Defender, I guess.
I can't actually remember.
So long ago.
Yeah,
I hate it.
Sure, that's. I think fans are going to love this.
So there's a few things that need to be updated for the Merchantman. Obviously, we've talked about this many times in the past. As Star Citizen develops, things get added, things get refined. We improve our workflow.
I feel like he said there was some bad news.
Number one thing we had to do was the size and the scale of the ship, because I think it was 160 meters wide and 160 meters long. So it's in essence a cube. But
it's a very tall ship as well.
Yeah, but it was very
SCU was
because
coming
we hadn't
down.
done a full interior layout, so
not to like the new system. No.
Yeah, so we need to make sure it fit everything in. So it's always a good starting point. The cargo numbers they've never really been changed since they were originally concepted as freight units, not standard cargo units. So the scale of cargo has changed since we did it originally.
I don't remember freight units.
Yeah.
It was it was a long before my
long
time.
ago. The marketplace / bazaar need to have a good working out. And then lastly, we wanted to have some synergy between the Defender and the Merchantman. So we found a way to get a Defender hangar on board. So that obviously has big consequences for
Oh,
the ship.
really?
So let's talk
A
about
Defender hangar on the Merchantman?
Yeah.
I guess thinking about it seems so long ago since I started on this, but the addition of the Defender to the ship basically had the biggest impact in a way, like, just because.
Wait a minute.
The Defender is not a slim ship, is it?
No, it's deceptively big to me. Like the Defender, I always think in my head that it's this tiny little thing, but it's
in flight
which
mode,
one is
it's
the
quite
Defender?
slim.
Yeah.
But then when it's landed, it's got this sort of
big stance.
Yeah. So
The Banu Defender?
This has been. I think I've probably been on this for
I can't
maybe a year,
remember what ship that is.
And
It's
as I
a
said
spacecraft.
before, we did an initial
like the
round
Zoidberg
of
ship.
concept work.
Wait,
and it
that's
was sort
the
of done
Defender?
more in isolation, so we didn't really have a full interior. We sort of treated it more as, okay, we need.
They're going to have to up the guns on the Defender, because I don't think it has enough to be called a Defender.
And
I thought that had a different name.
Piece them together, and so
I'll be right back.
That was maybe like 3 years ago, something like that. And obviously, processes have changed. As we've discussed today, it's more about the player experience and the flow and things making sense. Less rule of cool.
Yeah, they're taking a long
We still
time to
have
give us some
coolness,
bad news here.
but you want it to work right. You don't want it to be frustrating.
I think when you kind of do it, like obviously this big ship, so you think, oh yeah, we can make whatever room this size and it'll be fine, but that kind of always sets us up for just a lot more headaches when it comes to our side. So by you spending the time to actually like fully flesh out the interior, it just saves us so much time when we come to actually do the production side of it.
Definitely.
Kind of takes all that risk away from us and puts it up front onto you basically.
Yeah.
So thanks, Paul. Yeah.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I mean, we've tried hard. I mean, you can see here that the ship did have to scale up.
Yep. We talked about earlier. We have those hangar metrics, and
Oh,
scale
wow.
up it now
Doesn't fit.
doesn't fit the hangar.
scaled
So
it up.
we'll get to the. I think we'll get to the solution in a little bit.
Yeah.
And just a quick shot of the front.
Wow.
And you can actually see that from the front it hasn't actually changed that much. It's grown a little bit in height. But
It took a lot of detail away.
Gained a little bit of body mass.
Yeah,
Overall,
that usually happens from
pretty
concept
similar. I mean, we've
to white box.
sort of the ethos of this whole thing is the ship was really cool anyway. Like everybody really liked the ship, so it wasn't that we wanted to change it just for change's sake. It was just we need to make it work. We do need to advance it, and so between myself, concept artist Mike Oberschneider, and Mark Gibson, one of the CIG's designers, we've basically met twice a week, every week for months, and basically gone through this ship from top to bottom, inside to out.
There's a huge amount of ship.
Yeah, and hands down, this has been the most difficult and hardest ship to date. Like, I've not had a nervous breakdown. Actually, the whole process has been quite nice, but it's just been long.
I think this is the one that
it's a marathon.
To begin with, I was really scared, and then the kind of the closer you kind of got to finishing your work, the kind of the less scared I'm getting and the more excited I'm getting. And I'll probably have, when we get into production, I'll be like, oh no, what are we going to do? And then again, once we kind of actually kind of get over that hurdle, because it's quite an intimidating ship, not like just visually, but like
I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff. I mean, we're seeing here the sort of hangar opening. So basically, we've
that's dope.
one of the sort of design philosophies of the Banu ships is they sort of incorporate tech where it suits them. So they use tech from humans.
I see how the props department tell them to turn his cup
whatever
around.
Suits them to sort of achieve what their needs are.
Right.
So for this ship, we've leveraged a lot of Hadian tech. So it's a lot of that essentially levitation tech. So stuff doesn't have to be physically.
The Defender has some big proportions,
sort
like
of hovers and then
dimensions. I mean, in terms of
it's
width and
basically giving
height.
us a lot of opportunity for creativity.
Yes.
So hanger here.
It doesn't even look like
it's
a
always
fighter.
multi-part as well. So
It just looks huge.
It's not a small ship.
This has got the front guns out.
Oh, they got the front guns still in place. I was
Guns.
hoping they wouldn't
One
take
of
that out.
The original cool things of the Merchant was all its weapons are sort of tucked away and hidden, so it gives you that non-threatening aura to start with, and when it needs to, then everything.
I was gonna say, it's going to be quite a powerhouse, really, isn't it? Like, you know, with its guns and its turrets.
It's a proper transformer. This ship.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? There's probably no area that doesn't transform almost, especially on the exterior. And again, you know, like John said, it's just to keep with that kind of like, you know,
just a friendly trader.
Yeah, just a friendly trader.
Peaceful.
Don't worry about me. Just going on my business, and then suddenly everything just pops out, and it's all business. So again, sort of multi-stage animation for the guns.
Oh,
turrets,
what?
featured in the original. You know, there was a hidden.
Does that have
a really fully?
I wonder if the view is 360.
Explained.
No.
There was a turret, man turret there that you could get in and defend with, and it was in that top fin, I guess.
Yeah, and when you know, when the weaponry is unmanned, it's a lot easier. We can get away with a lot smaller spaces. Once you put a person in it, then it's a whole different ball of wax.
Yeah.
Just the player experience, and it's you know, twin gun.
Twin S5, so it's not giving you a little tickle. It's quite a big punch.
Yeah.
And even though it's only a turret, a gunner, you still got to kind of take all the consideration you're taking in a pilot seat in terms of their visibility and everything else. And yes, you know, you expect to see the big guns and the silhouette and get that kind of like real feel of being in a gunner seat, but like I say, it's quite easy for it to just kind of grow in complexity quite quickly.
So I mean, basically, we've used GM tech again to help us sort of reveal the turret, also to elevate the turret. Still, you know, we've got multiple ideas for that, so I think we'll just have to figure that out a little further on. And then these guns look tiny in comparison, don't they?
They're still
like
sized. So these are guns that most fighters have equipped to them, but they're on these point defense turrets. So
what size are those?
Obviously, the ship was big to start with. It's bigger now. It's more of a target for missiles and torpedoes.
I think they're bigger.
One of the best
I'm not
ways
sure,
we
though.
have in game to counter.
Which ship are we talking about now?
Point
The
defense.
BMM.
Banu again.
The what?
Have these
BMM, the Banu.
Guns that shoot down incoming threats. We'll take that and we'll use our own guns. So it's got 4 of these on the hull. So there's 2 on top near the bridge, and then I think we see the other 2 underneath. So you've sort of got your 360 degrees protection from missiles from those.
That's a lot of guns.
Really?
And the man turret?
I thought they refused to do 360-degree protection.
Under the wings. These are controlled from the bridge. The bridge crew mentioned them. So yeah, it's not lacking on.
The thing is, it can carry a.
No one would actually design a ship that way, though. I don't see why they would do that.
Trading floor,
It's your livelihood.
Yeah, you kind of need to make sure that.
Let's give it a weakness.
Yeah, it's a bit of a TARDIS. It's a bit of a, there's as people will see.
It's probably going to be really, really slow.
That we've squeezed into this compared to the first
Well, it is a
one.
blockade runner.
So there's always been this feature on the
Oh my
Banu,
God.
the original, but it never really had a function.
Look at that.
Some people called it the paddle, some people call it the flipper.
I always thought that looked like a tongue.
Okay, it needs a
It's like
It is very dominant.
Tongue your planet.
I'll always remember that one bit of Defender concept art where it's just there, just destroying a mountain. It flies over, just dragging it.
So we've, it's a multifunction essentially because one of the difficulties was at the top of that fuel scoop, is basically the entrance to the marketplace for traders and the public. So it was, there's that challenge of what it needs to look. It needs to do its job, but it also needs to look visually appealing because it's going to be the entrance. So there was, and we'll see that a little in a second. But it was always a bit of a tricky thing to solve And so, you know, again, we're seeing here as John mentioned earlier, the ship got wide.
There you go.
Which meant we had no hangars that it would officially fit in. We
Yeah.
could only ever officially land.
Wondering how they would solve that.
Stations with docking ports or on a planet's surface, which is, as a trader, you're missing out on all the places you could land to do trading. So we had to find a solution.
I mean, the funny thing is, this is the simplest of the solutions that we came up with. I mean, there's probably like 10 others that we did. Some of them are super crazy, parts just folding back on each other and all sorts of things. So, but in the end,
I thought they would collapse, like
they're not small.
Like rotor.
The tongue?
Yeah.
No, the
I mean,
wings.
there's gaps here, and we haven't got the mesh in there, but there will be. We'll work it out.
Like I thought they would like
So you
go
can see
in.
here, this is basically
Aliens
shot
don't give a
of
crap about being
what
compact.
is the fuel scoop, but it
I mean, they
transforms
just have to
again,
make it fit into the hangars that exist, though. That's the thing.
So
Banu.
we'll have this.
They're like,
Basically, why this experience?
wait, that's not the alien name, is it? That's the company.
Walking up into the marketplace. It's not in this image, but we will have, hopefully, we'll have like softs, like
check your
ornaments
DMs
that will sort of come out as well, and so we'll have that sort of marketplace.
I think for me, this is one of the ships that really excites me because it is very different to, not all, a lot of the ships that we've done, and I think that sort of like initial experience, like you say, of seeing this thing kind of like come and land down, and the traders kind of inviting you in and entering into, it's very otherworldly.
Yeah.
Kind of entering up that, walking up those steps out of one of our kind of space station, like our human space stations.
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's kind of really exciting to kind of.
I mean, the idea is that as you go up those stairs, you'll have holographic visuals of products that are in the marketplace, and so they'll sort of pop up and just be spinning. So you'll have like, it's just that sort of shopping experience. And it's like, oh, okay, I can get that and get that, or maybe even artifacts that the traders picked up. I mean, you've got options basically. So. And then also the cargo that changed.
Cargo is a big topic. It was one of those things in the original concept, even digging out the original design brief wasn't particularly clear on, was the cargo bay internal, was it external, was it was it a walkable space?
And we kept it external for the first half of this development.
And then it was during a meeting where I think a bunch of us were in there with Chris, and we were all like, oh no, it's internal, and then someone else was like, oh no, it's external, and we just decided, like, let's make it enclosed. We'll keep the styling of how it was in the original concept, so you have that sort of, I don't know how you want to call it, shuttering or on the outside.
Yeah, I'm struggling to actually remember it now because I'm kind of like locked into this one. But it was more that it was you saw the cargo crates, didn't you?
They were exposed, weren't they?
They were exposed, certainly from underneath. You could see them all. They were top mounted, and they could all drop down. But that caused huge problems with the entrance case, where if they could all drop down at the same time, then you couldn't get in the ship to start with. So
we did have a solution, but this is definitely better.
Yeah. So now it's enclosed. You just have one way of dropping at the front, and then we'll see later how it's all managed inside. So you can have the front ramp open and cargo coming up and down.
The big ship.
The two systems are not interfering
with
each other.
I didn't realize it was that big.
That's kind of, I guess, a key element of it, isn't it? Is
NPCs on board.
Like footfall into your
and how much did it originally sell for? Like $250?
Trade items.
Yeah, it was $250.
What is it now?
Yeah. Oof. 350,
so
400.
Somewhere like 400, I think.
Sort of functional images of basically explaining.
Is that 400?
How we've been dealing with design decisions and how that's affected art. And so now we move on to the sort of the sexy stuff of looking at how we've taken the existing Banu materials.
Okay. Still got the filigree on it.
There was a lot of good stuff on that. And then just progressing it.
God, that looks dope.
Yeah, it does.
And, again, this is still probably, this is subject to change still. It's previs, but in terms of where it's heading, it's really quite exciting. And so You know, not everything is modelled in this, so you know there probably will be more folds in the metal, kind of like there is on the Defender.
Yeah. Yeah. If you look at the concept images versus where it all ends up pivoting on those arms,
yeah,
there's a lot more detail.
There's a lot more. Yeah, there's a lot more sort of intricate sort of folding of the metal, and so we're just kind of like working in. We're kind of sort of turning it into more. It is more ornate. It's more of a sort of special item, essentially, and sort of really trying to sort of get that impression. So, you know, we're layering in the gold, we're layering in the sort of all the sort of Art Nouveau line work, sort of with a sort of Banu influence. You know, we're looking at sort of taking materials like opal or whatever the Star Citizen equivalent is of that.
It's not available.
And also
standalone.
integrating that into the ship, so it really is sort of a display.
It's still in concept phase.
If you've got this, like, you're loaded.
Crown jewel of your fleet.
It is. So,
yeah, nothing that big is in yet.
It's going to some really nice places. And so,
what, as big as the Merchantman?
Heavy bruiser of the turret.
Yeah.
And this is still working.
It's not.
Progress,
It's not bigger than the
ideally, there
890.
would be more work to do with this.
Oh yeah.
The sort of curvature.
Yeah, it's going to be bigger than the 890.
You think so?
I don't know. It's going to be between the 890 and Carrick.
They said it has to fit in it.
We'll get have a good kick-off on this one.
They said what?
I like this art on this one.
No, I was going to say they said it has to fit in a hangar, but they have hangars that fit the 890.
We'll move on to the interior. Yes, we'll go over how it was, how it is, and then we'll go on a magical mystery tour.
Yes.
Yeah. So it was a lot simpler, wasn't it? Back in the day, it was pre-metric, so we didn't have all.
Okay, yeah, I can see Carrick size.
No components.
The marketplace is a lot simpler in here, and so with Banu Merchantman 2.0, or in my head it's 3.0. You know, we basically moved on to a fully upgraded interior. Roll drum, and so you can see from this cutaway, and it's kind of hard to show.
Wow, look at that!
In this ship,
that's a lot of.
I feel like I'm banging this drum again.
Oh, it's got a med bay in it.
Pathways and navigation.
No.
And so you can
stop it.
You know, as a trader,
you're
locked off to a certain route. As a crew, you've got access to everywhere. But as a trader, you're like, okay, well, you've got these areas you can get to. You can come in from the docking collar, and there's two different docking collars. You know, there's
the larger
ship
one on
to
one
ship
side
and ship to station, and then that funnels you into the marketplace. And then you can go back down to the flipper or vice versa.
This thing is insane, man.
And so,
back down
to
the
in
flipper.
terms of what's changed, we've had to create space for the cargo. The hangar for the Defender, that was a massive one. So a lot of just shifting the internals around. There's two elevators in this. There's one for crew. There's one for traders. Again,
I think that kind of like builds on the experience of someone coming to buy stuff there, though, and to me that's kind of like part of the lure of the ship is that, like say the crew have their own everything set up, but the kind of like the people that are coming to spend money, that experience is like the kind of like one of the core elements of that ship. That's what makes it kind of so special.
A different experience to coming on board it that way versus living on board it and
totally
working on board.
And so we'll see here that these are like previs images. These are straight out of 3D Studio Max with a bit of Photoshop magic, but it's just giving you an idea of that going up the fuel scoop or the market entrance. You'll have the awnings all folded out. It should be a real grand experience. Will we have red carpet?
I don't know why in my head it's like Aladdin's cave. Do you know what I mean? That's
totally.
what it kind of.
And we had some reference images as well.
Oh, okay.
For the marketplace, and so here you've walked up, and you're again. This is always in this concept theory. Has always been this tree of life essentially. So basically, you enter at the base of the tree, and then it forms the spine, and then that tree branches out and basically reaches to the front of the ship. That's the theory. Always been this organic theory.
The same in the Defender. You come in the Defender up the ramp.
Yes.
And then you have that big central tree which houses components, and then that stretches out and back around to form.
So the line work in this is a little more sort of refined. It has gone less organic compared to the Defender. Kind of gone for a slightly less alien feeling.
Yeah.
Just to
like doesn't feel like it's actually a tree that has grown and they build a ship around this kind of organic thing. It is a ship.
Yeah, absolutely. And so here is a capture from 3D Studio Max, just so it's super clear. Like this is the lower floor. So the marketplace is split into 2 floors, 8 shops on each floor.
Or is it?
No, sorry, 4 shops.
4 shops
on
on
each
each
floor.
8 total.
And then you have this little walkway that sort of goes over the top. You can kind of see here, obviously we've got a flying jellyfish, but the theory is that that'll be a holographic display, and hopefully the captain can choose what's on there.
Special offer for the day.
Could be special offer, could show a weapon, could just have like butterflies flying around, whatever. But this really gives you a vibe of the complexity of the Banu sort of folded metal, that organicness, and sort of just that overall experience.
The headaches that you're going to cause me.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that Aladdin's cave.
Yeah.
You've got the little Jules hanging off the.
I really like those, like the kind of like the treatment of light in a lot of concepts. I don't know if I'm stealing your thunder from future thing. But the sort of these jewels and stones that are kind of going to be used as light source throughout the ship, and I think that's kind of like really nice.
Yeah.
Just like a bit different.
Fluorescent tube.
Yeah, LED lights or.
Yeah, and so we really sort of pushed on that on this one, and so here is like, there's basically as part of the Tree of Life in the marketplace is the elevator shaft, and so you can then go up there into the negotiation room, which was in the original.
One of the images that everyone remembers from the original concept was that room with the table and looking out over the cargo.
And so we've kind of kept that, and we'll come to that in a second. But before you get there, you come out of the elevator and you're sort of in a central corridor.
Smoke with Aces said he smiled again. Drink.
Guests.
Oh no!
In a lot of these trades often take a long amount of time, so
I gotta
there's a lot of back and
hold
forth
up.
with the narrative team on this ship in particular.
Are you taking a whole swig?
How do Banu trade? How do they eat? How do they? Because for the Defender,
I'm on my Dragonfly cruising on
it's
your
long
microtech.
duration. So these trades can take
Check a
days,
DM, Coop.
weeks, maybe months. So the people that are coming on board
What's
to
that?
trade need a place to stay whilst.
And it's not like the people that are going to be kind of flying this. They don't have in my head they don't have like a base of operations. Like this is their home.
Yeah.
So like you say, if you're trading I guess some of these things could be their livelihood. They're trading these really expensive high-end items, and that's kind of.
And you want them to feel special, like the thing about this always has been making the people feel, that they're in something quite unique. And so you can see here, in this image we've got massive gemstones. There could be whatever, but in terms of lighting opportunities, you'll have the core sticks and the light. If they're rotating, there's a lot of cool opportunities. And so here is the conference room, which we just mentioned. In the original concept, it was smaller, a lot more compact. But obviously, the ship has got bigger, and therefore we've got more space. But also, it's a display of wealth, right? If you can afford to waste a bit of space, essentially, if you could be like, I don't need to pack it with everything. Just got to make this nice player experience where everyone feels sort of relaxed. And so that's kind of what we've been pushing with. So there's a lot of commonality that we've taken from the original and fed into this, but then also pushing further. So again, you can see the sort of like carved gemstones inlaid with more gemstones, inlaid with gold.
That's dope.
And so again, in terms of player experience, it's going to be totally different to anything that's happening.
Look at all this space I'm wasting.
Looking into the hangar, so
cargo bay.
Sorry, into the cargo bay. And so it's been quite a tussle trying to get everything into place. And then this is an example of one of the hubs for like if you're doing long-term trading. And this is really sort of based on, again, keeping with the organic theme, the Banu shapes, but pushing in a slightly different palette and materials. And so it's kind of based off of the interior of a Nautilus shell. And so you can't really tell from here, but actually it circles back on itself. So there's a little internal wall there that you go behind, and that's where toilet and shower and all that sort of stuff is. And then you've got the bed in the back, and then you've got lockers and little seating area. So you kind of like a real sort of organic journey. So again, just pushing on leveraging that GM tech as well. So the chairs and the desk and even the lights are just sort of held in space. So quite different. And so that's where the traders go, but the crew obviously has got access to the full ship. And so
slightly less grandiose, but not.
Yeah. So the docking cargo, that docking corridor is still quite elaborate. But
that's going to be shared between.
Yeah, it's more of a shared space. There's some more technical elements in there in terms of venting and stuff, and we still want to. This has always been a theory of you've got your superstructure, then you've got your tech, and then you've got your layering of the bodywork, the cladding, and then there'll be areas where the sort of tech is revealed and stuff, and so by balancing those two, the proportions, you can kind of like alter the feel of the space, and so I mean it's going to be a journey for you guys of like how we achieve all this, but this is the corridor leading to the marketplace from the docking area, and so you've got that great big green ring, which kind of sort of that we kind of put that there and kind of thinking of.
I'm mad they making me really want this ship now.
The docking, there's not some kind of vintage going on.
Yeah, I was having this conversation with the team this week actually about.
Yo, did my screen really go to sleep mode?
Communicating to the player, but not
serious.
Just as simple as something.
That's professional broadcasting right there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, sorry about that, ladies and germs.
Again, this will give you some really good opportunities, and again, it's just the new materials, the folds.
So I bought the Harvey cartel.
Moving on to the habitation section where sort of crew can go. People who are familiar with the Defender.
They said he smiled again. I don't know, man. Are you messing with us now?
So, the amount of gold and
I didn't see it. I didn't see it
either.
Is reduced, and so it goes to more matte materials.
Oh, man, I love it. It's so different than any other ship.
More functional, but still got that 3D printing.
You get a lot of that sort of like layering.
It's like a vacation from all the other designs.
In the middle is the.
It really is.
What do we call it? The magic tagine.
Yeah.
Ultimately, so it's fed from underneath, and you choose what you want, and then it appears, and the top comes off, and you get your food out.
Yeah.
You get your cutlery.
You can speak to narrative for a while about sort of how our aliens eat. That could be a whole talk in itself, I feel.
It's a tricky one because it's an alien, it's a Banu ship, but it's got to support humans operating it. If you had an entirely Banu crew, if you were playing as a Banu, then some aspects of this you don't need, but as humans,
and y'all play Warframe.
Are they gonna say we're gonna be able to play as a Banu?
Yeah.
Do any of y'all play Warframe?
A lot of
not us, the black guy.
Stuff to sort of
as a very.
Not us, the beach guy.
This is a work of
Warframe look to it.
It's one of my favourite bits. I really like this.
And you can't really tell from the shot,
vibe.
but it's essentially set over 3 levels. But you've got that main middle level, and you can sort of get on mini lifts to drop down to components. Or
Probably should, as many friends as I've had to play it.
Essentially, this is
play it for a long period of time, like for years.
Dude said that room look like where you get your gum jabber on.
All those elements, and so you get
Dune reference.
Shadow play basically going on.
Yeah, I got into it for a while, and then I stopped playing.
Extremely cool in motion.
That's what Yam explains it.
Were you talking about whether tying it to damage or the state of the?
It sounds like a good idea, so I'm going to say yes.
So if the engine's malfunctioning and it's sort of slowing down and stuff, that'd be kind of cool.
I'll claim that one.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not sure what it was.
And
Okay,
then,
that was
you know,
a smile.
in terms of
Gotta
the
sip.
cargo space,
Sip!
what we're looking at here is like the 32 SCU sort of cargo boxes.
These are the big cargo containers that you see in all the rest stops and the cargo decks. These are those, like, the modern day big cargo shipping containers.
Yeah.
They're quite hefty, and you certainly can't pick them up by yourself, and you can't really do it with handheld tractor beams. So you need something big.
Yes, and so we've got a hefty a moving mechanism in there at the moment, which you can control from this position that you can see in the screenshot. And so that'll be something else to work out then. But
something else to work out, John.
But you know, it will be a really cool area, and sort of just below you, that's basically where the sort of the loading platform is.
Yeah, because it moves the cargo containers into that space, and then that
Yes, and then it
space kind of drops down, doesn't it? Yeah, so there will be that sort of like, oh, we need the bottom one on the third stack.
Yes,
All right, okay,
yeah.
let's shift
I
everything
thought the
out.
walkthrough would be at least like white box or gray box. This ship is still a long way away.
And all the time you'll be able to see.
Yeah, I think
The poor guy moving it around. Just
Yeah.
don't mess it up. But yeah, as a result of
Fall?
all those changes, the cargo capacity has gone
Maybe.
down a little.
This fall?
I think.
Banu?
What year?
It was a nebulous
Next
number
year.
to start with.
Oh.
Not this year.
It's still big. It's around
Like,
2,000.
we're pulling a rabbit out.
Which is not a small amount of cargo by any means.
Yeah.
So basically a year
So
from
it's
now.
still well above most
I think so.
ships, but until you get to the whole series,
I was going to say, I can't remember what our whole series.
the hull is over 3,000.
I don't think it's coming before next sitcom.
Still, yeah.
It's a lot, but maybe not quite as
Why you
much
gotta
as
step on my dream, sir?
hoping for originally.
Hey,
Well, I
listen,
think
Looks pretty.
that gives
It
me
does.
time to buy one.
You a habitual dream stepper.
Yeah. It's always a give and take.
I love
with these
attitude.
things of we could make
I crush
every ship
dreams.
do everything, but then they just become these humongous vessels. So it's always a trade.
So moving now up to the bridge area, and what we're looking at here is very much work in progress. I mean, we are literally working on this right now. In the sort of top left, had to think then, is
That looks so dope.
an image
I know that's
that
an
we
old one,
created
but
sort of on round 2, and we're sort of leveraging that heavily. So a lot of shapes will appear in
Drinking
this
while
stuff.
looking at ship
But
concept
in this
is
new
a
sort of
dangerous
configuration,
combination.
you're able to
I'm finna go to the gray market right now.
land turret.
Open up my wallet.
Dude, how much smaller is a
And
bridge?
then also
Way
you've got
less
side
open.
corridors, which leads you to.
It's got a special name though.
It's like it's not a meditation room. I can't remember the name of it.
There was a approved name.
I want to see that room where you overlook the
It's
market
kinda like a
or
sort
the
of
cargo or
sacred
whichever it
space,
was.
Oh,
where sort
right,
of
right.
Banu can sort of pay, you know. We've kind of got sort of equivalent of prayer wheels. That's kind of the theory. So it's like this nice little calm space. So that's been quite fun. So there's a lot of the areas on this ship are
Good
very
grief,
sort
I'm gonna
of
be going back studying the hell out of these images.
and have your central area and then stuff coming off it. So like I said, there's been a lot of thought given to navigation, and in this area also are two lifts which also can take you quickly to other areas from this bridge.
It's an 8-person crew now, so there's space for 4 on the bridge. Obviously, there's 4 stations there. You have 1 person that can go to the manned turrets towards the rear, 1 person that can fly the defender, and that leaves 2 to deal with everything else whilst you're flying around, because you can still trade whilst flying around, but it's probably not the wisest of ideas if the person who's come on board to trade has left their ship behind. So
I mean, it might be good for negotiations.
Yeah, it's good for negotiations.
I bet that dude on the left
But
tell a
that
hell of a
crew can
bedtime
then
story with that
shots if
voice.
you're just landed on a planet somewhere. Sort of pull WG. You don't need to be flying if you landed. You can menu shop.
But you know, I was thinking like, yo, this ship really does need a med bay. Like, how can you operate this realistically without a med bay?
Full-size image of
Dude, that's so much stuff to have in it.
bridge, and
A
again, you can see
mall,
the sort of
crazy cargo
superstructure
space,
and all the layers.
med bay, conference room.
You know, we have changed the configuration since this image, but a lot of that theory is going to get transferred.
Then people gonna get mad that the Star Runner ain't got a med bay.
Again, just continuing with that flow of
And the Corsair.
from back to front.
And the Corsair.
So always sort of
Corsair's so
stream
small
life
though.
and going to the nose of the ship.
By the
I
time
want that.
people see this, we'll have
Consolidated Outland.
actually had someone start.
You know, settling ship on Pioneer.
In production now after all these years.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
This is actually one of the ships
That
I'm
ad
really
brings
excited
tears to my eye.
playing with in game. It's just such a kind of, like I say, it's got that kind of full trading experience, but it feels like a proper home that you can live on, and it's got a load of weaponry as well, which
If in doubt, then just
get
the guns out.
Yeah, you will buy.
Hey, that's a smile, cuz.
So that's
That's
the
a
merchant.
smile.
Pretty cool. Looking forward to seeing that. Go
Don't
to
be quiet now,
production.
Jules. Drink, sip.
That one was too quick, yo. It
Yep.
wasn't a full smile.
Dude, stop faking the funk.
Oh man.
So to close our talk out, thought we would revisit the idea that we had last time we did one of these panels. We showed some concept ships, or some ideas for concept ships, talked about it, and everyone voted for them. Obviously, as this is pre-recorded segment, we can't interact with the crowd and get a feel of that. So
fight amongst ourselves.
arm wrestle for which one we do. So
It's not good time.
at the end, Jared will explain how you can sort of vote or express your preference for what we show today, and we will see what comes of that. But first, let's go over what we did last time. So we had this ground mining vehicle concept. We had the Xi'an small cargo. We had the Tavaran light fighter.
I'm trying to see the
People may
refinery.
recognize a sort of pattern emerging here. And then a small refinery ship. So let's see.
So they didn't
what's
say
happened to
anything
those
about a
over the last
med bay
few years.
on a Banu, huh?
So that small ground miner turned
In that
into a breakout
graphic,
rock
the
and
cutaway they
yes.
did.
Yeah, showed
The
it.
Gatak Raylan was the
They
Xi'an
would've
small
mentioned
cargo,
it, though.
and that was very close to that concept thumbnail that we did.
It was, wasn't it?
We have the Asperia Talon, which was the Talon light fighter. And then the fourth one, which is a bit of a mystery.
I like how they put nothing in the picture.
Mystery.
I like
Oh, really?
I wasn't involved with this last time, but you've got a couple of my favourite ships.
Hey,
in
what
that,
was
so-
that for?
Yes, it's good.
The small refinery ship.
So that fourth one, the small refinery ship, obviously people don't know about, but I can pretty confidently say people will know about it very soon, fingers crossed. So,
Very soon,
Yeah.
/ fingers
Very
crossed.
we've
soon.
got 4 more sort of.
Ain't this
cuts
the
of
time
options
to
here, so
reveal the
go
very
over
soon
those.
stuff?
Option A is a big explorer ship. So
Come on with this.
we obviously have the Caracas, the pinnacle
I mean, full
of
stuff.
explorer ships, but there can always be more.
Yeah, it would be nice to get a bit of competition in for the character, really.
Yeah, maybe something misky. Go in the misc line.
Yep.
I'd like to see a Banu explorer.
Then we have a selection of ground vehicles there. So there's a right mismatch there. So we've got
Yeah,
two
they're
little
quite the explorers,
small
though.
vehicles and what looks like an
I like that,
NPC based off the ballista chassis.
That one in the middle of B look like
Yeah, the
those
ground
little
vehicles
dudes from
kind of,
Star Wars.
Although they're not as grand and exciting as the ships, I think they're just really
What are those
fun.
little scavengers?
And it's nice. They're nice things to
Oh,
work
the
on because they are kind of
Jawas?
contained and they
Yeah,
are
it look like a Jawa truck.
They are. I was going to say like less complex, but they're probably not that much less complex than a ship because they still require all the same sort of setup and everything else. But
Confinement.
yeah, you
Everything's
got
got
to fit everything.
I love the way they
in a
talk.
small space. I think the ground vehicles kind of they just add that extra element of fun when you are playing with your friends. That it's you know it's not all.
Y'all ever seen
planets and
Troopers? The spoof Star Wars. That's great.
I don't see a floating.
Troops, I guess is what it's called. Troops.
That's still on the list.
You know, I
Yeah.
think like
It's not
20
mine,
PJ
it's
Special, yeah.
I've got a few
over
that
20 years.
trying to like just wear John down with.
Maybe option C. This hover vehicle could be a floating big pennies
Delivery bike.
delivery quad
Yeah.
bike.
Yeah.
Could be.
You'd go to like flying green zones though, wouldn't you? And that'd be like, actual kind of landing zones would be all sorts of difficulties.
Yeah, so that's we have some Gravlev bikes in game at the moment, but this is a sort of a more stable, secure option because
The first one in C looks like the
experience probably some mild terror.
The bike and the old Judge Dredd.
Yeah, we've not done it.
Oh yeah, with this loan.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's been a while. So the last option D, is a bomber ship. So we have the Hercules A2, which is coming this patch. That obviously carries very big bombs, or it's a collection of smaller bombs, but it is our only dedicated ground bomber. We have bombers like the Retaliator and the Eclipse, but they're more torpedoes. This would be another single man, get in, get out, drop your bombs, job. So
I know I've kind of said I like all of them, but like I think the visual aesthetics of the bombers is kind of like the single seat bomber. They just look cool.
I think a hover vehicle for me.
Yeah.
I'll go for the Explorer ship at the start because I like big ships. I cannot lie.
Do you know, I was wondering if you were going to do it.
I knew he would say that. Hey, he smiled.
Hey, smile.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I think a nice
take a two sips for that one. He cracked the joke and smiled.
All your friends on board, because that's really where you have the huge amount of fun with Star Citizen, is getting a group of friends together and just going off.
I just think
and causing chaos.
Visually, the small little.
Yeah, we definitely going to need another bomber since it's coming.
Yeah.
Can we have them all, John?
Yeah, and something smaller too.
Maybe.
Like you're talking about.
What happens if we do get like a perfect split on the votes?
Yeah.
Like Jazz and come back and be like, well, actually.
Definitely don't condone trying to split the votes.
Yeah.
So we have to make them all. But
just double your team, Ben. Double the team.
It could happen.
Yeah, I'll try. Yeah, thanks.
So yeah, that's a little wrap up at the end of the show. So obviously it would have been easier to do this in person, but the world we live in doesn't allow that at the moment.
Hopefully next year, but I don't know.
Yeah, do it in the US,
Jared will
please.
come on in a minute and explain how to vote for these. Leave your comments and suggestions on them, and we'll.
One in
see
LA
what
never
happens.
happened.
Right.
That's a wrap for us. I'm John, if you don't realise. I'm the vehicle director.
I'm Ben. First CitizenCon done. Woo.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
I'm Paul Jones.
One last smile.
Thanks for watching.
Go for it, dude. Go for it.
I'm going.
I'm sipping, dog. I'm sipping.
They sipping.
All right, mute.
Do you hunger for the
All
challenge? Pitted against nature, you will need discipline, determination, and the courage to never give up.
So what do y'all think? Banu Merchant, first off.
Looks like you need
I want it.
Yeah, definitely want. Well, I mean, I got it. I just can't wait for it to come out. I've always not hated, but I hated it when people would bring up the Banu Merchantman because
Really,
I'm
you
like, huh?
You too?
Yeah, because I'm like, dude, that ain't coming out for eons, man. And so I would hate for people to remind me. I just want to sit on my purchase, forget about it, and then one of these days it would show up. But yeah, man, I can't wait for the Banu Merchant, man. It's got so much stuff in it. It's being so many things, which I thought they was gonna cut most of it out.
Yeah.
And make it just like a decent all-arounder for its size. But apparently they still rocking with it, and I love it.
Yeah, it looks like the alien carrot, basically.
The alien carrot?
It looks even more than a character.
It does.
Except
So
it
it
has
has so many
NPCs.
Dude, it's got a mall in it. It's got...
You have a negotiation room. You have... We didn't even talk about the guns. They said it has 4 turrets. That's not turrets, but 4 mounted guns. And then the 2 front-facing guns, the 2 pilot guns that come out that retract. And then a man turret on the top that's supposed to be 360, right? They said?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Was it one turret that's 360? I know they had 360 coverage.
It said 360 coverage by all the guns, but not one turret.
Okay, but it does have that one turret. The man turret on the top retracts, so it comes out the top. Then they added the landing bay for the defender, for the Banu defender, which, as I stated earlier, the Banu defender, when you take out the landing gear, the dimensions of it is pretty big. It's not a small ship, so that means that landing, that hangar will be able to fit maybe a size 2 ship.
I just want to go real quick back to the Liberator just to show everybody, man, that thing is way more expensive than I thought it was going to be. $500 or $575. Yeah, 500
like
war bond, 575 regular.
Like you said, though, we're going to be buying it in game probably. So
yeah,
what would you imagine that's going to translate to UE?
I mean, to transfer is going to be. It's tough to say because
CitizenCon
it's a hauler. You know what I mean?
I mean, what else has been that price, and what did it cost when it came out? You know?
The
how much
Hercules right now is like over 4 mil, right? It's like between 4 and 5 mil.
Set of community videos.
Is it?
So
Yeah.
the 400i is real and visible. The Anvil Liberator may become the hero of Pyro when
So how much did it cost when it was at the same
and the
phase?
Banu merchantman aims to
See, I
take
think it'll
the
be
crowd
about, you know,
coolest
5-6
spacecraft in the
mil
game.
to get that Liberator.
Like it didn't
in-game.
have it already.
That's not a problem.
Plus, you can vote to prioritize one of the next ships to move into development. Voting should be enabled now on the very special com link found on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. And if it isn't, give it some time.
Listen to
I'm
Disco
willing to bet
now.
the
He
site
said
is being
voting's
hammered
now
just
open.
a little bit at the moment. Now, as for what you folks had to say
For
during the presentation,
what they showed
we're
us,
gonna
like
try
the
this
A, B,
again.
C, D.
All right, Twitch chat, don't let me down.
Oh,
Dial Tone said, "Yo, dog,
I'm
we
happy
heard
to
you
only
got
muddle
ships,
the
so
waters,
we made a
but
ship to ship your ships,
Yeah,
so you
me-
can ship what
me neither.
I'll let
cool.
the,
I was daydreaming about that Banu, that merchant man.
Yeah, the Banu was looking like the hotness, man.
I want to go to the gray market, man. Do some under the table deals, man.
So did they? It's in concept. I know it's in concept, but is it for sale right now?
It's not. I looked on the page, and every time you click on buying options, it takes you to one of the ship packs for $3,500.
Oh, that concierge love.
Yeah, that's a negative for me.
Yeah.
That's what I call that, the negative package. The hell no.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I would like to
Okay,
see.
what was-
Go ahead.
Okay, on the Liberator though, I mean,
Mhm.
it looked like it held 4 tanks. It looked like it held at least 4, medium-sized fighters, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
No, because at
Maybe
first
light
it
fighters?
had 4. At first it had 4 when it was only single layer, only single level.
The last one was 3, right?
The last one was 2. I saw.
2? I thought it
Maybe.
had like 3 gladiators, which are medium, right?
Yeah.
Maybe 3, 2 or 3. I thought I saw 2. One in front of the other, and then 4 tanks below. But that means, you can substitute those tanks with ships. So
Yeah, if that top deck recedes or retracts, that'd be pretty cool. You could land more ships in there and then cover them up, land more.
Somebody said the real question is how many buggies can you fit in there? How many great
Well,
cat
someone's gonna
PTVs
find
in
that
there?
out. Oh yeah, we're gonna find that out.
how many gray cats? Hey Dick, how many gray cats you think you can fit in there, dog?
Hey man, 1 million.
I say about 24, 25. I don't know.
It's an interesting ship. I mean, it's real mission specific.
6 per tank.
Yeah, I think Cooper made a real good point in that that's going to be a really good ship for organ
Events.
I guess. But then again, I don't know. I'm just like,
Well, we'll want a Carrick there for the med bay, and we'll want a Liberator there to hold everything, and
but here's my thing is like, whatever ships need to be brought to the event, people will just fly their ships there. No.
It'd be well.
Not if they're in another system.
Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, because they. Oh, I'm tripping, dude. Like, cause I'm looking at Lando's thing and it says it put a 30K on my screen.
Come on, Jared. Come on, Jared. You supposed to know that's no bueno, man. That's not allowed, bro.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Okay, so the 400 eyes stole the show initially, man. Are y'all trying to get one or what?
Okay, so I said no at first, right?
But then you had a few John Cruz smiles.
I had a few cool smirks, you know what I'm saying? And I've rethought my position on this. I'm thinking that that's not a bad price for that LTI token and the exclusive skin. And if anything, I could melt it, you know what I mean, and just buy it on a buyback token if I want it again.
Yeah, true. Yeah, those buyback tokens come in handy dandy.
Right.
And a little upgrade. How you can just keep the upgrade without actually applying it.
Yeah, because I mean, 200. That's
220.
I could dig that. Yeah, 220. 220 if you melt, right, for store credit, and 200 for
250.
Oh, okay. So 220 war bond and 250 standalone.
Yo, that 30K thing caught some folks in the chat smoking. They was like, yeah, I was tripping behind that. That got me. I was like, oh, wait a minute, what happened?
Yeah, what did I do, right?
Right.
I don't know. I have to check out the specs. You know what? How about this? Let's go over the specs. Of the
which one?
Of the 400i, because that's something that I'm interested in.
Oh my god, the 400i was gorgeous.
In terms of yeah, what you said? Cool. What you saying?
You said the 400.
I'm just saying it was gorgeous. That's all.
It was dope, and I wonder, because that skin that they showed, I wonder, was that just like how the lighting from the planet that they was on interacted with the regular white paint job that they showed earlier, or was that a different skin?
So if you look, the 220 version comes with two skins, right? It comes with that skin, I think, that they showed, and then it's a meridian paint and then a penumbra paint, and basically one is like gray and one is like a darker gray.
You get gray or darker gray?
Yeah, it's like, well, one has
like a
gray.
platinum.
It's dope though. This penumbra, because it's gray with like gold trimmings on the outside, and then the other paint is like a darker, like a darker paint. But then if you buy the package, the 250 joint, that comes with the white. That comes with your classic origin white. But the thing is, that package only has a 6-month insurance.
The more expensive one does.
Exactly, because that's the one that you can get with store credit.
Gotcha. Which is what I would do. Well, yeah, I don't want to put just brand new 220 in it. I'd rather just melt some things and spend a few dollars rather than put $2.
Ooh. Okay, so I'm looking at it. I'm seeing one shield generator, 3 coolers, 3 power plants, 2 fuel intakes.
What size is the shield generator?
Shield generator, it says M. What's that, medium?
Oh, did they go to different sizing things? Because usually, because like for example, the Condies, they got 2 size 3s now.
I don't know. It doesn't say. It doesn't have numbers. It just says M. So.
Are you on tools? Star Citizen tools.
I'm on the technical overview.
Oh no.
On the
RSI
website. Yeah. 1 fuel tank. Let's see.
Yeah, that's what Smoking Ace said. So they still ain't up. I don't know if. So who's the most updated? There's got to be tools, right? Because they show the actual numbers, and the RSI site is only showing medium. Or does that directly translate?
I mean, this page just went up on our side. It was, remember, we couldn't see anything about the 400i before this.
That don't necessarily mean they updated their size conventions.
Yeah, I don't know. But from what I'm seeing on here on RSI, it says 2 size 4 weapons, 2 size 3 turrets with 2 guns each. Oh wow, a lot of missiles. More missiles than I thought.
How many missiles?
8 size 4s and 8 size 2s.
Okay, 16 missiles. Make them whistle.
That's not bad, bro.
That's not bad at all.
That is not bad.
Man, I don't know, man. You think the Liberator's gonna be much of a seller? What do you think, Coop?
Oh, I can't wait to buy one. I mean, of all the ships, I think this is the most practical, and I think it's going to be a real dog. I mean, it's going to be like the mole. Like the mole looks great actually, but it's going to be kind of a dog. It'll be the underestimated dog of the fleet, basically. But
underdog.
Let's see, what was it? Ben Franklin. It was like, it's best to be underestimated.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
When they first said transport,
one.
I thought they
have to have one.
You know what I was thinking? I was, like, when they first said it, I was thinking that they was saying that his job is specifically to transport ships from like say you needed your ship brought to you from Pyro to Stanton or something like that. That's what I was thinking it was. But okay,
well,
it's more of a staging ship
too.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that pulls double in that capacity.
Oh, that 500 tag. I was not expecting that. Especially after the 400 was 2. I was like, okay, 220. I was like, these ships is looking reasonable. And they said, watch this.
As soon as I saw 500, I kind of lost interest. I stopped watching that closely. I was like, yeah. Okay.
So that's going to translate to, 15 mil or 12 mil? Something like that, maybe.
No idea. I can't call it, but maybe. Either way.
I bet the 400 is going to be between 10 and 12.
I'm leaving that. See, that ship to me is a good example of a ship that should be group purchased. Like an org should put in, you know what I mean? All together and go in all.
The 400?
No.
Okay.
The Liberator.
Yeah, the Liberator.
The Liberator. Yeah, the Liberator.
Yeah, we should definitely raise funds.
Whoa, hold on.
Day.
Wait, how about this? I thought this dude in the chat was messing around. He said PTU is live. And I checked, it is.
Oh, excuse me. Pardon me, y'all. Sorry, chat.
Let's just.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna go do that right now.
Nah.
Right on, Ross.
I'm not getting a prompt to update.
Whoever said that almost got me to blow up my ships all at once. I got a race car, a dragon, flying,
record his name. He must be held
out on the lake.
He or she must be held accountable.
Now, wave 1 PTU. Let's see.
I don't
wait, here's a note. PTU copy still grayed out. Give CIG. Okay, so it's they gotta iron out something. Yeah, I had picked up mine. I was like, yeah, let's go. Just double check.
So maybe tomorrow.
I'm thinking this weekend.
Maybe tonight. I don't know. know.
They were doing a lot of updates, almost daily for Evocati. So.
Yeah, but they were really short though.
Yeah, but I mean, just like updating, like patches, like more patches. That was a good sign.
Okay, yeah, I still got 314 on mine.
I'm trying to go to New Babbage on a Dragonfly. See if I can fly through the city with it.
You're gonna go? That's gonna be a long ride, homie.
So
no, I flew out to the middle of the lake, and I'm parked in the middle of the lake.
Wait, what?
No, I was saying I didn't realize, but I think this is the is this the Vulcan?
Yeah.
Mutation?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back to this later. So okay, so what we talked about the Banu merchant, man. We talked about the Liberator. We talked about the 400 hour. What do y'all have to say about that presentation, the gameplay?
Yo, I mean that stealth mission stole the show right there, man. Cause that was it a guy or girl? Is a girl. Man, she was solid Snake times 3 up in that joint, man. Oh my gosh. And then was using all the tools, like the cutter tool and the tractor beam tool to like give herself a better position on things. It was the hotness, man. And you know, I ain't gonna lie, I was like, dude, am I ready to do this yet? Do I feel like I need to get my skill up? Yeah, for real, man. For real.
I mean, so there's a couple things I want to point out that I noticed.
Shout out viral video.
Number one, I noticed that they had planet-side NPCs operating.
Yeah, that was dope.
Which means, and they weren't just walking around like just doing random stuff.
Yeah, like aimlessly. Yeah.
Right, like people came outside and were holding weapons and shooting at the character. Now, my question is, does that only count for since it was a base, quote unquote, or does that mean that they actually are going to have, you know, planet side AI working, like traversable? I'm thinking it's just because it was a base.
No, they've that was was that in a video? I think it's one of the videos I wrote and then never just threw it away. But yeah, they got this whole new traversal system for NPCs, for walking and for driving. I think the driving got a lot more work to go on it. But yeah, NPCs is about to go live. Not live, but let me.
Well, I would love the
they
fact
about
she
to get
went in
live.
Yeah, we need that. But I'm wondering if it was just one of them smoke and mirror things, because my thing is like they definitely have to get it working for Stanton first, right? Before they have it for Pyro.
Yeah, but some of it's gonna go retro though.
I got you.
And they said that they didn't build anything specifically to demo stuff that's not, you know, about to be cracked. Like it's all stuff they're working on. So like, you know, the past ones they've like built some like vertical slice type things that aren't even close to ready. This is all stuff they're working on.
Oh, you and Oprah could believe that if you want. I'll wait until I actually see it to believe it. But you know what? Either way, it was dope. I'm definitely not hating. That stuff, it looked tight. And it was a good sight to see, like just to see people walking around, you know, like outside, like oh snap.
Yep.
You know. I really liked how we were able to carry and stow a weapon and use the weapon without an undersuit. That's something I've been really
you know what? That didn't register for me. Okay. All right.
Yeah, because the character changed into the regular clothes, but still had the gun on the side and still took it out and shot somebody. So that's something I noticed. Yeah, man, it's looking more like a traditional game in terms of infiltration, you know, using the tools that we have, like the multi-tool and the tractor beam, to create a different way of infiltrating. Different
The fact
routes.
that she came in there neutral and was like, okay, what's the price? Was able to do business there. And then like, I don't like the price. Boom, death to the NPC. And then anybody in the place turns against you. That's just amazing.
Yeah,
That's
really
going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
Especially if you shoot the guy and you don't tell your friends first. And be like, oh shit, they're shooting at me.
And it was crazy how many different ways you can go. And that brings me back to, I did not realize the settlements was going to be that huge. Things was way bigger than I thought they was going to be. I thought they was going to be like this little nice, really big studio apartment type things. And it was huge.
It was nice. It was definitely nice to have an actual like enemy base, right, with like watchtowers and guardsmen and
A fully explorable city, you know.
Man, that's what we need. That's real gameplay. Like, that's what we need, and that's something that, you know, not for nothing, I'm sure the PvPers out there, you know, clamoring for some action in Pyro, but we need more PvE traditional gameplay like that in Star Citizen that involves AI and NPCs to challenge us, you know.
I'm hoping that, like, if you land that close to the settlement like they did, that'll raise some alarms so that we have a reason to land farther out, get on our the motorcycles once that's the thing, get on the motorbikes, or, you know, the that little X1 thing you put in there, like, just have some use for the vehicles. That's just another way to give that some purpose.
Definitely, for sure. Yep, feel you on that. I think if you notice the segment where they showed where they came in as enemies, they started off on foot. So it led me to believe that they did something like that, dig. Like they landed far away, drove in close, then hopped out on foot, you know, scoped out the area, like true infiltration.
I've always wanted that. Yeah, I want them to chase me when I try to get away too, you know?
Yeah.
I think my man Yogi in the chat is feeling like you. He said Star Citizen need to offer their own credit card payment plan.
With this much financing, they probably should
get some ships on layaway.
Don't give them ideas, Yogi.
No doubt.
Don't give them ideas. Have a credit card with a picture of a Banu merchantman on it.
Yeah,
little Banu
call
hologram.
Chris Roberts tonight on his phone and say, "Hey, Chris."
Yo, I heard.
Like, Chris, sorry to hit you on a sat phone like this, but we got some things we need to discuss.
I heard Dig is gonna name his Banu merchantman Dig These.
Dig these. Dig these.
Dig these. But yeah, man, I like that gameplay. I like how they showed the different ways of going about it. Yeah, man, I'm wondering why the turrets didn't start firing on the ship earlier though, because like right now, them turrets will fire at your ship when it's landed. Like,
well, they went in. They didn't show when. Well, they didn't show up as hostile in the demonstrations. Right. But yeah, I thought it took a long time for them. Yeah, you're right. It took a long time for them to start firing.
And I think that was kind of for cinematic purposes. Like, you know, they had to explain, oh, we got the anti-air missiles. We want to show it off, make sure it gets showed off, you know.
The whole thing was live, though.
Come on, man.
I heard it, little.
Come on, man.
Bruh, like, you can see a vertical slice.
Come on, man.
And gameplay, obviously.
All that smoothness.
There was nothing scripted in there.
Come on.
Where was there something scripted? Because if there was something scripted, well, he's saying there, like, it was a bunch of scripted stuff, and I'm like, well, look how bad the AI was. You wouldn't script some bad AI.
Oh, well, the AI is bad. I mean,
yeah, they had a few moments where they're like, well, it's not supposed to do that.
Yeah, plus it's like, it's supposed to go that way so that the player can get through the whole thing. And like, he had a set path and wanted to show off all the things, you know, cutting the locks and going in the basement. So it had to be easy. But I don't know, man. Guess we'll see. But one thing I want to point out though, right, is like nobody does missions walking that slow, right?
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
I do too.
Cause I'm like a little overcautious, and
For
so
videos?
I'll be like looking around, not for video,
okay.
but and just in real life, I'll be looking around that much. Like, all right, I looked over here already, but I want to look again because maybe he walked over there. And there's this part where he walked past this part of the top of the building after he had seen a shadow from the NPC, and it looked like it's coming toward him. I was like, dude, you didn't turn left. So yeah, I probably play slower than he played.
Yeah, I do too because I play with my controller. So, but I do know that most people especially that play with, you know, keyboard and mouse, man, they be sprinting everywhere, man, all the time, 24/7. So
I try to slow it down. It's easy enough with the mouse wheel, you know.
Coop, I
Try
thought
to
you
walk
would be
through
more
stations.
guns a-blazing kind of dude.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely guns blazing, but I don't sprint everywhere.
Cooper's on point, man. Y'all gotta watch that video that that Dig and I posted up. Chat the capture the Pico. My man Coop was doing his thing in there, man.
Was he?
Coop was on the low. Coop was doing his thing. He had that coda with the silence on it.
Oh yeah.
And that what they was
What?
using in the video we was just watching?
Yeah. he was
Oh
taking
yeah.
us out.
Dig was at one point I killed you, Dig, and you're like, he had an SMG.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
SMG.
I remember that.
I was like, nope, it was just a coda, but it's got the silencer on it, so it does look big.
By the way, everybody watching in chat, we do these events every Saturday, except for today, obviously, because CitizenCon. But we do really cool events every Saturday. Y'all need to hop in if you want to, or just watch, man. You know.
Hey, real quick, they're showing some decent footage on the on this presentation. They just showed the arrow landing in Pyro.
And use this then
Which I hadn't seen before.
create our shader modules.
How come
in
some of the
bulk
people that are talking,
and
like this dude
optimize.
talking right now, why is he look like a hostage talking with a gun to his head, man? Why is he seem like he's reading his script? Yeah.
And they only gave him a butter knife. They gave him a butter knife to do his beard trimming with beforehand.
That's jacked up.
This is all you get.
he probably don't even have pants on. And his ankle is chained to the chair, yo.
Y'all off the chain, bro.
Producer's gonna use that same butter knife on him later.
I thought that dude was gonna get in trouble during ship talk because his cup was turned the wrong way. They finally fixed it like halfway through.
Yeah, you could tell all of this stuff is pre-recorded and edited together, which I don't mind. Really don't mind. To tell you the truth.
You think it was?
I
Yeah,
know
I
it
guess.
was, yeah. The close-ups and
There's a lot of nice shot comments and stuff.
Are you asking whether or not the people talking was pre-recorded?
I know
Yeah,
all
yeah.
of it was.
Yeah, I guess it would be. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. They said that. They said it was pre-recorded. Even John Cruz
I want to
said
see
it.
some of it live, though. I want to see somebody get up on the stage somewhere and tell me something new, and I want it to be live. Like we
Yeah,
all
that'd
hear
be-
it together.
That'd be nice. Maybe Chris will do it at the wrap-up.
And more than that, I'd like us all to be able to go to the betting center at Grim Hex and watch this thing on a screen there.
Now that will be dope. He said he gave a butter knife.
Yeah. A butter knife. That's just.
That's so
all types of
disrespectful.
wrong, bro. That's all types of wrong right there.
I'm sorry, guy. Gun to your head.
At least use a steak knife. Damn.
Mindless
Steak
resources.
knife.
Fragment shading.
Oh my goodness! It's steak knife and some A1 sauce.
That'd be a delicious shave.
Yeah, delicious shave. Oh my goodness! Can't take you out nowhere.
Oh man, that planet tech though, man.
Oh man,
Ooh, wee.
that moss with the grass sticking out the moss. I was like, man,
Mountains, the clouds,
the
That's
lightning
what I
in
was
the
waiting to
clouds.
Like do y'all realize that was the first time we've seen cloud tech on a solid planetary?
I know.
Like,
Yeah. That was.
an atmosphere and a stratosphere. They literally went through the stratosphere into the atmosphere and then landed. And you saw the precipitation.
Yeah.
Like, yo, that stuff made me forget about Microsoft Flight Simulator. Like, what?
Yeah, you know what? You're right on that. You're right on.
Oh my gosh! Like,
Because you can't go to the ground on Microsoft's flight simulator, and it looked like that. They went from space to through the clouds. It was incredible, man.
landed.
And they had the layers through the clouds.
Yeah,
And they said it wouldn't
right?
be too thick, not like,
I can't wait to go back and watch that in 4K, man. I mean, that's the stuff that I was waiting for since 2016. Ever since I first saw them land on go to Levski and land on Delamar. Like that blew my mind, and this is like the next stage of it. Like this was the elevation of it, and just imagine those clouds on Hurston. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like they already have crazy weather effects on Hurston, but imagine flying through those clouds every time you got to go to Lorville. Oh,
yeah, that'd be awesome. Only thing that wouldn't be awesome is if
Your
it
frames?
goes if it well, hopefully that'll be by the time hopefully that'll be good by then. But if they go back to, which I kind of want, really kind of want them to do, is to where they take the like jump town and all that off of the POIs to where you could just jump to it.
So,
but then it'd be
navigate to it again like it used to.
Yeah, but then it'd be a problem because you can't see through the clouds.
Can't see through the clouds, right? Well,
you have to use the navigation that they added.
You have to use your altimeter. I fly through stuff I can't see all the time to a ground point I really can't detect.
Yeah, well, I ain't talking about.
Don't forget that the moons and stuff. A lot of them shouldn't have any atmosphere. Shouldn't even have clouds, right? That's
correct. Yeah, some of them don't have atmospheres at all, so they won't have clouds.
But I feel what you're saying in terms of like if he was trying to find a place like that on a regular planet.
I like how this dude just went bold. He turned clouds up to high.
Oh, that's where I got him set.
Do you? Well, screw you.
Yeah, it runs
530-90s.
It runs better that way.
No, it
It
doesn't.
don't.
I don't know who lied to you, bro.
It runs better on my system. Like when I had it separate or when I had it turned down, it seemed like it was.
Well, every night when you
all
have to
on my
put a fire
GPU.
extinguisher to your computer, that's why.
You got that NASA quantum processor, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
He's got a what's that computer from 2001 Space Odyssey? HAL. He got HAL.
HAL. He got the HAL 2000.
I can't process clouds on medium, Dave. Clouds must be on high, Dave.
The Hashitashi 2000, son.
Man, that was such a beautiful backdrop when they did that mission with the mountains and the snow-capped mountains in the background and the clouds with the lightning in them. It was incredible.
And then the yellow grass, like in the prairie down below.
Dude, how many times did they say yellow grass?
The wind effect on the grass and on the cloth.
Oh, the tarps,
like
yeah.
Canopies and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh man. It all comes together, man. It really does all come together. And if they can deliver that, which is my next question, if they can when are they going to deliver it? Like, when are we going to see this? Are we going to see this before the next CitizenCon? Do you guys?
They said Q2 of next year is meshing, so I assume that's when Pyro gets introduced. They won't have a reason to introduce meshing unless Pyro is there. So I'm looking at February to March.
Q2, when they say Q2 of next year, that means June.
Okay, yeah, good point. End of Q2 next year. It will be in Evocati.
At the earliest, but
what? DLSS and FSR? What?
Uh-oh.
Who shot who?
Hold up, I'm about to turn this up.
This is the
mesh shaders and primitive shaders, which is technology we can use to generate procedural geometry. And this type of thing could be really exciting for things like the planets or asteroid fields where procedural geometry is critical. And then there's the big one, ray tracing. We're very excited to get onto ray tracing, especially to use it for lighting.
Ray tracing, the reason they downloaded my computer last October.
There's a lot of exciting areas for us to look into, and we can't wait to get into it. So that's it. I just wanted to say a big thanks to everyone who's been involved in this technology.
Ray tracing,
team, engine team,
man, I don't even think we don't even need ray tracing, man.
Yeah, and we don't need it. You're right. I totally 110% agree.
But DLSS though, yes, please.
Yeah, for sure.
And FSR.
Here comes the Rebel Fleet Community Showcase.
There's a FSR program that you can get from Steam that works now with Star Citizen.
Okay.
You
Really?
can upscale to 4K. Yeah.
Oh man, they need a NVIDIA version.
I'm gonna try to find a video, but it's an app that you can buy from Steam for like $3 or $4, and
oh, that's cool.
Are y'all seeing what they're doing right now?
With all the ships.
These are just a fleet ship, just a group shot. This is some.
I'm sure this is yeah.
This is fan made.
Yeah, we need to do something like this though with our org. Just like get us all on a different ship, and then have another, like have a cam ship fly through and get different shots of it. And, you know, I know it's kind of like what they're doing, but I still want to do it.
Nah, for you. We're gonna do something. We're gonna do an org video.
We got to work on fleet flying because there was some ugly flying the other day.
Tell them, Dig. Yo, listen, chat. The commission is we going hard next year, man. We gonna be up in here. They gonna be featuring us.
And with their new fleet admiral, Cooper in a box.
Yo, man, my man Rico was going off with the positions. He was like, what did he say?
That's what I was referring to when I said that.
we doing that Cosa Nostra style.
Oh, that's me that said Cosa Nostra style, but Cosa Nostra / corporate, because it ain't gonna just be a bunch of people doing crazy stuff. You gotta rein it in a little bit. Man, see, this right here, like everything they recorded, it looks good, but I hate because they pulled this from YouTube, and YouTube compresses stuff so much, man.
No, they had people submit directly, didn't they?
No, you submitted through YouTube links.
Oh, that really sucks. Yeah.
Saves on space.
Yeah, there's no way they be taking my. Hell, I would send like a 22 gig file. They're like, dude, we not hosting your 22 gig file, bro. You know, while this is going on, I'm gonna take another shot at seeing if I can get an update.
I just did too. Well, I got it launched again. Somebody said they already downloaded it.
Yeah, some people are able to, some people are not. I've been watching the chat.
Really?
Yeah.
But they downloaded it, but they can't launch it.
No, some people are able to get the 315 PTUs. Wait, you know what? I look like an idiot. I tried to do it from live. Oh, I don't know.
You know what? Me too.
You too? All right, I ain't dummy.
That's what happens when you pay too much attention to John.
Yeah, I can download
it. Oh Lord, I'm acting like an only noob right now, man.
So it's working and it's in. It's done. It's going.
So first we have to apply for it. You have to go apply for it, right? Every time.
No, I just switched it to PTU on the upper left.
I don't have that option available.
Where you go, where it says live, you can't switch that to PTU?
I can't. It says nothing available, but I'm about to go to the site.
Let's see what we got. We got 9.5 gigs.
I don't see anything about it.
Okay, so Yogi said he downloaded it but couldn't launch it.
I don't see anything about it in my hangar. Usually
he said they're like, I don't see nothing and I think you're lying to me.
And I think you're lying. It lies and pizza pies right now, man.
Oh, pizza pies though.
Here we go. I think I see it. Yep. PTU 315.
Bomb. Yes, sir.
Copy account to PTU.
I did not think they would have this ready yet.
I was wondering if that was going to be a surprise, just because, like I said, I kept seeing the Evocati updates, and I'm like, damn, they really patching the hell out of it.
Well, I need to go ahead and get that 400i then, cuz.
No, wait, where you see live, you just click the little button, you go down to. Mine doesn't have an option for that.
That's what I'm saying. So go log into the site, right, and then go to your hangar. And then go to settings, and you should see public test universe, and then you have to.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
You said, where did you see that the 400i was 315?
So if you look on the sales page, they have a message that says the ship and the paints will be available in 315.
Now, or is it 315.1 or something like that?
Exactly. It might be 315 1.1 or 0.2 or something.
All right, if it lets me launch it, then I'm gonna start a new stream.
You can't just modify your stream while it's going. The name of it and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know all this stuff, man. What is that? Something you can do through Streamlabs or what?
Let's see. No, I have to go to Twitch and go to the channel editor, to change my stream.
Okay.
What game I'm doing and stuff like that. Unfortunately, Streamlabs doesn't seem to do that.
Don't you love how they advertise?
New base building tool is coming up.
On what?
They're talking about base building.
No, you ain't talking about 315.
No, I'm talking about what's going on in the CitizenCon.
Oh, yeah.
Gen 12.
Planetary.
This is still.
I've been seeing quite a few faces. Well, not quite a few, but seeing a few faces I ain't seen before. Let's see, Ross said a friend of his just downloaded, and now he's gonna do a live video on YouTube. Okay, so somebody's getting into it. You know what? Be making me a little sad, because we all know that when we go to Pyro, that's 4.0. And it still ain't on the roadmap, though.
You think so? I don't know.
Yeah, 4.0 is when we leave Stan and go to Pyro.
They said second quarter next year. That's what I'm going with.
They said no such thing,
Don't burst my bubble.
Oof is like, listen, man.
Yo, my man cut himself shaving.
I'm holding on to it.
Who got me dying right now?
Oscar Kilo in chat said 2023.
He said. Robert himself said. Oh, stop.
Chris promised me.
Yeah, this is the first guy. I don't look like he's reading a script as a hostage. Everybody else looked like they was if they moved too much, they was gonna die.
This guy's like doing some
people are just not comfortable in front of the camera, man. I don't blame them.
Yeah, apparently. I'm hoping they get some real sand to where it look like he walking on Tatooine.
You want them to make each particle of sand into graphics?
No.
Okay.
I mean, they could do a particle system.
Well,
that,
you know what?
that'll work, but they don't have to do all that.
If you go back to that CitizenCon with the worm on layer 3,
yeah, but that was fake though.
Shows like a sand. Well, it was fake in terms of the worm. I'm just talking about the sand though, like the biome. The biome was more like a Tatooine kind of biome, because instead of like, I always thought that Daymar was kind of like a sand planet, but it's too rocky. But layer 3 looked like it had a lot less rocks.
Yeah, I'm trying to get
I want a sandworm, man. Why did they cancel the sandworm?
Because you kept pulling your sandworm out.
You know what I'm saying?
Walk without rhythm, and I won't pull my sandworm out.
Gonna pull the gum jabber out.
Coop is making a movie called Sandworms on the 890.
You know what?
No, it's called May I Touch Your Dunes.
Worms on a Carrick. Starring Samuel L. Digg.
AKA Show Me Your Dunes. Yeah.
See, so I never asked you on the stream before.
Is that bad? Who said something bad?
Listen, you blame John Crew and his beautiful smile. Blame that dude, okay?
Oh man. But no, you're right. As far as Daymar too rocky to be a desert planet.
Yeah.
I feel you on that.
Yeah, because I feel you. I do want a planet where I could freely ride my my Gravlev without much worry.
Yeah. Whoa. What is this?
Almost there.
Oh,
Animal
yeah.
and entity spawning.
Your count of PTU does not. Oh, yeah, I didn't copy my stuff over. Got all about that.
But I'm still waiting for the email.
Oh, you don't have to get an email. Once you copy your stuff over, you just go over to the PTU.
Nah,
You just go over to the launcher and you hit the PTU launch.
They supposed to send you a login to log into the PTU site.
That's only if you need to log in onto the RSI PTU site.
Yeah, otherwise you can just open your RSI launcher and go, instead of live, click on the little down arrow, it goes to 1 PTU now.
Alright, let me try, because it was.
I've just finished downloading.
Yep, you're right.
River flows. I hope we get jet skis then.
Oh man, that'd be so hot. I remember seeing what was I looking in? I remember seeing all this code stuff for boats. And they ain't said nothing about no boats. But looking at this dude, they need to have
Wow. Look at that water.
They're gonna have some kind of like submarine that can come out and fly. I mean, you're gonna have a
all right, here's
underwater.
Here's the thing. Do y'all think spaceships should be able to go underwater?
Of course, they're airtight.
Dude, but they
I think certain
are
ones
set up
should.
for 0 to 1 gravity.
Yeah, no. They're created for
0 to 1 atmosphere, I mean.
atmosphere with no map, right? Install that error. What do you mean?
But if you ever saw Battlestar, no, not Battlestar, our Star Blazers, that old anime from the 80s, early 80s, they flew a submarine and they converted it to a spaceship. It was brilliant because that would work. I mean, technically, but
how would it take the
updated
pressure
now?
Unless they just built them for.
Well, you just take a pressurized vehicle and they built like a space bubble around part of it, and updated it with jet engines and all kinds of shit.
They got a warp bubble.
It's
to
a
make it go
submarine
underwater.
in space. No, they couldn't go back in atmosphere. They were just traveling in space with it. But I think that you look at a jet ski, and it can. We're not talking about going deep under the water, but its propulsion still works underwater. Just
Yeah,
like
because
a
it could
jet
push.
engine.
It could push out enough water
So you're
within
talking
a
about
certain.
a little bit of conversion, and you have a ship that could do both. I think they should have some ships that do both.
See, you and my buddy Commander Blackout. That dude, he wants spaceships underwater, and I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
If you think about it, it's just more space. It's just with a different stuff around it.
If you think about it, I don't want it.
And something in space is going to have to be a lot more airtight than something
First of all,
underwater.
I can tell you, this is the main problem with having ships go underwater is that you actually have to put content underwater. And nobody
No,
got
they
time.
already plan on that. They already planning on
of course
that.
They plan on that, and coming in the year 2052, I mean, of course, we'll get it one day, but right now, they need to focus on above water. Finishing that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is later stuff.
Yeah, so.
You got. If you look at like the modern day UFO, like the new stuff that's been filmed by our military, that's been released by the Pentagon or approved, says that's military footage. They have ships that are traveling supersonic. They're going in and out of the water, over and over and over, without any phase to their propulsion or trajectory or velocity. Nothing phases it. It's like it's in a bubble traveling through that shit. So
Could be like,
if they came up with something like that would be kind of great.
And they also got.
They already have it. Why not?
They also got a dude with trapezius muscles, and he could fly underwater.
No, the Pentagon's released several. They've said yes, those are actually shots of UFOs that we've captured with our military cameras. Some cases you can't see them with a regular camera, but you can see them in a FLIR camera. And these are filmed by military pilots, and they're like now they're okay to report this kind of stuff. So they put together a big thing. They had back in June. They had a meeting with Congress about these things, and they said these 5 or 6 that are released to the media right now, those are the least convincing videos that we have. And there's one of them that shows like 3 or 4 big green glowing pyramids following pyramid lights, shaped lights. You know what shape the ship is, but it look like 3 glowing pyramids following a giant combat ship.
All right, question. So I did my little copy PTU over.
Oh yeah, back to.
And I still can't get in. I haven't got the email either. What's your status, Jules?
Just like what Coop said. Open up the launcher and then go to it and then hit install.
The little arrow.
Yeah, I did that.
It says live.
I already installed it.
Oh, you already installed it.
Yeah, it's saying that I don't have a account in PTU or something like that.
Right. So I think that's what it is. You might have to wait until they send you that email.
Not able to authentic. Now I'm getting a different error.
I'm going in. I'll start fresh.
Am I getting an error, man?
Why would I need my account over there anyway? I'm just gonna go. I guess I would have just a couple of ships, but I didn't.
Yeah, from what I know, you need an account because the thing is that you have your starting Alpha UEC and your starting ship list over on the PTU site.
It's not that you don't need an account. It's that like when you wait for that email, all the email gives you is a way to log into the PTU version of RSI website.
Right. But I mean, what I'm saying is that's what registers your info. You know what I mean? To the
so
API.
once that's done, then that
I
means
don't ever do
your
that.
Character's been copied over. Okay.
So Yogi, how you copy your stuff over? You go to the RSI website, and then you go to hit the account button settings, and then scroll down to the yellow text that says Public Test Universe, and then you hit copy account to PTU.
Yep, did that already. Once it copies over, they should give you some sort of notification. But
yeah,
last time I did it, I just went straight in after that. So maybe it was quick then and slow now.
He said, Banu ship should be able to release one alien race city that's underwater, Gungan style. That would be tight, man. That would be dope. But I want different vehicles for going underwater. I don't want to take my Aurora underwater. I don't want.
Well, no, I mean, like there would be new ships that could do both. Maybe like in Star Wars, you know, when they fly in to see the Naboo, they fly in and they go into the water and they just.
That's what they do.
Yeah, I was like, go again.
Yep, little propellers on the back. No, I guess they fly out of the Naboo city with a little ship that's made for water. But yeah, think about having a whole city underwater. Then you have like a gas city, you have cities on the ground, you have cities floating above planets, you have cities in the water. What's next? And a volcano. I mean, you have some awesome stuff.
I don't know if that was one of y'all or one of the developers talking about where do you store your gas, and all I wanted to say was in my mattress.
Stupid, yeah. I mean, even before cities and stuff, they just still have to put, like environmental stuff down there. Like if you look at like how GTA 5 did it, they did a really good job with, but you could tell
they
had to
good
create
job
a
with
whole of underwater, doing underwater stuff.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
But they had to. There's a whole landscape beneath the water. That's like,
Yeah, and that little submersible was crap. The little submarine from the beginning. I don't know if they added some stuff after that submarine.
Oh, they did, definitely. Yeah.
Did they?
Oh yeah.
Because that had to been within the last year or so after my Xbox finally said, "That's it.
I quit."
Yep.
This is hilarious. Are you struggling with your career in the verse?
I think GTA 5 is like one of the pinnacles of gaming right now, man.
I think so too, man. Like I can't believe what they started with versus what they got.
Yep.
Well, do y'all remember GTA when it first started out?
I do.
Like
GTA. You talking about
top
the series
down?
or? Yeah.
No, the top down. Yeah,
you're talking about the series.
Out.
Yeah, I never played any of those.
Maybe
I've got a big GTA 5 player in my stream right now, or viewing right now, and he plays on. What is that? Solo RP.
Is he playing on Atari's? Atari's 2600.
Yeah. I've always wanted
like
to
some
do
interesting
the RP
stuff.
servers. Yeah, I've always wanted to do the RP servers.
Dude, those RP servers are so serious, man. I was looking at these people that got kicked out, and it was like, it was almost like a news case about why they get kicked out. Like it was like read a news article.
They just announced they're remaking the trilogy.
They what?
They're remaking the trilogy.
Oh, what, GTA?
Or not remake? I'm sorry, not a remake, but what do you call it? Like a redo, like a HD.
I think we've had enough. I'm so like we had enough, man.
Now after the original three, which is GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas.
Oh, those. I thought you meant like GTA 1 and 2.
Yeah, they redoing them. I heard that they might be doing them in Unreal Engine too, and they're releasing it for all of the modern consoles.
Damn, how big is that backpack?
Consoles and PC. So,
did you see that costume? That's great.
Backpack was huge, man.
Look
at that helmet.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's cute.
Little citizen.
He got the helmet. Nice.
Oh, that helmet is dope with the NVG on it or whatever that was at the top.
Yeah, he put a real tactical helmet on top of the mask.
As you said, is it a remaster?
Yes, remaster. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word.
What's up, Azzy Asworth, the Azington III?
Azzy Ass.
What's up, Azzy?
Yeah, that shot a hater is hilarious.
Can't just add a laser sword.
Freaking lasers.
Yeah, I'm still getting errors, man.
God, this guy went all out with that armor. Look at that.
Yeah, he crafted the hell out of that. And that thing is huge. I didn't realize how much bigger that backpack was than the yellow one that we used to take for mining, for hand mining. I'm going to pop copy. ASFC, if you're watching, I don't see nothing.
Downloading. I'm updating now. Version 3.15.
I'm trying to delete my whole entire ETU folder because I could get errors.
No.
Getting errors like that?
Yeah, even after reboot.
I'm looking at the Twitch stream, like Star Citizen's actual Twitch stream. Like, you can't even see what you type. As soon as you type it, it's gone.
Oh yeah,
there's no way to.
When they put up that Anvil ship, the Liberator, all I saw was like several comments. Ugly. One word's ugly.
Yeah.
That's why I want it. I want it because it's so ugly.
That's why you want it.
Yeah, I love like stuff that looks practical, but like doesn't look like a jet fighter. I like spaceships that look like that. So I think that's how a lot of spaceships will look.
It has a Star Wars feel to it. That's what I would say.
Yeah, big platform flying.
Benoit Bouchel.
Universe setup. What is this going to be about?
Ryan Berry's asking.
Meshing. They're going to talk about meshing.
So Ryan, I don't think there's ever a discount on ships, is there? Well, yeah, actually, yeah, there is discounts on ships.
Tell them
how do you explain that?
If they don't have them now, the aerospace show is coming up soon, and they definitely are going to have a sale during that. So
like he's looking for discounts, and discounts usually come through like war bonds, right?
No, discounts. But discounts usually come through the events. So if they don't have a special discounts going for CitizenCon, then I suggest that he wait until the aerospace expo happens.
Well, there you go. You heard it from Jules, and if Jules is wrong, you go to his YouTube channel, which is in my video description, and then you complain to this dude because he told you wrong.
I'm gonna go there and start a thread on how wrong you were just now.
Somebody make a Reddit thread.
Damn you, Dig.
So on the on the GTA 5 from my man Oscar Kilo, he's a good follow on Twitch. He said he is. They're doing a lot of racing right now, and he's teaching people to fly. He's a flight instructor in a flight school.
Nice. That's on the RP servers, or is that regular?
Yeah, on the RP servers. Yeah.
Oh yeah. See, that's the thing about some of the RP servers. I feel like they look dope, but some of them look like they take it a little too seriously. Like dudes were like RP and like having like a 9-to-5 job and
like they'll curse you out and stuff. Like what? Hold on, is this a game?
Yeah.
I'll slap every one of you.
Yeah, like I like RPing, but I like to do it for entertainment purposes. So I have to inject a little bit of extra sauce in it, you know. Alright, so what'd you say, Dig? 400i? Dropping that 220? What's up?
I heard somebody talking big in the. I don't remember who it was, but they were like, "I've been saving up and I'm gonna spend big this CitizenCon." Who was that? Was that Rico? Was that you, Jules?
Definitely wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
I know Rico is a proponent of having every ship, so it might have been him.
Scorpius is the last one I can afford for a while.
So I had seen these guys RPing piracy in Star Citizen like ages ago. It was when you was able to like glue your ship to another ship and then go
haul it off.
Yeah, haul it off and sell it at a one of them spots. And like the way they approach this dude, they're like, I mean, I wouldn't repeat what he said, but man, like it was some really offensive stuff, and I would have went off on these dudes. And I'll be looking at some of the GTA RP stuff like that. Like, I mean, I get it's an RP, but you ain't gotta be disrespectful.
Well, like in DayZ, when I'm convincing someone to put their gun on the ground, I have to be like really harsh and put your gun on the fucking ground. I'm gonna blow your fucking head off, you know, all kinds of
See,
stuff
me and
like
you
that.
would have had a problem. I'm like, look, sir, you say one more word to me like that, it's gonna go beyond the game.
That's when I got the drop on them. They don't have a choice. They either die or, you know. You watch my DayZ videos, you see when I have a hostage, it's either comply
I would
or
just
die.
tell him like, look, man, either I'm gonna murk you out, or you gonna comply. I'm gonna murk you out. I don't have to get raw. I don't have to get. I don't have to get raw
I
with
get
them.
raw with them, but I let them know that there's another side, and if they comply, they can meet that other side. You know, and usually, you know, like I'll build it up to like one of my videos. I'm like, hey, you know, you guys like, oh man, I don't want to die. I'm like, everybody's gotta die someday, you know. And I'm like, you're probably gonna die. You know, I'm gonna die. You're probably gonna die soon. You know, we don't know. And I build it up, and then I ask him football questions and let him go. So
yeah, see, that's not what you just said a second ago.
No, but in order to get them to drop their guns, you got to say a lot of stuff first. You get them to drop their guns, and then you have them hostage, and you know. Yeah, the bad words. I apologize. I keep forgetting to try to watch that.
I drop my guns for no one.
You're a fat boy. Drop guns. Gotta say it like on Snatch.
Great movie, man. It's one of my favorites.
That is the best movie, man. Guy Ritchie. You know what was as good as Snatch? It just didn't have the humor. Was The Gentleman.
I gotta check that.
I like Lock, Stock. I mean, I thought that was the format that they based Snatch off of. They really just remade Lock, Stock into Snatch with
Lock, Stock seemed like the blueprint, and then
exactly.
Snatch seemed like the refined execution.
Yeah, that's a good way of describing it.
Let's see. Client
yeah, they're taking hostages in solo RP too, apparently. That's a lot of fun. I mean, I used to have videos called being nice to hostages, and you just take them hostage.
You had a video called being nice to hostages?
Yeah, you take them hostage in a really mean way, and then you're like, here, take this gun, and here's some bullets that'll fit it, and here's some pants, those upgrade, you know, and we're gonna take you on up to this base for some new gear. Start marching, you know.
What's up, Mint?
They end up having a great time.
Nah, you know what? He probably said some things I already agree with. He probably says things I definitely agree with. And I'm sure it's probably to do with atmospheres. The spaceships are designed for 0 to 1 atmospheres. You take it below that, then your ship is a soda can.
How did y'all viewers feel about the presentation so far?
They said I was sexy. You could use some work. No, I'm just kidding.
You got that.
Just kidding.
I'm too sexy for my mic. Sexy for my mic.
No, it was people was digging it, man. I mean, you know, for the most part, it was just the actual CIG stream going.
So cool. Question for you guys. Cool. What are you disappointed in not seeing so far?
I really wanted to see more, like, stuff. I wanted to see more ships. I wanted to see more than, I guess, the Banu Merchantman has already been out for a long time. We've already known about it for a long time. So I'm glad they showed us more of that, since there's more to show. But I wanted more than 3 ships. But as far as disappointment, that was the only one. I've been thrilled with, like, the ground, the skies, the everything. If it meshes well and that all works, then we're gonna be so happy.
So I must admit, I'm very surprised we didn't see anything about the vulture. And
Oh
salvage.
yeah, yeah. You know what? I didn't even think about that. You're right.
Are they going to do more later? I mean,
no, there's nothing on the schedule to where I can see where they would
I
put
don't
that.
think so, man. But supposedly that stuff is supposed to be coming in the next year, man. And I hate to see the fallout if they say that it's getting pushed further. Like we don't get any like tier 0 salvaging this year. I don't know, man. But they definitely said the vulture is coming this year. And
Only thing I
couldn't
can
have-
think of is if they put it in systemic gameplay streamer thought, which I don't even know exactly what that means, but well, systemic, yeah, okay, I get that. Maybe
You talking about in
maybe
terms
that
of
can
the,
come in systemic.
the roadmap you talking about?
I'm talking about the today's
I got you.
yeah.
Okay.
And show me all the ships that are coming out. You know, I want to see
Right.
show me a chart with like 20 ships on it that are on their way. Like, get me excited about, even though I've heard about them. You know, they threw the Banu merchantman in there. We already heard about it too. So why not?
I was
just make
very
this a
shocked
big
to hear about
chart
that.
and just be like, boom, 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 boom. Like, you know,
Like we got the 400i and the Liberator, right? That we can purchase now, but where's the vulture?
I can say if I was producing this thing today that I would go for a lot more impact. I would want a lot more content, a lot more being presented. You know, you could have your vignettes of special guys talking about their one, you know, key algorithm that they perfected or whatever. But also, I want to see just a smorgasbord of new stuff coming,
But
including what
say
they showed
but
us last
say
year.
this is all the things that they can show. What would you do then?
Right. See,
I would probably still like come on. I mean, like they can show us the Redeemer. They can show us like all these other ships that they've kind of delayed. They've got
Redeemer.
They got,
Yeah, I don't think about the
They got
Redeemer.
new stuff on the Connie coming, a new rework for the Connie coming. They got, you know, all this stuff that's in the works. I want to see a list of all this stuff, and you know, even though it's on the roadmap and I can go dig for it, but I don't want to. I want to see it here presented to me. You know,
That's a good point, man.
just as
You
part
mentioned
of the
Redeemer.
presentation.
So the Redeemer, the Vulture, the Retaliator rework, right?
The Connie
Like,
rework.
The Connie rework. This stuff missing that they said will be coming in the next year. Now that's my thing is like, are they on some more? Okay, we don't want to put all our, lay all our cards down, right? We don't want to show all our put all our chips down right now. But even still, it's like this is sitcom, man. Like, talk about
He
salvaging.
said, this ain't no home with a blind. This the barbershop.
Yeah, man.
It's here the barbershop. Nah, so Connie rework, I wasn't even aware of. I didn't know that was a thing. Rework again?
Yeah, they're gonna rework the Connie to where it's
what?
I don't know. They're gonna reorganize the original. I mean, like all the Connies are gonna have a rework.
I don't remember hearing
because it was one of the.
I remember hearing about the.
It was one of the first ships ever put in. You know, that was. So they've said it's about time.
I thought they pretty much.
Look it up.
I thought it was just about gold standard, like because they done fixed the shield holes. They gonna got the final ship out, which is the Taurus.
Right.
And I don't know what else they will be reworking.
All right, I'm in.
You got another PTU?
Yeah.
Oh, snappeth as a twig doth snap. All right, I'm gonna try and get in a second.
So
I have to select a primary residence in the PTU in order to see my friends list.
You shouldn't have any friends. You're a lonely mofo.
No, I thought you did. I thought you did keep your friends list.
Nah,
Because that's on spec. That's on RSI. That's on the website.
I mean, in the past PTUs, the past few PTUs, it hasn't been working. That's for sure. Been having to refriend everybody from jump.
Let me try it. Since you seem to have some luck with it.
No, you can't try it.
I doth can. To make me stick my foot betwixt thy buttocks.
Hey, I am blending over here.
What about you, Dig?
That
Was there
guy's-
anything you was looking forward to seeing that you haven't heard about yet?
Looking forward to more gameplay mechanics, which they showed a lot with that one demo, because that showed quite a few new game mechanics. But yeah, like when you talk about salvage was missing, like how that's very surprising. I didn't think about it till you said that. It's very surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reclaimer. I want to see all that.
I was thinking, like, you know, I thought we would get a presentation that would showcase tier 0 salvaging. I thought it would showcase the medical gameplay, since they're adding it right now, right? We didn't see any of that, and I thought we would see the looting and stuff, which we did kind of see.
Well, we've been seeing looting for like 3-4 weeks.
Well, I mean, in action, you know what I'm saying? Like, we've been seeing it in ISC, but
they showed it.
Which one do we want to set?
They showed
Lorville,
it in
Area
the
18,
demo.
Orison, or New Babbage? Oh, actually, Lorville doesn't have them yet, so you'd go to Area 18. You'd default there.
Oh
So
yeah, we never did
So what are we gonna
decide
do? New
on the
Babbage, Area
I
18
think
or
we
Orison?
decided on New Boobage.
Really?
New
All
Boobage.
right. You know what? Since yeah, let's just do it.
The new cabbage.
The
Set.
Slappage.
All right. Do you want to go in together? Oh wait, no.
I mean,
it just threw me in.
Another thing that I thought we would see when we first started talking to that vendor was I thought we would see him sell stuff.
oh
something
yeah,
I'm
dude,
really
that is another thing. Yeah, so you got tabs cracking. You got tabs cracking.
I'm telling you, man.
You got tabs cracking.
Tabs, man. Keep it tabs, because we need that for that Banu merchant, man. We need that.
So wait, okay, so they said the jump point is right by Microtech. The jump point to
I think they said
That
it's going to
seems
be
about right.
multiple jump points. No, did they say there would be multiple?
I think at most, if I remember the star map, it might be 2, but I don't know. But I thought that when they were showing it, they said that the jump point was going to be outside of Microtech.
Guess we'll see. Yeah, they'll probably start out with only like 2.
You know, it's
from
weird.
What they were saying
Go
in
ahead,
terms
my
of
bad.
smuggling, from what they were saying in terms of smuggling, like they said, like, you know, there would be UEE, you know, ships and patrols like by the jump points on the Stanton side, right? So that made me think like, okay, you would probably have to use like unknown, you know, backwater, you know, jump points in order to smuggle stuff back into Stanton, right? That would be kind of dope. Like if you can't use the standard ones.
Oh man, guys, it's glorious.
All right. It looks like I got a golden ticket. No, it looks like I can get in there too. But before I do, because I'm gonna kill this stream and then start another stream. But I still want to finish talking about CitizenCon. And you know what was one thing that tripped me out? Was that damn space station repair machine. It looked like a little automatic Roomba on top of the space station. I don't know why, but I really like that.
It made me think of like
that's the thing I was talking about.
It made me think of it like a giant astromech droid, like a bigger version of R2D2. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it did.
Goes around fixing stuff. You know what I mean?
So
I thought I was just looking at a spaceship. I mean, a station design. But now I understand what I was looking at. That's the platform, the big, unique platform. That's a very unique idea to repair a space station, because now that means we can have those in global events. You know, be attacked. And
that's
you know,
dope.
people
Like
coming
what
from
they
Pyro.
call them, like they call them shanty towns, right? So that means, like, I'm wondering if those would be quote unquote like abandoned, but like overtaken by different gangs. Remember, because they showed the different graffiti designs and stuff, and how certain ones will have certain,
Dude, you got to be
certain
super
signs.
serious about your graffiti to do it on the outside of a space station.
Dope, yo. So imagine like you go to Pyro and like they just have like randomized, procedurally generated shanty towns, and like each one is controlled by a different gang, right? And you can go and infiltrate them, and you don't know what you're going to come across. Like you can't even, how can you even clear a whole station like that of enemy? Can't. That'd be crazy, man. That'd be dope.
New cabbage. The plants look more real. The sound is crisper.
Man, stop it, cool.
All the
Dude.
Sorry.
The air is crisper. I'm getting like 100 frames.
This dude got smell-o-vision.
Smell-o-vision.
It was so weird how the interior of the Pyro space stations were so grimy, dude, with the rain falling down.
Oh, it's gonna be Grim Hex everywhere, like Area 18 back alleys and all that kind of stuff. That kind of
that's what did remind me of Grim Hex, man.
It all reminded me of like in Star Wars, how you had like Tatooine and that whole what they call it, the Outer Rim. You know what I'm saying? That's not governed.
You'll never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy.
You'll never find. That's like crazy how some places have oxygen within the same station, some don't, and then some are blocked off. So you like gonna have to crawl through like the ventilation shaft just to go get a sandwich.
Oh, sandwiches! Those are on deck 3. You got to use conduit 4 and air duct 6.
Did y'all notice the robot vendors? Like the robot cooks and stuff?
I did see that. They peeped that. That'd be dope. I hope they implement that a lot more. That's my thing. I'm
Still
like,
full of wieners.
It's a lawless place. So like, dude, you taking quite a risk by just being a vendor out there,
Yeah, true. You gotta put on your galoshes and go to the food court because it's raining in there.
You gonna go up to the robot talking about how much for just one rib?
Fuck the cup. Pour in my hand for a nickel.
Dig that. Hey, whoa! Why's my for some reason my
you just often say your name like that? Just out of the blue.
Hey, so everybody watching the stream, I'm gonna cut this one here, and then I'm gonna start the next one, and then I'm gonna give away at least 1 or 2 game packages, one with the 100i, one with the Avenger Titan. So if you especially if you ain't got Star Citizen right now, come in and hang with your boy. I'm gonna figure out how I'm gonna give this away. And I'll see you in a bit.
Excuse me, Dig.
Yes.
Did I hear the magic word giveaway? Did I hear that right?
Giveaway.
Giveaway.
In my ears for a second. Did I hear giveaway?
Hot damn!
Did the squeak of the ear clean. Good sound effects, man.
Thank you.
I like people who make good sound effects.
Dig that. And I'm just gonna make sure it's gonna look at my stream till it hits where I'm at now, because sometimes it be cutting me off way before I ended the stream. So I'm just gonna give it a sec. But yeah, we're gonna do something to give away some Star Citizen game packages here.
Sounds good.
Good.
Now remember, I saw you streaming the other day. I was like, I wonder what he's streaming. Okay, I'm gonna go watch. Get on there. Everybody's like, what's going on? I don't know. What's he doing? I don't know. You're AFK.
The first it was a 13 gig download, and when I finished, 58 gig download.
58.